And good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host here for the next few hours. Thank you so much for joining us on this gorgeous Thursday, September 8th. Let's head out to Washington, D.C. and take a Live Now look, what we like to call a Live Now look from the United States Capitol, beginning our 5 a.m. hour with the most recent political news. So lawmakers on Capitol Hill are working for the latest measure to avoid a government shutdown. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergam tells us what's included in negotiations.
Keeping the government operating is the only thing lawmakers must do this fall.
I don't think the government's going to shut down, and it costs money to shut the government down.
But funding the government is never just about funding the government. There are always add-ons for continuing resolutions, CRs, temporary bills to avoid shutdowns. Republicans oppose most spending extras.
I think the cleaner the CR, the better.
But Democrats are pushing for more COVID money, even though there are unspent dollars left over from previous COVID bills.
Congress is aware that if we do not continue to fund the response, thinks we can easily go backwards.
Democrats want $21 billion in fresh money for COVID, but Republicans oppose new spending.
You probably won't get COVID money with it unless it comes out of existing funds.
Republicans have leverage because Democrats need 10 GOP members to overcome a filibuster to avoid a shutdown.
We think there are a good number of Republicans who agree with that, and so we're hoping about mid-December. The CR will go till about mid-December, and then we might do an omnibus.
Democrats intend to shoehorn into the bill a promise to Democrat Joe Manchin to expedite drilling permits. Republicans are mad at drilling of all things because it secured Manchin's vote for this summer's tax, health, and climate bill, which the GOP abhorred.
I will not vote for a continuing resolution that is part of a political payback scheme.
But Manchin defends the arrangement.
It's part of the whole process that we put together. Everyone thinks it's a side deal. There's no side deal.
There's also talk about more money for Ukraine, and Democrats could add to the bill a provision to codify same-sex marriage. Still, avoiding a shutdown may come down to one thing: how badly lawmakers want to get home and campaign for the midterms. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
New questions about what was discovered during the raid of Trump's Florida compound last month and what to do with those materials. A published report says that classified information about the nuclear capabilities of a foreign nation was uncovered. We're also waiting to find out exactly if the Biden administration will appeal a judge's ruling of authorizing a third-party arbitrator to review the documents. Here's more from Fox News correspondent David Spunt.
A stunning new report from the Washington Post potentially revealing the extent of classified information seized from Mar-a-Lago last month. An article citing unnamed sources says a document describing a foreign government's military defenses, including its nuclear capabilities, was found by FBI agents. The paper says some of the information the FBI found was so closely guarded, only the president, some members of his cabinet, or a near cabinet level official could authorize others to know.
It is a literal outrage.
The Post sources did not identify which foreign government was involved. Besides the United States, other countries with nuclear weapons include France, the United Kingdom, Russia, China, India, Israel, Pakistan, and North Korea.
Our allies will have less trust in us.
But the occurrence of yet another leak has fueled critics who argue it compromises public confidence in the Justice Department.
It certainly looks like it's come out of people who are familiar with this very tightly held bunch of information.
That's one of the problems of the Department of Justice, and there are people with agendas in the department.
Lawmakers are split, adding the appointment of an independent third party to review the documents might restore trust.
I don't know what to believe. There's been a lot of leaks out of the FBI. I think having a special master would help.
The Justice Department and former President Trump's legal team face a Friday deadline to submit a list of proposed candidates to be named special master. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Investigators are trying to piece together exactly what led to the death of missing Memphis mother, Eliza Fletcher. The man charged with her murder was arraigned again on Wednesday. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more.
The man accused of killing Eliza Fletcher making a second appearance in a Memphis courtroom on Wednesday. Cleotha Abston was arraigned on charges including first-degree murder. The new charges come one day after police confirmed that the body they found on Monday belongs to the Memphis mother and kindergarten teacher.
We would not be bringing these first-degree murder charges unless we were confident that we could prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Abston made his first court appearance Tuesday on other charges related to the case, including kidnapping and tampering with evidence. He's accused of abducting the 34-year-old while she was out jogging early Friday morning. He allegedly camped out for nearly a half hour before Fletcher was taken.
I'm going to want to go through her whole social history, his social history. I want to go through all the internet, the phones, to see whether or not this was just a random thing or whether this was something that was plotted.
Police found Fletcher's body behind a vacant home near the apartment of Abston's brother. Witnesses told investigators Abston was washing out his car with chemical cleaner. Authorities say they have no reason to believe this case is anything but an isolated attack by a stranger.
Still uncovering various leads. This is an ongoing investigation. That's a possibility. But at this time, no one else has been charged.
Abston also faces unrelated charges for an alleged workplace theft that occurred days before Fletcher's disappearance. In Memphis, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And thanks, Jonathan, for that update as we head out to Washington, D.C., taking a LiveNOW look at the United States White House. The time is now 5:09 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll tell you about the plans that the Biden administration just announced to expand distribution of monkeypox vaccines throughout a new $20 million contract. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Well, more monkeypox doses will soon be available to more states after the White House announced a deal to increase distribution. White House national correspondent Brian Yanis is bringing us more.
The Biden administration is ramping up its response to the monkeypox outbreak through a new $20 million deal with AmerisourceBergen. As part of the contract, the company will make up to 2,500 shipments per week of frozen vaccine doses. They'll also be able to send out that same amount of antiviral treatment known as TPOXX. HHS Assistant Secretary Don O'Connell says the new contract will, quote, help deliver vaccines and treatments to communities and at-risk individuals more quickly and bring us a step closer to ending the current outbreak. HHS adds that before this contract, only about 5 locations per jurisdiction were receiving those medications from the national stockpile. Some states delayed administering the second vaccine dose in order to meet demand.
Our focus now is to reach the remainder of the eligible population where they are, at trusted locations and events across the country.
The announcement comes as the number of new monkeypox cases declines in the U.S., falling about 40% since early August. But on Wednesday, the World Health Organization warned countries about becoming complacent.
WHO continues to recommend that all countries persist with a tailored combination of public health measures, testing, research, and target vaccination.
According to the CDC, more than 20,000 monkeypox cases have been reported in the U.S. since May. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News. The Biden administration is ramping up its response to the monkeypox outbreak.
All right, a huge thank you to Brian Yennis for bringing us this update. Let's talk about COVID-19. Schools are dismissing students because of their classrooms' lack of air conditioning, and those decisions, despite billions of taxpayers' dollars embarked on an infrastructure funding debate. Now, this is all having to do with how COVID-19 funds are keeping schools open. Let's dive into that story from Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith.
With temperatures reaching the mid-90s, today more than 30 Denver public schools sent students home early. The heat wave gripping much of the West comes just days after high temps forced similar closures in Cleveland, Baltimore, and Philadelphia.
I don't have the luxury to be able to just walk out of work because my daughter has early dismissal.
While some parents are outraged, others are asking if schools should be better prepared. After Congress doled out $190 billion during the pandemic to help schools reopen. Money also meant to improve ventilation systems.
Even now, with all this money flooding in, so many schools are still doing this, and they're sending these kids home after, this is our 4th year now of interruptions.
The Education Department tells Fox recent closures are also a result of climate change, but it's an argument unlikely to satisfy critics. This summer, House Republicans launched an investigation into where taxpayer money meant for education ended up. In a letter to Education Secretary Miguel Cardona, the lawmakers write, "We are concerned that school districts, particularly those that remained closed for over a year, have not spent the vast majority of funds made available during the pandemic." Today, Fox asked Secretary Cardona if he believes the money is being spent where it's supposed to.
I do believe the money is being used adequately, and I would welcome questions from my colleagues on the Hill to show them in their districts, even though they didn't vote for it, in their districts how the money is being used.
And while summer lasts another 3 weeks, students in New York City are getting some bad news for the winter. The city's chancellor says because of the availability of remote learning, there will be no more snow days. Instead, when bad weather hits, classes will just move online. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Let's continue to bring you all the latest health news. Our news partners at Fox 11 Los Angeles, they are bringing us a segment on how we can all improve our eye health, something that you may not think about.
So obviously we're spending a lot of time on our devices, right? So screen time is on the rise because of the popularity of things like gaming, streaming, all the remote work we've been doing, our kids using their laptops and desktops for digital learning. So too is rising the risk of screen-related eye issues. The average American spends like just over 7 hours looking at screens every day. Workers are averaging 13 hours a day on the computer, either in the office or working from home. When it comes to our kiddos aged 8 to 12, they average 4 to 6 hours every day watching or using screens. Adolescents, even more, about 8 hours on screen daily. The man that you see on the screen with me, talking of screen time, is an optometrist. His name is Dr. Jason Compton. And if you don't mind me saying, Dr. Compton, also a gamer, I understand. So you're at the intersection of both of these very things. You know firsthand about the wear and tear that is on our eyes these days.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me today.
Oh, I'm excited about this because, look, it's something I realize even at the end of my day. I wear contact lenses. These eyes are dry by the end of the day, right? The time in front of the camera, reading the teleprompter, the time on the device, all of us feel it in some fashion. Is there a way that we can be more proactive about keeping our eyes, I don't know, not straining them as much?
Well, absolutely. There's so many different things. And part of the program that we're initiating with this alliance that we were discussing is just educating the public on what they can do. And it all starts with that in-person comprehensive eye exam with your optometrist. Really, during that exam, we're really going to figure out exactly what your specific needs are. To your point, you're looking at the teleprompter all day, you're reading, you're a contact lens patient. So there's certain specific things that your optometrist can offer you to make your experience much more enjoyable.
And you make a good point. You got to get a baseline with your optometrist so that they can understand where we're starting from and what your real life is like, right? How much you're watching TV, how much you're on the road, maybe at night, if you're straining your eyes in that way. Talk to me about the damage that can be done. Have we been able to understand just how bad it is on our eyes?
Well, really, when we talk about that, we're talking about something defined as digital eye strain, or some people refer to it as computer vision syndrome. And what that is just a group of symptoms that are connected with the fact that our eyes are designed to look far, not focus here hour after hour. So what happens is, you alluded to it, the dryness. You don't blink as much. Another thing is headaches. Eye strain. We're talking about things like blurred vision, tearing, watery eyes. All of these connect to our extended use with these devices. Some patients have it on a minor level, but for other patients, there's huge health implications of it.
So you're partnering with the AOA, the American Optometrist Association, I like the AOA, and the gaming industry to come up with this Screen Time Alliance. This partnership is really important.
Yeah, it's super important, and we're excited about it because it's the first of its kind. You have an eye care organization partnering with the gaming industry, and our goal is really just to educate the American public. I'm not going to be able to take away your devices, and that's not our goal is. But what we want to do is we want to be able to educate people on proper use, to be able to use those devices, but in a way that's not going to harm the eyes. And another big part of that is really just reminding people, encouraging them the importance of an in-person comprehensive eye exam with their optometrist on an annual basis to make sure we're avoiding these problems.
Okay, leave our viewers with one little tip of something they could do right now, one change they could make in their lives today, me included.
Well, the quickest thing is just to visit our website, aoa.org// I deserve more. There's all sorts of tips and guidelines that you can implement in your day-to-day activities. But more importantly, they'll be able to link you to an AOA doctor of optometry so we can get you on that campaign of those annual exams.
That was like, I wanted you to say, like, even just take a little break or something. You got one of those you can give us of
I
either?
got you.
Yeah, give me one. Give me one.
All right. So I love what we call the 20-20-20 rule.
Okay.
Every 20 minutes, I ask my patients to take a 20-second break where you're looking at something 20 feet away. Remember, when your eyes are looking far, they're relaxing. So if I can implement a program where every 20 minutes I can just relax the eyes a little bit, it's going to go a long way to preserve.
I could do that. We all can do that. I like that. I knew Dr. Compton would deliver. I appreciate it. We'll make sure to link to all of this information about the Screen Time Alliance on our website, foxla.com/links, where you can find all the information on the show. Dr. Jason Compton, thank you so much, and enjoy your time in front of I know it's your downtime gaming, so enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a moment.
And breaking overnight, a 19-year-old man was arrested Wednesday night after multiple shootings and carjackings against Memphis left 4 people dead and 3 injured in a violent rampage that lasted 4 hours, according to police. The suspect was identified as Ezekiel Kelly. Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland said that Kelly had been released from jail on March 16th after serving 11 months of a 3-year sentence for aggravated assault. The first killing happened just overnight. The police chief, C.J. Davis, said that at least one shooting was streamed on Facebook Live by the suspect. Here's the full updates from authorities.
Sentencing. From now on, 3 years for aggravated assault means 3 years. Our judicial system is too often a revolving door. A citizen emailed me today, and she said, quote, unless there are real consequences for criminal behavior, it will continue. I agree 100%. We need our courts. We need additional state laws to stop this revolving door. And I need the public to make your voices heard by those decision makers. I want to thank the men and women of the Memphis Police Department and all supporting law enforcement agencies. This has been a painful week in our city. But I have hope for Memphis. I have love for Memphis. And I know that united, we will endure. Thank you. I'll now bring up Steve Mulroy, our District Attorney General.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland, and good morning, everyone. This has been a horrific week for Memphis and Shelby County. People are frightened. People are angry. In times like this, it's sometimes hard for people to know what to do. I can tell you one thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray for the victims and their families. I'm also going to say a prayer of thanks for law enforcement who acted superbly, both today and all week long. I was privileged to be in the command center this evening and watched as law enforcement calmly and coolly, but nonetheless with urgency, did what they had to do to follow the leads and apprehend this person and prevent further bloodshed. We all owe them a debt of gratitude, and I think I was reassured, again, that we have competent law enforcement that can do everything they can in their power to keep us safe. As for our office, as I have said before and I'll say again, it's our policy that repeat violent offenders deserve a strong response. And that's precisely what they'll get from this DA office. We'll be working closely with law enforcement, as we have been, and will continue to do so, to bring appropriate charges at the appropriate time to make sure that
it is certainly an anomaly for us to experience so much in such a short period of time. Our officers have exhibited unbelievable resilience in the last several weeks. They've been shot at, and they know about one time, but they've been shot at several times. They continue to come to work. They continue to do the work because they know that the community depends on them. We saw that tonight. We're grateful.
All right, and that was the latest update out of Memphis, Tennessee. If you're just now joining us, a 19-year-old man was arrested last night after multiple shootings and carjackings across Memphis left 4 people dead and injured 3. We're still learning more about the suspect, but we do know that he has been identified as Ezekiel Kelly. And the mayor of Memphis, Jim Strickland, also said that Kelly had just been released from jail on March 16th after serving only 11 months of a 3-year sentence for an aggravated assault plea. Of course, as we receive more developments on this story, we will bring them to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. The time is now 5:26. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories when we return. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. The time is now 5:28 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're bringing you all top stories and major news headlines from across the country this morning. Let's continue our top stories with the latest coming out of Las Vegas. Police arrested a Las Vegas area public official in connection to the stabbing death of a local reporter. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police searched the home of Robert Tells, a Clark County public administrator, on Wednesday. Now, Tells is the suspect in the stabbing death of Jeff Gehrman. Gehrman was a reporter for the Las Vegas Review-Journal, an investigative reporter, and he was found stabbed to death outside of his home last Friday on September 2nd. Now, Gehrman had reported on problems in Tells' office related to a hostile work environment and an inappropriate staff relationship. So let's get a little bit more details from this story from our Fox News correspondent.
Police say a neighbor found Gehrman's body on the side of his house Saturday morning, but police believe that he was murdered Friday morning. Now, yesterday, police revealed a picture of the possible suspect in this case. Now they have more detailed video of the person of interest. They say stabbed Gehrman to death. Police say this is the best view they have of the man or woman. They still have not identified a gender. They still believe this person has spent time in the area canvassing it to commit other crimes like burglaries. They had been spotted before Friday. Now, here is the car investigators believe the person was driving. It's a GMC Denali. Police are looking for anyone in the area with surveillance near Vegas and Rock Springs Drive. Again, Friday morning from around 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. The department says they are putting their best resources into solving this crime.
We immediately enacted our major case protocol, which is it's a mechanism we use to bring together a variety of different resources and to try to really accelerate and maximize the investigation as quickly as possible. In this case, as our detectives quickly discovered the high-profile nature of the victim's job and the incident as a whole, we wanted to make sure that we maximize the investigation as quickly as possible.
Investigators do believe this is an isolated incident. They do say, though, that they are looking back at burglaries in the area in recent times. Gehrman was an investigative reporter most recently at the Las Vegas Review-Journal and had been a journalist here in Vegas for 40 years. I'm Drew Andre, Fox 5 News, local Las Vegas. Police say a neighbor found Gehrman's body on the side of his...
In just a few days, the National Hill will remember the lives lost and the day that changed lives forever. September 11th, the September 11th terrorist attacks. In Texas, people in the community are already paying tribute, spending their Tuesday placing flags at the city's new Veterans Memorial. Fox's John Krinjak has more.
Dozens of people from 13-year-old high school kids to veterans in their 70s spent their Tuesday night placing 4,000 American flags out here to commemorate those lost on 9/11 and the subsequent war on terror.
Seeing all these flags, it's going to be pretty amazing.
A striking tribute growing by the second as volunteers place flags at the new Veterans Memorial at Yonder's Point to remember the nearly 3,000 people who died in the September 11th attacks.
I think it's really important since we weren't alive, but I mean, it was tragic because so many people lost their lives and their families are affected, and we wouldn't know what that's like.
Another 1,000 flags commemorating the Texas service members who've been killed since 9/11.
This is very important for us to remember, even though there are different times and different wars. We're honoring those who served to protect our freedom, who did not make it back.
The plaza of flags, along with the memorial itself, which was unveiled earlier this year, was spearheaded by the Texas Fallen Project.
It just means a lot for us to be able to come out and have a place that's for us.
Round Rock City Council helping to make it a reality.
The city of Round Rock has always been a very big supporter of our veterans and the veterans' families, and so it was important for us to have a place to come, just to sit, to remember.
And on this day, city councilors, motorcycle clubs, high schoolers, and veterans of all ages all joining together to lay out 132 rows of American flags.
Having different groups come together to put this together was ideal. It's what we want. We want to come together as a community.
Many of the volunteers, high schoolers who were part of the Young Men's Service League, born well after 9/11.
I think it just shows the meaning, because obviously none of us were really
actually in the event or born at that time. So I think just being able to conjoin shows really how much we feel for those people and how much we can keep in memory of them.
Just for them to see people commemorating and to help out in their own way means a lot.
Organizer Bobby Withrow says he wants anyone and everyone to come see these flags and reflect on those who paid the ultimate price.
I was asked when we put these up if they wanted me to put barricades up. I said, no, that's not what freedom's about. Going out in the middle of those flags, being able to take pictures, that's what freedom is.
And if you'd like to come see this memorial for yourself, the flags will be on display here until next Tuesday, September 13th, here at Old Settlers Park. Reporting in Round Rock, I'm John Krinjak, Fox 7 Austin News.
Nearly a decade after one of the deadliest school shootings rocked the nation and the world, survivors of the Sandy Hook massacre are now offering their support to students in Uvalde, Texas, as they begin their new school year. Now, they may be states apart, but that tragic bond connects the survivors of these mass shootings. Now, in an interview with the Associated Press, former Sandy Hook students are sharing messages of strength with the young survivors in Uvalde, Texas, as they begin their new school year. Fox News correspondent Jackie Einbenes reports.
I thought that the kid that was closest to the wall was going to get shot first.
Almost a decade later, and survivors of the Sandy Hook massacre continue reliving the horrors from December 14th, 2012, when a gunman stormed the Newtown, Connecticut elementary school and killed 20 students and 6 teachers.
I remember looking at my teacher's face and how just terrified she was.
Their experiences strikingly similar to the survivors of the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School, when a gunman entered the school in Uvalde, Texas, and killed 19 students and 2 teachers back in May.
Not feel shame about where you are in your healing process.
And as students across Uvalde begin the new school year, just months after the tragedy, Sandy Hook survivors say they understand their suffering.
You live with survivor's guilt and wondering how, you made it out and they didn't.
While sharing strategies about how they cope with the ongoing distress they still feel so many years later.
Find comfort in, your loved ones, especially classmates, because they have that shared trauma. Don't bottle things up, talk to your family, your friends, because it's so important to talk this stuff through.
Don't compare yourself to others. Don't feel invalid because someone may have it worse.
Robb Elementary is permanently closed. Many survivors are now attending classes at other schools across the Uvalde School District. More than 100 students, though, feel it's not safe to go back to school just yet and will be doing remote learning this semester. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Taking a LiveNOW look over our XRAD monitoring temperatures across the country. Take a look at how temperatures are faring in your area. But let's head out to California, because residents in California are urged to keep conserving power, even as the state is stifled by brutal heat. Now in Washington, D.C., lawmakers are weighing in on the energy problem. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has this report.
California residents have been urged to unplug and conserve as the state energy grid is nearing dangerous levels and could force rotating blackouts.
The risk for outages is real and it's immediate. Everyone has to do their part to help step up for just a few more days.
The California Independent System Operator is asking that homes be set at temperatures of 78 degrees or more, even as a punishing heat wave grips the West.
California is overly reliant on solar, and everyone in California is about to have to pay the price for that.
The energy crisis putting a real focus on efforts to move away from traditional energy supplies like fossil fuels. California's leaders have been at the forefront of green initiatives.
They're pushing to get rid of a reliable, cheap source of energy when they don't have a replacement yet.
Adding to energy concerns, Russian President Vladimir Putin threatened to cut off energy supplies to Western countries if the European Union moves forward with a plan to cap prices.
We knew this was going to be part of the playbook in Russia weaponizing energy as they have been for the past several months, and so we will be prepared for this move.
Republicans allege President Biden's policies will make energy more expensive and less reliable.
When President Biden stood in the Rose Garden and said he would do whatever he could to lower the price at the pump, and implicitly lower the cost of your utility bill, he told a lie.
The West's high temperatures are expected to last to the weekend, which means the strain on the energy grid will as well. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. The time is now 5:39 a.m. Thank you so much for waking up with us here at Live Now from Fox. Well, there was a reunion at the White House on Wednesday. President Biden hosted former President Barack Obama and the First Lady Michelle Obama for their official portrait unveiling. The 44th and 46th president touted their administration's accomplishments just a few weeks before the midterm elections on November 8th. Now, Republicans are still hopeful that they'll be able to take back both chambers of Congress come November. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard again is reporting from Washington.
Barack and Michelle, welcome home. Welcome home.
There was a loud welcome back to the White House for former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as their official White House portraits were unveiled. The speeches full of jokes.
We will try not to tear up the place.
But it also served as a show of unity between the 44th and 46th presidents as their party hopes to keep control of Washington in November.
The country's better off than when you took office, and we should all be deeply grateful for that.
However, Republicans have predicted a red wave, eyeing both chambers of Congress in November. High gas prices, inflation, crime, and border security have been top issues for the GOP.
This president is underwater as far as approval, particularly for the economy.
President Biden's poll numbers have ticked up slightly in recent weeks. The Real Clear Politics average of polls has his job approval at 42%, up from a low of nearly 37% in July. Republicans say President Biden has been anything but a unifier, especially with recent speeches by the president criticizing what he calls ultra-MAGA Republicans.
I don't think we should be calling our fellow Americans the enemy. We are all in this together.
Whether or not there's tensions between the Obamas and the Bidens, Valerie Jarrett, who served as an advisor to former President Obama, called the reports hogwash. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you, Lauren, for that report. The time is now 5:41 as we take this live now look from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll bring you an update on the Pennsylvania Senate race.
Inflation could likely fumble your next tailgate.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The Pennsylvania Senate race is shaping up to be one of the most crucial contests in the November midterms. Democratic candidate John Fetterman agreeing on Wednesday to a single debate after the Oz campaign accused him of avoiding a debate for health reasons. Here is Fox News' senior national digital correspondent Rich Edson.
Please understand the stakes in this race.
Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, a Democrat, says he's committing to one debate with Republican Mehmet Oz. Fetterman made the announcement after weeks of pressure from Oz.
I think he's insulting the voters of Pennsylvania by dodging the debate. I can only assume because he wants to avoid answering for some of the far-left radical comments that he has made.
Fetterman says he'll debate sometime in the middle of October and offered no other specifics. Fetterman is recovering from a stroke in May. Oz claims Fetterman has been using that as an excuse to avoid debating. His campaign says, quote, "Big news. John Fetterman has agreed to debate at a secret debate. We don't know where, we don't know when, we don't know how. It's a big secret." Republican Senator Pat Toomey is retiring. This race is to fill his seat. Toomey says if Fetterman is not up to debate, he's not up for the job of serving in the Senate. Fetterman's campaign says, quote, "Anyone who's seen John speak knows that while he's still recovering, he's more capable of fighting for PA than Dr. Oz will ever be. And anyone who's seen Dr. Oz speak knows he's a complete fraud. This is about mocking John for having a stroke because they've got nothing else." This is a tightening race. A generally double-digit lead for Fetterman in the summer has, in recent polls, narrowed to single digits. Outside groups are spending tens of millions of dollars on this one. In Washington, Rich Edson, Fox News.
A new twist on the immigration crisis. A published report says that the Biden administration did not fulfill one of its promises to fully vet Afghani individuals who were allowed to come into the United States after the American military withdrew last year. The Homeland Security Department is disputing, the conclusions from its Inspector General. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy reports.
The country's better off than when you took office.
But is the country safer? An Inspector General review of last year's massive Afghanistan evacuation, officially called Operation Allies Welcome, finds we determined some information used to vet evacuees through U.S. government databases, such as name, date of birth, identification number, and travel document data, was inaccurate, incomplete, or missing. We were told that wasn't possible.
I can absolutely assure you that no one is coming into the United States of America who has not been through a thorough screening and background check process.
The Inspector General's report details faulty information, concluding as a result, DHS may have admitted or paroled individuals into the United States who pose a risk to national security and the safety of local communities. DHS is pushing back, explaining if derogatory information, whether related to public safety or national security, becomes available after an individual enters the United States, DHS and our federal partners take appropriate action, such as opening a criminal investigation, commencing a prosecution, revoking parole, and or placing the individual in removal proceedings. It's unclear how this report could change a recent White House emphasis on what they see as domestic threats.
We've heard the president calling elected Republicans a threat to the country. Does he think MAGA Republicans are more of a threat to the country than people DHS says may pose a risk to national security and the safety of local communities?
Again, DHS has disputed this report. And it said it didn't take into account the key steps that we have taken as a U.S. government. Again, this report is not accurate.
We've heard this president say that in his administration, watchdogs are back. But apparently that doesn't apply to the watchdogs that are looking into the different ways last summer's disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal could still get worse. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Bringing you all more news from the White House. Bob Fenton, the White House coordinator for the monkeypox outbreak, briefed reporters on the Biden administration's response efforts to widely distribute a vaccine for the disease. After this announcement, the two answered questions and also spoke on a few other topics, including the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the FBI search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home.
Thanks for having me and Dr. Daskalakis here in the briefing room today. We wanted to provide an update on the progress we're making in fighting the monkeypox outbreak. As we announced a couple of weeks back, we have ample supply to vaccinate the highest risk individuals against monkeypox. Nearly all jurisdictions have moved toward the intradermal vaccine approach, which means that jurisdictions have effectively transitioned toward an approach that has gotten not only more shots into arms, but also without sacrificing the safety and effectiveness of the Genovis vaccine. In fact, over 70% of all vaccines being administered in the United States today are given intradermally. Our focus now is to reach the remainder of the eligible population where they are, at trusted locations and events across the country. And equity has to be a key point and priority embedded in throughout our response. This past weekend, we saw how successful that approach is. Because of our direct allocations for Southern Decadence in New Orleans, Black Pride in Atlanta, and Oakland Pride, thousands of shots were administered during these events. In fact, over 3,000 doses were administered at Southern Decadence and their affiliated events. And nearly 4,000 doses were administered at Black Pride in Atlanta. That means thousands of individuals are getting the protection against monkeypox that they may not have if otherwise. These events demonstrate our strategy is working. We're also accelerating our effort to provide vaccines to places and people that we know will make a difference. As Dr. Daskalakis announced last week, we are launching a new program that allows local health departments to request vaccines to use innovatively through strategies to reach Black and brown communities. And today, we're announcing that we're providing more vaccines to upcoming Pride events across the country. First to Idaho, where 820 doses will be made available for the weekend of Boise Pride, and second, 10,000 doses to California ahead of the Folsom Street Fair, the Castro Street Fair in San Francisco toward the end of this month. We will continue to pull every lever and meet people where they are to end this outbreak, and we're already seeing progress, as Dr. Daskalakis will brief out here in a little bit. Sir.
Thank you, Bob. We are encouraged by the progress that we're making right now. You'll see the chart to my left. We only have data from 35 jurisdictions. That's just over half of all jurisdictions that are directly receiving vaccine. But over 460,000 doses have been administered. Keep in mind, the population at highest risk is approximately 1.6 million people right now. So even with this partial view we have now from the reporting jurisdictions, we're seeing strong progress really getting shots into arms. So now that supply is less of an issue, we need to make sure we focus on maintaining demand by making sure that people know that effective and safe vaccine is available for those that could benefit. Alongside our vaccination efforts, we've scaled up access to testing and treatments, as well as ensuring that LGBTQAI+ individuals know how to reduce their risk. Together, those efforts are leading to positive trends in the data that CDC has collected over the last couple of weeks, especially in our hardest hit areas. So as you can see, the week-over-week growth rates of the virus, meaning how quickly the virus is spreading, is trending downward in some of the areas involved earliest in the outbreak. Places like New York, California, Texas, and Illinois are all seeing significant declines in growth rates over the last month. To put a finer point to it, back in July, CDC estimated that it took 8 days for cases to double nationwide. By mid-August, the doubling rate was 25 days, showing encouraging signs of progress. The positive trends that we're seeing in this data also speak to the actions that individuals have taken across the country to protect themselves against the virus. That includes changing their behaviors and seeking out testing and vaccines. But the data also underscores the fact that we cannot be complacent, and we must aggressively continue our work to get clear prevention guidance and vaccines out to individuals in communities where the virus continues to spread quickly, and those places and individuals that may face barriers in accessing testing, treatments, and vaccinations. So that's why our approach centered on increasing vaccine access, including through equity interventions and event allocations in partnership with our outreach and engagement efforts, will continue to be critical as we fight this outbreak. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a couple questions.
Thanks. I have two really fast. First, colleges are back in session. HHS told me last week that if they begin to see an outbreak on a college campus, they'll work to make vaccines more available. I guess this is to either of you. But my question is, what proactive steps are you taking to make sure there is not an outbreak on a college campus?
So we're really excited that we've taken a lot of steps before colleges came in session, which included creating a toolkit that was for universities. I personally got to talk to all of the folks that run the health services in universities, and that we've also had engagements with the higher executives of the universities to make them aware of the resources that we have. So that includes a combination of CDC resources that focus on congregate settings, as well as really clear information about safer sex, as well as how vaccines are accessible and available. So it's really a multi-layer approach where we provide appropriate information, make sure that it goes to the right folks, and then also that we give resources to not only figure out what the behavioral interventions need to be on college campuses, but also like what biomedical things like vaccine can be used in the event of cases.
I have one more, but I can.
Sure.
So are you guys really concerned about this?
So the risk in colleges is extremely low. So I think that we're concerned because obviously we want to make sure that if there is a case in college that everyone knows what to do. But realistically, given the way that this virus is spreading through the population, the risk in those settings is low. Awareness is more important than anxiety.
If I can just ask my other question, is that the CDC is reporting fewer and fewer cases recently among men who recently had sex with men, roughly 66% down from 95% 2 months ago. So my question is, do you guys think that that data is a reflection of just more testing, or is it possible that this is spreading more easily, that the risk of catching it is different and higher than originally thought?
No, I think that what that data really shows is that the population of men who have sex with men, we're seeing decreasing infections among them, and also it represents other mechanisms of transmission that may not be sex, but could be other close contact, so close contact in households, et cetera. So I think it's something to watch, but I don't think that it's a harbinger of meaning that the virus is doing anything different right now.
Is the goal to eradicate monkeypox from the population, or is this something that we're just like COVID, we're going to be living with for some time?
Our goal is to really control this outbreak in the U.S. I think that we've seen really important strides in the right direction by creating more coverage in the populations that are at risk. Sort of creating that sort of level of immunity will be really important in us, but also thinking about the global environment and making sure that we don't just address what's happening in the U.S., but also think about the rest of the world, because infections that happen there will affect us as well.
And when it comes to the funding and resources that you guys have available at this point, how long will it be before those go out and you have to get more from Congress?
Well, we're working right now with Congress on the supplemental as part of the CR to identify additional funding needed both in vaccine supply to not only replenish what has been used out of the stockpile, which is critical if there was another event for our security of the nation, but also to provide additional vaccine and have it more available if needed during this event. Also, there's a number of other things that we're pursuing, including technology with testing, research, to continue to watch this event and study as it progresses, to include other types of looking at the treatments that are being provided and those kind of things. So we have enough money right now to make the key decisions we need to make. But as this progresses, we need to replenish what we've used and be able to have additional funding to keep the fight going.
How much longer will you have this funding before you have to ask for it?
Well, we're asking for more right now as part of the supplemental, as part of the CR. So one would assume that as it goes into the end of the fiscal year, we'd be looking to hopefully working with Congress to get that additional money to make those investments in our stockpile and to make sure that we're able to replenish what's been used, plus have additional funding if needed.
Thank you guys for doing this, Doctor. I think this question is for you. As a result of this outbreak, there has been the expression of real concern in the gay community, the LGBTQ plus community, about a stigmatization specifically related to gay men. So what specifically can you say as it relates to those concerns of a new stigma being attached to gay men across this country due to monkeypox?
So I'll start by saying it's the role of governmental public health and government to really model excellent behavior on that. And I think we're really proud of the work that we've done to create non-stigmatizing language to inform people what they need to do to stay healthy. So I think that that's the first step, which is really making sure that we're modeling the right behavior and that we're putting out materials that speak to the community in a way that doesn't stigmatize them. I think it's all of our responsibility, and I think that we as sort of the role model in that, it's really important. But I think that, in media, in the way that we communicate with our students and universities, in the ways that we communicate with others that need to know about this, really making it clear that this is a virus. It's, like I'd like to say, a piece of DNA wrapped in some fat. It's not smart. It can't distinguish between people based on their sexual orientation or gender. And so everyone needs to be aware, but we need to make sure that we're messaging appropriately to the folks who are overly represented in the outbreak.
And to be clear, though, for those who are sort of embracing this stigmatization, right? This is, as we've witnessed in other diseases of impact, in particular the gay community, this is not by a handshake. This is not by going into a restroom. Can you help clarify some of the confusion that exists, the misperceptions?
Yeah, so I think, this virus transmits through very close skin-to-skin physical contact, often in the setting of sexual exposure. But there are other mechanisms for its transmission, including if you touch objects that individuals who've had monkeypox touch, or if you have prolonged exposure to respiratory droplets. With that said, signaling to people who are in the gay, bisexual, other men who have sex with men communities, and also transgender people who have sex with men, that it's really important to have awareness that's circulating in the community is really a critical part of the messaging, while not generating inordinate concern and really focusing on the infection as linked to an identity. So it's just an infection, it's not linked to an identity, it just happens to be in the social network.
Thank you, sir. I do want to dig deeper into the racial disparity because it's growing week by week. Fewer and fewer cases are being seen among white people, more among people of color. I think it's something close to 75% now. You mentioned it's a priority. What specifically are you doing to reach out to people of color?
No, it's great. I think that the core work that we've done to reach out to people of color really begins with the fact that we've made vaccine accessible. So the first step in addressing a lot of the equity issues and gaps that we see in vaccination is really about making vaccine available. That means the new strategy, the intradermal strategy, making sure we have more vaccine, all of the work to create more vaccine to bring to the U.S. as well as to fill and finish in the U.S. has been really important. But we also have all of these equity interventions that include these large events. I think Bob just told you about a couple of really large ones that have been, frankly, wildly successful with thousands of vaccines that went to the community. We've also gotten vaccines to community health centers as well as to Ryan White sites that really serve this population. So the low-hanging fruit is done. The folks who are early adopters for this vaccine have gotten it, and now we're really on to the next level, which is making sure that everyone who needs it gets it.
Just a couple more, April, and then Jeff, you'll be the last question. So I want to follow up on what Stephen just asked. What organizations are you working with, particularly those in the Black and brown community, that can help get the message out? And then once you work with them, what is the expectation of these organizations to help you lessen the numbers and even eradicate?
Excellent question. So we, from the very beginning, before I was even at the White House working at the CDC, one of our primary objectives was engaging with organizations that serve the Black and brown community. And so those have been going on since the very beginning. And a lot of the communication there has been about really facilitating the materials that they need to be trusted messengers, as well as to provide them important tools to help their communities. I'll give some great examples. So for example, many of the events that we worked with at Black Pride in Atlanta, we interacted directly with organizations. The local jurisdictions, in fact, interacted with those. And that's really what the story of success is about with these events. It's not about just the vaccine allocation. It's about that intense community engagement that happens on the ground, because ultimately public health is a local event. And so giving the tools that people need to be able to sort of reach health goals is what we've been doing. And the support of organizations that serve Black and brown people have been pivotal in really turning the tide. And what I think you're going to see the new vaccine numbers emerging over the next few weeks.
I know you said Black Pride Atlanta, but are there any other organizations that you can mention?
So Black Pride is just the event. We actually worked with many organizations. We've actually engaged with national organizations that are umbrella organizations that focus on community-based groups that serve Black and brown folks. So really, it's a long list, but it is a continuous piece of work to make sure that we stay engaged.
Thank you. You mentioned right here, you mentioned the rest of the world. Can you give a sense of where you see outbreaks elsewhere on the globe, the threats that creates to the U.S., and whether or not you are sharing vaccine and whether or not you need to?
So I'll start, maybe Bob, you can also fill in. So I think that when we're discussing vaccine and sort of strategy, the global part of this is important. And I think we have a new team that has joined the response, our coordination team that focuses on global, and we're having the conversations about how we can best support global vaccine efforts.
Yeah, working with USAID as one of the leads in the State Department in the White House National Security Staff area, we've established a global task force across multiple different federal agencies to focus coordination to other countries, WHO, to ensure that we have a responsibility to assist and help some of those countries that may not have the resources to do that. And so working through WHO to determine who that is and what we can make available to support some of their efforts, not only in terms of vaccine, but in terms of some of our public education outreach, some of our technical expertise that exists here in the United States, and so working closely with those organizations to be able to support them.
Thank you, guys. More quickly, there was on international, on other countries.
Okay, we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. They'll be back. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Today, the UN Security Council is holding a meeting on Russia's filtration efforts, a dehumanizing term to describe the Kremlin's efforts to imprison, forcibly deport, or disappear those individuals who Moscow decides could be insufficiently compliant or compatible to its control over Ukraine. Our intelligence shows that Russia is using filtration centers in eastern Ukraine and western Russia to detain, to interrogate, and in some cases abuse thousands of Ukrainians. Many of the news organizations in this room have reported on this horrific practice and told the stories of Ukrainian citizens who have experienced these filtration centers. Today, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield will present newly downgraded information that the UN Security Council, that the United States has information that officials from Russia's presidential administration are overseeing and coordinating filtration operations. Russian presidential administration officials are providing lists of Ukrainians to be targeted for filtration and receiving reports on the scope and progress of operations. We assess that the Kremlin views filtration operations as crucial to their efforts to annex areas of Ukraine under their control. At the UN today, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield will demand that Russia halt its filtration operations immediately and allow the UN independent observers and humanitarian and human rights organizations access to these filtration sites and to those who have been sent to Russia. As we announced this morning, next Monday on the 60th anniversary of President Kennedy's moonshot speech at Rice University, President Biden will deliver remarks at the JFK Library in Boston, Massachusetts, laying out a vision for another American moonshot, a future where we end cancer as we know it, As President and Vice President, Joe Biden has led the cancer moonshot effort with the goal, and in February 2022, President Biden reignited the cancer moonshot and set new goals. First, to cut the cancer death rate in half over the next 25 years. Second, to improve the experience of people, their families, and caregivers living with and surviving cancer. During his speech at the JFK Library in Boston on September 12th, President Biden will lay out that vision and provide an update on steps the Biden-Harris administration is taking to achieve.
All right, and that was the latest update from the White House. The Biden administration again increasing that vaccine distribution plan when it comes to monkeypox. Moving right along to other top stories, we have new questions about what was discovered during the raid of the Trump Florida compound last month and what to do with these materials. A published report says that classified information about the nuclear capabilities of a foreign nation was uncovered. We're also waiting to find out if the Biden administration will appeal a judge's ruling authorizing a third-party arbitrator to review the documents. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has the latest.
Out of the 11,000 documents seized from Mar-a-Lago, one included nuclear capabilities of an unnamed foreign nation. This according to a new report from the Washington Post. In a statement to Fox News, former President Donald Trump's attorney Chris Kise chastised the reporting, writing, "Those leaks continue with no respect for the process nor any regard for the real truth. This does not serve well the interests of justice." The former president on social media today complained that the FBI took medical, tax, and attorney-client items in addition to his passports. Former Trump Attorney General Bill Barr says there is a good explanation.
If you find very sensitive documents in Trump's desk along with his passports, that ties Trump to those documents. But the fact that they're found with the classified documents is evidentiary, and the government decides whether that's relevant.
Barr, once a frequent visitor to the Trump Oval Office, is now publicly calling out his former boss. He's encouraging his successor, Attorney General Merrick Garland, to appeal a ruling by federal Judge Eileen Cannon, which appoints a neutral special master to individually pore through the thousands of documents. The former president's attorneys and federal prosecutors must submit by Friday a list of possible names to become the special master in this case.
The classified stuff are government documents, and they go to the government. There is no scenario legally under which the president gets to keep the government documents, whether it's classified or unclassified.
We are quickly approaching the 60-day window until the midterm election. Typically, DOJ stays away from investigating or prosecuting a political candidate within that window. Even though Donald Trump is not on the ballot in November, his policies are, meaning Attorney General Merrick Garland has a big decision to make. At the Department of Justice, David Spunt, Fox News.
You're streaming live now from Fox, and we are taking a live now look from Seattle, Washington. The time there, 3:11 a.m. A union representing teachers and educational support staff in Seattle says that teachers will not be heading back to the classroom until a contract agreement is reached. Students were supposed to head back to school yesterday, but teachers, they unleashed a strike and it foiled those plans. Now parents have no idea when that strike will be over. Fox News correspondent David Springer has the story.
Nearly 50,000 students in the Seattle Public School District are not in class Wednesday after the teachers union voted to go on strike just a day before the school year was scheduled to start. The union represents 6,000 teachers, and 95% of them voted yes for the strike. The decision leaving some parents scrambling, while others say they understand why this is happening.
I'm definitely willing to make that sacrifice as a parent and, have another day at home with my kids if that can mean that, a year's long of education will be improved.
Educators say their demands are simple: better wages, reasonable workloads, and support for themselves and their students.
When I went to the district saying we needed help, they weren't listening. And when I asked them to come into the classroom to observe and to see what was going on, they were really reluctant. And then when I asked what they needed from me to show that students needed support, they had no answer.
This isn't just an issue happening in Seattle. In Kent, Washington, classes have been canceled for the last 8 days, affecting more than 25,000 students, while the Kent Public School District negotiated new contracts for their staff. On Wednesday, an agreement was reached. Those fighting for better work conditions in Seattle are hoping their district will reach a solution soon so they can get back to their students.
We're all thinking about our families
and our students, and we understand the impact that that has on families. I wouldn't be here if what the district was proposing was not unconscionable.
Seattle public school officials say free lunches will be available to students at several school locations. In Seattle, Dan Springer, Fox News.
Thanks, Dan, for bringing us that report. The time is now 3:13 in Seattle, Washington, the city where we are taking this live now look. The sun hasn't risen yet on the West Coast, but of course we bring you all the top stories no matter where you are located in the United States or internationally. Sometimes we even bring you all a few live images from the International Space Station, but we are staying on top of the major headlines, and we'll have more on the other side of this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live now look at our XRAD weather radar monitoring temperatures across the country. More evacuations are being ordered as an out-of-control wildfire expands throughout California. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has more from Los Angeles.
People across the West are still baking under a brutal heat wave that's brought triple-digit temperatures for the past 3 days. Here in California, we're seeing a number of all-time highs, including in the capital, Sacramento, where temperatures hit 116 degrees on Tuesday, breaking a 97-year-old record. Now the focus is turning to the state's electrical grid, which is on the verge of being overloaded as demand outstrips supply. A Stage 3 power alert is now in effect. That's one step below ordering rolling blackouts for the state's 39 million residents.
We're heading to the worst part of this heat wave, and the risk for outages is real and it's immediate. Everyone has to do their part.
More than 35,000 customers have already lost power, and there's no word on when service will be restored. Residents are now being asked to conserve electricity, but that's a tall order as people fight the heat any way they can.
We just bought like 2 ACs for the house because this heat is so bad and it's really not giving.
The heat wave also complicating efforts to contain about 14 large fires burning around the state, including the Fairview fire in Southern California, which has killed at least 2 people and forced thousands to be evacuated from their homes.
Every day, every week, every month we go without rain, it gets drier and drier and drier. So the fuels are very dry, very susceptible to a fire starting.
Overall, more than 4,000 firefighters are now deployed throughout the state. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Thursday, September 8th. Continuing our top stories in breaking news, we know that so many people are looking forward to hitting the skies post-COVID-19 travel, has everyone wanting to visit their favorite destinations. But United Airlines says that it may remove all flights at John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York next month, one of the busiest airports in the country, if it can't get increased flights there. United's chief executive has asked the Federal Aviation Administration to grant more flights. Now, the FAA says that it has to study how changes would impact nearby airports and United's competitors before granting additional flights. United says that it needs the flights to keep up with competitors. Now, speaking of travel, I do want to stay on this topic for you all because we're learning more about checked baggage technology. The Transportation Security Administration continues its commitment of keeping passengers safe. So Fox's April Baker is going to take a look at the checked baggage inspection system at the Salt Lake City International Airport to show us the technology that's being used to flag potential security threats.
Here's a look at Salt Lake City International Airport's checked baggage inspection system. Each day, around 13,000 pieces of luggage travel along these automated conveyor belts.
They can be from ticket counter to the tug in an aircraft in less than 7 minutes.
Utah TSA spokesperson Lori Dankers shows us how the system works. She says bags are tracked, sorted, and screened through explosive detection system units. They create 3D X-ray images that show what's inside each bag.
If the technology flags something in the bag as being a potential security threat, the image generated by this unit pops up on screen, and a TSA officer has a finite amount of time to look at that image to determine if they can resolve the threat on screen.
If they can't, the luggage is flagged to be physically inspected. Danker says their agents open less than 5% of bags. Technology clears the rest.
Do you have anything sharp or dangerous in the bag today?
What we've been able to do is integrate technology into our processes that help with the efficiency. We've modified our procedures to make them relevant to today's environment.
Because of the ongoing pandemic, Dankers says it involves integrating technology that reduces physical contact between travelers and TSA officers.
Hey, come on up. So we're just inserting your ID into the slot. We're going to get your picture today also. We're going to scan your boarding pass right up there.
That includes this credential authentication technology, or CAT. It's a facial recognition system that TSA officers started using this summer at the screening area in Salt Lake. Danker says it plays a vital role in passenger verification.
Where it scans somebody's photo ID, but it also has a camera with it to take a live photo of the traveler to do a facial recognition match.
And major airlines are also hoping the demand for travel increases this fall. Even as busy summer travel seasons come to an end, people are still going on vacation and are still packing flights. While workers at small and mid-sized companies are returning to flying, those who work for larger companies like consulting firms and investment banks are lagging behind, according to reports. Corporate customers make up a big part of airline profits and revenue, but the Global Business Travel Association doesn't expect spending to return to pre-pandemic levels until year 2026. That's a year and a half longer than predicted last year. Inflation and energy costs have played a big role in the slow but hopeful recovery. The time is now 6:24. Let's take a quick break, and again, we'll have more news headlines on the other side. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Memphis police say that this man was wanted for a shooting spree in Memphis. Well, he's now in custody. Police arrested 19-year-old Ezekiel Kelly Wednesday night after saying that Kelly is responsible for multiple shootings across the city. Police say they received reports that he was recording the shootings on Facebook. A shelter-in-place order has been lifted, but we've learned since then that 4 people have been killed and 3 have been wounded during that hours-long shooting rampage. Here's a full announcement from local authorities.
Sentencing. From now on, 3 years for aggravated assault means 3 years. Our judicial system is too often a revolving door. A citizen emailed me today, and she said, quote, unless there are real consequences for criminal behavior, it will continue. I agree 100%. We need our courts We need additional state laws to stop this revolving door. And I need the public to make your voices heard by those decision makers. I want to thank the men and women of the Memphis Police Department and all supporting law enforcement agencies. This has been a painful week in our city. But I have hope for Memphis. I have love for Memphis. And I know that united, we will endure. Thank you. I'll now bring up Steve Mulroy, our District Attorney General.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland, and good morning, everyone. This has been a horrific week for Memphis and Shelby County. People are frightened. People are angry. In times like this, it's sometimes hard for people to know what to do. I can tell you one thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray for the victims and their families. I'm also going to say a prayer of thanks for law enforcement who acted superbly, both today and all week long. I was privileged to be in the command center this evening and watched as law enforcement calmly and coolly, but nonetheless with urgency, did what they had to do to follow the leads and apprehend this person and prevent further bloodshed. We all owe them a debt of gratitude, and I think I was reassured, again, that we have competent law enforcement that can do everything they can in their power to keep us safe. As for our office, as I have said before and I'll say again, it's our policy that repeat violent offenders deserve a strong response. And that's precisely what they'll get from this DA office. We'll be working closely with law enforcement, as we have been, and will continue to do so, to bring appropriate charges at the appropriate time to make sure that
it is certainly an anomaly for us to experience so much in such a short period of time. Our officers have exhibited unbelievable resilience in the last several weeks. They've been shot at, and they know about one time, but they've been shot at several times. They continue to come to work. They continue to do the work because they know that the community depends on them. We saw that tonight. We're grateful that this incident didn't last longer than what it did. It lasted too long for all of us.
I need the public to hold other people accountable. Because I'm tired of our police officers arresting the same people over and over and over, and those people committing violent acts. I think the public's fed up with it too, but they need to let their voice be heard to these other institutions that play a role. Call your state legislature. Stay engaged with our judicial system and these judges who pass out these slap of the wrist sentences. And 201 Popper is a revolving door. Juvenile court is a revolving door on steroids. No one is held accountable there. And with our schools' truancy, the kids aren't being held accountable. The parents aren't being held accountable. I want the public to hold all of us accountable, me included, but all these other entities. And I'd ask the media to ask those people, what are you doing about this violent crime? The problem is not the Memphis Police Department, because they're arresting people. The problem is this judicial system that will not punish. That is our problem. Sentencing. From now on, 3 years for aggravated assault means 3 years. Our judicial system is too often a revolving door. A citizen emailed me today, and she said, quote, unless there are real consequences for criminal behavior, it will continue. I agree 100%.
Again, 4 people killed, 3 wounded in Memphis, Tennessee. We'll bring you all more as we continue to learn about the suspect who was arrested. Let's take a live now look from Washington, D.C. To bring you all the latest political news. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill say that they are working on the latest stoppage measure to avoid a government shutdown. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergam tells us what's included in the negotiation.
Keeping the government operating is the only thing lawmakers must do this fall.
I don't think the government's going to shut down. It costs money to shut the government down.
But funding the government is never just about funding the government. There are always add-ons for continuing resolutions, CRs, temporary bills to avoid shutdowns. Republicans oppose most spending extras.
The cleaner the CR, the better.
But Democrats are pushing for more COVID money, even though there are unspent dollars left over from previous COVID bills.
Congress is aware that if we do not continue to fund the response, thinks we can easily go backwards.
Democrats want $21 billion in fresh money for COVID, but Republicans oppose new spending.
We probably won't get COVID money with it unless it comes out of existing funds.
Republicans have leverage because Democrats need 10 GOP members to overcome a filibuster to avoid a shutdown.
We think there are a good number of Republicans who agree with that, and so we're hoping about mid-December, the CR will go till about mid-December, and then we might do an omnibus.
Democrats intend to shoehorn into the bill a promise to Democrat Joe Manchin to expedite drilling permits. Republicans are mad at drilling of all things because it secured Manchin's vote for this summer's tax, health, and climate bill, which the GOP abhorred.
I will not vote for a continuing resolution that is part of a political payback scheme.
But Manchin defends the arrangement.
It's part of the whole process that we put together. Everyone thinks it's a side deal. There's no side deal.
There's also talk about more money for Ukraine, and Democrats could add to the bill a provision to codify same-sex marriage. Still, avoiding a shutdown may come down to one thing: how badly lawmakers want to get home and campaign for the midterms. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
New questions about what was discovered during the raid at former President Trump's Florida home last month, and what to do exactly with these documents that were uncovered. A published report says that classified information about nuclear capabilities could have been discovered. So we're waiting to find out if the Biden administration will appeal a Florida judge's ruling to authorize a third-party arbitrator to review these documents. David Spunt has more.
A stunning new report from the Washington Post potentially revealing the extent of classified information seized from Mar-a-Lago last month. An article citing unnamed sources says a document describing a foreign government's military defenses, including its nuclear capabilities, was found by FBI agents. The paper says some of the information the FBI found was so closely guarded, only the president, some members of his cabinet, or a near cabinet level official could authorize others to know.
It is a literal outrage.
The Post sources did not identify which foreign government was involved. Besides the United States, other countries with nuclear weapons include France, the United Kingdom, Russia, China, India, Israel, Pakistan, and North Korea.
Our allies will have less trust in us.
But the occurrence of yet another leak has fueled critics who argue it compromises public confidence in the Justice Department.
It certainly looks like it's come out of people who are familiar with this very tightly held bunch of information.
And that's one of the problems of the Department of Justice, and there are people with agendas in the department.
Lawmakers are split, adding the appointment of an independent third party to review the documents might restore trust.
I don't know what to believe. There's been a lot of leaks out of the FBI. I think having a special master would help.
The Justice Department and former President Trump's legal team face a Friday deadline to submit a list of proposed candidates to be named special master. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Investigators are still trying to piece together what led to the death of a missing Memphis mother. The man charged with her murder was arraigned on Wednesday. Here's more from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri.
The man accused of killing Eliza Fletcher making a second appearance in a Memphis courtroom on Wednesday. Cleotha Abston was arraigned on charges including first-degree murder. The new charges come one day after police confirmed that the body they found on Monday belongs to the Memphis mother and kindergarten teacher.
We would not be bringing these first-degree murder charges unless we were confident that we could prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Abston made his first court appearance Tuesday on other charges related to the case, including kidnapping and tampering with evidence. He's accused of abducting the 34-year-old while she was out jogging early Friday morning. He allegedly camped out for nearly a half hour before Fletcher was taken.
I'm going to want to go through her whole social history, his social history. I want to go through all the internet, the phones, to see whether or not this was just a random thing or whether this was something that was plotted.
Police found Fletcher's body behind a vacant home near the apartment of Abston's brother. Witnesses told investigators Abston was washing out his car with chemical cleaner. Authorities say they have no reason to believe this case is anything but an isolated attack by a stranger.
Still uncovering various leads. This is an ongoing investigation. That's a possibility. But at this time, no one else has been charged.
Abston also faces unrelated charges for an alleged workplace theft that occurred days before Fletcher's disappearance. In Memphis, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Switching gears now and bringing you all the latest health news. More monkeypox vaccine doses will soon be available to states after the White House awarded a deal to increase distribution. Fox News national correspondent Brian Yennis brings us more.
The Biden administration is ramping up its response to the monkeypox outbreak through a new $20 million deal with AmerisourceBergen. As part of the contract, the company will make up to 2,500 shipments per week of frozen vaccine doses. They'll also be able to send out that same amount of antiviral treatment known as TPOXX. HHS Assistant Secretary Don O'Connell says the new contract will, quote, help deliver vaccines and treatments to communities and at-risk individuals more quickly and bring us a step closer to ending the current outbreak. HHS adds that before this contract, only about 5 locations per jurisdiction were receiving those medications from the national stockpile. Some states delayed administering the second vaccine dose in order to meet demand.
Our focus now is to reach the remainder of the eligible population where they are, at trusted locations and events across the country.
The announcement comes as the number of new monkeypox cases declines in the U.S., falling about 40% since early August. But on Wednesday, the World Health Organization warned countries about becoming complacent.
WHO continues to recommend that all countries persist with a tailored combination of public health measures, testing, research, and target vaccination.
According to the CDC, more than 20,000 monkeypox cases have been reported in the U.S. since May. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
All right. Thanks, Brian, for that update. We're getting a few images into our Live Now from Fox desk. An unannounced visit to Ukraine by Antony Blinken, the United States Secretary of State, made this pop-up visit a few hours ago. This is recorded as he was visiting a local hospital. Now, this unannounced trip came as Blinken announced the Biden administration will provide $2 billion in long-term military assistance to Ukraine and 18 of its neighbors, which are being threatened by Russia. That $2 billion is on top of a $675 million package of heavy weaponry, ammunition, as well as armored vehicles for Ukraine that the United States Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, he announced that earlier about a day or so ago at a conference in Germany. Now, these contributions are bringing the total United States aid to Ukraine to $15.2 billion since the administration took office. The announcements came as fighting between Ukraine and Russia had intensified in recent days, with Ukrainian forces mounting a counter-offensive to retake Russian-held areas in the south and in the east. So just yesterday, the United States accused Moscow of interrogating, detaining, and forcibly deporting hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians to Russia, and Russian officials immediately rejected the claim as a, quote, fantasy. So again, we are taking a look That's United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken, an unscheduled, unannounced trip to Ukraine, taking a look at him visiting this hospital, speaking with patients, family members. It looks like a young family there. You can see the doctors giving him a tour of this local hospital in Ukraine, the country that has been ravished since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Of course, as soon as we receive more live images, we'll share them with you all right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. The time is now 6:43. Thank you all so much for waking up with us here and streaming Live Now from Fox. As we go into the break, we're taking a Live Now look from the House of Commons as the newly elected British Prime Minister continues to speak from the United Kingdom. We'll revisit this topic in 2 minutes.
Through universal credit, and we are also supplying £400 through the Energy Bills Support Scheme. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make some progress and then I will take more interventions. We will also support all businesses, charities and public sector organisations with their energy costs this winter, offering an equivalent guarantee for 6 months. After those 6 months, we will provide further support to vulnerable sectors such as hospitality, including our local pubs. My right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will work with business to review where this should be targeted to make sure those most in need get support. This review will be concluded within 3 months, giving businesses certainty. In the meantime, companies with the wherewithal need to be looking for ways they can improve energy efficiency and increase direct energy generation. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister giving way, and I commend her on the speed with which she and her new team really grip this challenge that's facing the country. And doesn't it demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, that Conservative governments do not stand by while millions of people on low incomes are threatened by the measures she's taken?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. I recognise that people are struggling with their energy bills, and that is why I have brought forward this debate as soon as possible to give people reassurance ahead of this winter that energy bills are going to be affordable. And we will be bringing forward emergency legislation to deliver this policy. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, will set out the expected costs as part of his fiscal statement later this month. And I can tell the House today that we will not be giving in to the Leader of the Opposition who calls for this to be funded through a windfall tax. That would undermine the national interest by discouraging the very investment we need to secure homegrown energy supplies. If the honourable members will allow me to make a bit more progress, I may be able to answer their questions before they've asked them. But, Mr. Speaker, the party opposite need to understand...
Prime Minister. Sorry, Prime Minister, a point of order, Kevin Bannon.
Copies have been made available to some members of the written ministerial statement, but there aren't enough for everybody. Is it possible, if I might finish this point of order, is it possible that sufficiently so that we can all see it?
As we both know, it's not a point of order, but it's certainly a clarification that they're now coming out, and we're printing them as fast as possible to make sure all members have the ability to read it. It is with great disappointment, but that's a matter of fact. Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
Instead of that approach, we are taking an approach which is pro-growth, pro-business, and pro the investment we need for our country's energy security. I will give way.
Very grateful to the Prime Minister. Does she agree that we are too short of energy but have plenty of taxes? And does she agree that if we had an oversupply of taxes, as the party opposite wants, we'd have less supply of the things we were taxing?
Well, my right right honourable friend makes an extremely good point. The reality is we can't tax our way to growth. And the policy I am setting out today is all about helping people with their energy costs, as I promised, and making sure that we have the long-term energy supply.
£1,300. We are today being told that fixing prices at £2,500 is the best that the government can do. It's not. So why is the Prime Minister putting private energy profits ahead of people at this crucial time?
Well, what we are doing is we're doing the important work to help people and businesses get through this winter and next winter, whilst fixing Britain's long-term energy supplies. I've already given way a number of occasions. I will give way later. Please hold off for a bit longer. Mr. Speaker, this is the moment to be bold. We are facing a global energy crisis, and there are no cost-free options. There will be a cost to this intervention. I will give way.
I strongly welcome this package of bills to help cover. It's a marked contrast to the meagre scrappings offered by the benches opposite. Can she? I just welcome also that she's confirmed that schools and colleges will get help with their energy bills, as the colleges face increases of 300%. And could I just finally ask her, will she continue to bear down on fuel duty? Because we know that motorists at the pumps face extortionate bills when they fill up their cars.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his point, and I'm sure the Chancellor of the Exchequer is listening intently to his point ahead of his fiscal statement later this month. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some progress on explaining how we will defray the cost of this intervention, which I think might answer some of the honourable people's questions before they ask them. So the way we are going to defray the cost of this intervention is first of all by ramping up supply. Following on from the successful vaccine task force, we have created a new energy supply task force under the leadership of Maddie McTernan. They are already negotiating new long-term energy contracts with domestic and international gas suppliers to immediately bring down the cost of intervention. We are also accelerating all sources of domestic energy, including North Sea oil and gas production. We will be launching a new licensing round, which we expect to lead to over 100 new licences being awarded. And we will speed up our deployment of all clean and renewable technologies, including hydrogen, solar, carbon capture and storage, and wind, where we are already a world leader in offshore generation. Renewable and nuclear generators will move on to contracts for difference to end the situation where electricity prices are set by the marginal price of gas. This will mean that generators are receiving a fair price reflecting their cost of production, further bringing down the cost of this intervention. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I warmly welcome the immediate action announced by the Prime Minister on the cost of energy, which is really going to help families in the Pendle constituency and right across the United Kingdom. Next week in Parliament is Nuclear Week, so will she join with me in supporting the rollout of small modular reactors championed by Rolls-Royce, who have 2 sites in my constituency? We need this technology now, so will she go further and faster to drive forward the nuclear programme in this country?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. Small modular reactors are a very important part of our energy mix. They're produced here in the United Kingdom. They will help boost growth as well as boost our energy security. And secondly, I will take a few more interventions in a few minutes, but please let me make progress on my speech.
So obviously we are spending a lot of time on our
will deliver substantial benefits to our economy, boosting growth, which increases tax receipts and gives certainty to business. This intervention is expected to curb inflation by up to 5 percentage points, bringing a reduction in the cost of servicing government debt. Thirdly, I'm announcing today that with the Bank of England, we will set up a new scheme worth up to £40 billion to ensure that firms operating in the wholesale energy market have the liquidity they need to manage price volatility. This will stabilise the market and decrease the likelihood that energy retailers need our support, like they did last winter, by increasing supply, boosting the economy and increasing liquidity in the market. We will significantly reduce the cost to government of this intervention. I will get one.
Very kind of the Prime Minister to give way to so many sensible members. Today is clearly a big intervention, and the government is, as she promised, wrapping its arms around my constituents, as we did during the pandemic, and looking to the future. Can she confirm that the plans are primarily about domestic supply rather than imported reliance, and therefore in line with the commitments, the important commitments that we made at COP26 in Glasgow and the path to net zero that we made in our manifesto 3 years ago?
Well, I am completely committed to net zero by 2050, and I'll be saying more about how we will be achieving that later on in this speech. Mr. Speaker, as well as dealing with the immediate situation we face, we are also dealing with the root causes. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful for Prime Minister Wayne. Can I welcome her to her place and hope she will work with opposition parties in the national interest. But can she confirm that her announcement today will still see the energy bills of struggling families rising by another £500 next month, and that this winter they will be paying energy bills twice the bills that they paid last winter?
Well, we're also, at the same time as introducing the energy price guarantee, also providing families with £400 and providing extra support to the vulnerable. So vulnerable families will be receiving that extra support. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to why we are in the situation we are in now. And the fact is that energy policy over the past decades has not focused enough on securing supply. There is no better. I don't know why, Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the honourable gentleman is laughing. He is partly responsible for this. There is no better example than nuclear, where the UK has not built a single new nuclear reactor in 25 years. And it's not just about supply. The regulatory structures have failed, exposing the problems of having a price cap applied to retail but not to the wholesale market. All of this has left us vulnerable to volatile global markets and malign actors in an increasingly geopolitical world. And that is why Putin is exploiting this situation by weaponising energy supplies as part of his illegal war on Ukraine. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Would she accept that with 150 years' worth of gas under the ground in GB, it is absolute madness to turn our back on that resource at a time when people are facing huge energy bills? And could she also just explain to us how she intends to deliver the support which she's talking about in Northern Ireland?
That's the people from Monarch.
Well, I do agree with the honourable gentleman. I'm coming to the point about shale gas in a minute, but I can assure him that this policy will apply in Northern Ireland, and those benefits will be open to the people of Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom. So, as well as the action that I am announcing today, we will use these 2 years ahead of us to make sure that the United Kingdom is never in this situation again. So I will be launching 2 reviews. Firstly, a review of energy regulation to fix the underlying problems. We want a new approach which will address supply and affordability for the long term. Secondly, we will conduct a review to ensure we deliver net zero by 2050 in a way that is pro-business and pro-growth. And this review will be led by my right honourable friend, the member for Kingswood. I will give way to her.
Can I firstly, on behalf of the people of South Leicestershire, welcome my right honourable friend to her role. She mentions Putin. Whilst the measures that she's announcing today are incredibly welcome for my constituents and all our constituents to protect, and particularly the poorest and most vulnerable in society, will she give an assurance today that her government will continue to stand firm against the appalling and brutal actions of Putin and his thuggish regime? And will she tell the British people honestly that we are in for a difficult winter, notwithstanding the challenges that face us?
Well, my honourable friend is right. The reason we are in this difficult situation is because of Putin's appalling war in Ukraine. But we do need to make sure that our energy supplies are more resilient and more secure, so we are never in this situation again, and we cannot be subject to global energy prices and the actions of dictators. We are delivering a stable environment that gives investors the confidence to back gas as part of our transition to net zero. It is vital that we take steps to increase our domestic energy supply. I'll make a bit more progress and then I will give way. We will end the moratorium on extracting our huge reserves of shale, which could get gas flowing as soon as 6 months, where there is local support for it. We will launch Great British Nuclear later this month, putting us on a path to deliver up to a quarter of our electricity generation with nuclear by 2050. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
To the Prime Minister. Last September, I asked the then Business Secretary why the government signed off on the closure of the rough gas storage facility. He dismissed it as not relevant and he accused me of stoking panic and alarm. Given the government are now reportedly reopening that facility, it doesn't suggest the new Chancellor is a man of foresight and strategy, does it, Prime Minister?
We are in a very, very difficult situation, and I am committed, as Prime Minister, to doing everything it takes to resolve this situation, to help people with their energy bills, and to make sure we have security of supply for the long term. I've already taken a lot of interventions. I need to make progress on this speech. As a result of these steps on shale and on nuclear, and the acceleration of renewables, I am today setting a new ambition for our country. Far from being dependent on the global energy market and the actions of malign actors, we will make sure that the UK is a net energy exporter by 2040. And my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will set out a plan in the next 2 months to make sure we achieve this. Mr. Speaker, I know that businesses and families are very concerned about how they will get through this winter. That is why I felt it was important to act urgently to provide immediate help and support, as well as setting out our plan about how we are going to secure the UK's future energy supplies. This is part of my vision for rebuilding our economy. Secure energy supply is vital to growth and prosperity, yet it has been ignored for too long. I will end the UK's short-termist approach to energy security and supply once and for all. That is what I promised on the steps of Downing Street. Today, we are acting decisively on that pledge. This will help us build a stronger, more resilient and more secure United Kingdom. I commend this motion to the House.
There's a lot of members who wish to get in, so think of others after we've got through the front benches. I now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of our opening speech. We're in the middle of a national emergency. People are really scared, and families don't know if they can warm their homes this winter, and businesses ask if they can keep the lights on. That is why the Labour Party spent the summer fighting for a price freeze, so that no household would pay a penny more on their bills. When we called for it, many people said we were wrong. They pretended that this crisis was something that just affected the poorest, as if working families on average wages could easily shoulder astronomical bills. They dismissed our call for support as handouts. But those objections could never last. The Prime Minister had no choice. No government can stand by while millions of families fall into poverty, whilst businesses shut their doors and the economy falls to ruin. So I am pleased there is action today, and that the principle of a price limit has been accepted. But under our plan, not a penny more on bills. Under this plan, a price rise. But this support, I'll just make some progress and then I will. But this support does not come cheap. And the real question before the House today, the real question the government faces, the political question, is who is going to pay? The Treasury estimates that energy producers could make £170 billion in unexpected windfall profits over the next 2 years. I repeat that, £170 billion in unexpected windfall profits over the next 2 years. I will give way in just a moment. The head of BP has called this crisis a cash machine for his company. And households are on the other end of that cash machine, their bills funding these eye-watering profits. That's why we've been calling for a windfall tax since January, and it's why we want to see the windfall tax expanded now. But the Prime Minister is opposed to windfall taxes. She wants to leave these vast profits on the table with one clear and obvious consequence: the bill will be picked up by working people. She claims that a windfall tax will deter investment. That's ridiculous. These vast profits are not the reward of careful planning. They are the unexpected windfall from Putin's barbarity in Ukraine. There is no reason why taxing them would affect investment in the future. Don't just take my word for it. Asked which investment BP would cancel if there was a windfall tax, the chief executive said none. None. His words, not mine. So the Prime Minister's only argument against the windfall tax falls apart at first inspection, laying bare that she's simply driven by dogma, and it's working people that will pay for that dogma. I will give way.
Does he accept that this government has already introduced a windfall tax, and energy companies today are paying 65% on their profits? What would he rather see that tax set at?
We're happy it goes 100%. He wants 100%.
We're talking about what happens this winter and next. And if he doesn't understand, I'll tell him so. Every pound the Prime Minister's government refuses to raise in windfall taxes, when she's leaving billions on the table, is an extra pound of borrowing. That's the simple, straightforward argument. Every pound she leaves on the table is an extra pound of borrowing, loading the burden of the cost of living crisis onto working people who will have to pay back for years to come.
Will my right honourable friend?
I will.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. The Prime Minister has been careful to frame her guarantee in terms of her refusal to tax. But is she not going to have a problem explaining to the British people how a levy on their bills in the future to repay the borrowing is not actually a tax?
I'm grateful for that intervention. This is the basic political divide. They want to protect the excess profits of the oil and gas and energy, the excess profits. We want to protect working people. Mr. Speaker, I will give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and this Saturday myself and many members of Chesterfield Labour Party will be out meeting voters in Chesterfield, and if any of them haven't been paying attention this week, they might still say you're all the same. But isn't it absolutely clear now that there is a clear divide? Every voter that I knock on the door, they will know political parties have a choice. They've chosen to be on the side of the energy generators. We've chosen to be on the side of bill payers.
Well, I'm grateful for that, and I'll be absolutely amazed if members opposite haven't picked this up. Ask voters whether they think that it's fair that they pick up the bill, or those companies that made profits they didn't expect to make, and there's only one answer to that question. It's a very simple question of whose side are you on? And I'm afraid this isn't a one-off, because not only is the Prime Minister refusing to extend the windfall tax, she is also choosing to cut corporation tax, an extra £17 billion in tax cuts for companies that are already doing well. That means handing a tax cut to the water companies polluting our beaches, handing tax cuts to the banks, handing a tax cut to Amazon. She's making that choice, even though households and public services need every penny they can get. Working people are paying for the cost of living crisis. Stroke victims wait an hour for an ambulance, and criminals walk the streets with impunity. It's the wrong choice for working people. It's the wrong choice for Britain. I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend, and it seems that the government has decided to deal with this energy crisis off the backs of ordinary, hard-working Brits and load huge levels of debt on future generations rather than properly taxing the billions of pounds of excess profits for energy companies. Why is this government on the side of big corporates rather than being on the side of ordinary, hard-working Brits? Is it because the Prime Minister is a former employee of Shell and is therefore on the side of oil and gas companies and is not protecting ordinary working British people?
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention, and it does come down to this basic point. Everybody in this House recognises that profits are needed for investment in all businesses. But in this case, these are unexpected profits that were not expected to make. And when the chief executive of BP says this will not deter any investment, it's a bit rich for the opposite to say he's completely wrong. He is the chief executive of BP. He's made his case. It's the complete opposite of the case that the Prime Minister is trying to make. Now, Mr. Speaker, the immediate cause of, I will in a moment, the immediate cause of this energy crisis is Putin's grotesque invasion of Ukraine. We stand united in our support for Ukraine. If we're to defend democracy, defeat imperialism, and preserve security on the continent, Putin's aggression must fail. And whatever our political differences, the Prime Minister will always have my full support in that common endeavour. But we must ask ourselves, why are we so exposed to changes in the international price of oil and gas? Why are we so at the mercy of dictators able to pull the plug on wells and shut down pipelines? Why is there such a fundamental flaw in our national security? I will give way in just a moment. I'll make my argument, then I will give way. It's about a failure to prepare, a failure to increase our energy independence, a failure to rapidly decrease our reliance on fossil fuels. They banned, Mr. Speaker, they banned onshore wind in 2015. That cost us clean energy capacity equivalent to all our Russian gas imports in recent years. A policy disaster. The Prime Minister has been constantly opposed to solar power, the cheapest form of energy that we have, and she's been consistently wrong. And it's not just what the Prime Minister said in the heat of her leadership campaign this summer. When she was Environment Secretary, the government slashed solar subsidies. The market crashed. I will give way.
To the right honourable gentleman, but the leader of the opposition is being completely misleading, if I may say so, because what he said, it's under this government that the United Kingdom has the second highest offshore wind generation capacity anywhere in the world. And how is that created? It's through investment by companies. This government will allow for that to happen.
Well, I take it from that intervention that he doesn't quarrel with me that the ban on onshore wind since 2015 has been a policy disaster, along with the opposition to solar power. Forgive me, I saw the former Prime Minister raising it. I will take her intervention, of course.
Thank you. I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He's talking about lack of preparation for energy security for the United Kingdom. In that case, if Labour is so worried about lack of preparation, why did they not build any new nuclear capacity?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for that intervention. Let me deal with it in full, because it's a very important point, because nuclear is vital to our future, and a new generation of power plants should have been built by now. Yesterday, the Prime Minister tried desperately to blame Labour, and that intervention goes to this point. I remember the exchange across this dispatch box in 2006, in which Prime Minister Blair said, "I'm pro-nuclear." And the leader of the opposition, David Cameron, didn't know where to look. If you haven't seen the clip, have a look. I'm pro-nuclear. David Cameron didn't know where to look. The uncomfortable truth for members opposite is this. The last Labour government gave the go-ahead for new nuclear sites in 2009. In the 13 long years since then, not one has been completed. Let me turn to home insulation, which I will give way.
To the right honourable gentleman. Tony Blair may have said he was pro-nuclear, but he didn't actually build any nuclear power stations. Let me ask him about the windfall tax. The £170 billion he talks about, from my understanding, most of that is not profits of UK companies. It's energy supplied to the United Kingdom, but it's not within our ability to tax it. And secondly, we already have a windfall tax. We're already taxing those profits at 65%. How high does he want a windfall tax to go?
On the question of 2006, I think I'll give way to him again. What was his party's position in 2006 when David Cameron was asked the question on nuclear? Because he didn't have a position on it. But on the 170 billion that he raises, I think he's wrong about that. But if there is any doubt, I'd invite the Treasury to disclose the documents about this so that we can all see them and evaluate them. Because I think I'm right and I think he's wrong. But if the documents could be made available, we can all look at that £170 billion. Mr. Speaker, I will give way.
But isn't the bigger point that there's a simple choice about how you pay for it? It either all goes on borrowing and ordinary families and on the never-never for this country, or at least some of it is charged in a windfall tax on unearned and unexpected income, which Putin has basically put into the pockets of Shell and BP. That's the fundamental choice, isn't it?
That is the fundamental choice. It's the fundamental divide in this House. Let them defend their position to protect those excess profits, and we will defend our position of standing up for working people. I'm going to make some progress. Mr. Speaker, I've taken a lot of intervention. I'm going to make some progress. Let me turn to home insulation, which reduces energy consumption like nothing else. We have the draftiest homes in Europe. The last Labour government set about fixing that. Then the party opposite said, cut the green crap, and the whole project all but collapsed. Installation rates down by 92%. Utterly short-sighted, and it's costing millions of households £1,000 a year on their energy bills right now. The Prime Minister is right to recognise that immediate support needs to be combined with longer-term action. But I'm afraid fracking and a dash for gas in the North Sea will not cut bills, nor strengthen our energy security, but they will drive a coach and horses through our efforts to fight the looming climate crisis. She should listen to her own Chancellor sitting next to her. What did the Chancellor have to say about this just a few months ago? Now, this is quite a long quote. See the Chancellor leaning forward. I've tried to cut it down. But every sentence is worth repeating of what the Chancellor said just a few months ago. His words. For those calling for its return, they misunderstand the situation we find ourselves in. If we lifted the fracking moratorium, it would take up to a decade to extract sufficient volumes, and it would come at a high price for communities and our precious countryside. His words. I'll go on because this is so good. Second, he said just a few months ago, no amount of shale gas from hundreds of wells dotted across rural England would be enough to lower the European price any time soon. And he went on. And with the best will in the world, private companies are not going to sell shale gas they produce to UK consumers below the market price. They are not charities. Spot on, Chancellor. And what did the Chancellor at the same time have to say about North Sea gas? Additional North Sea production won't materially affect the wholesale price. Indeed, earlier this year, his previous department helpfully put out a series of Mythbusters, a government myth-busting document. Here's one of them. Chancellor, your document. Myth. Extracting more North Sea gas lowers prices. Answer. Fact. UK production isn't large enough to materially impact on the global price of gas. I've got a copy for the Prime Minister. We do need to carefully manage our existing resources in the North Sea, and the industry has an important role to play in our future as we transition to a different form of energy. But doubling down on fossil fuels is a ludicrous answer to a fossil fuel crisis. And if all countries took the approach advocated by her new Energy Secretary of squeezing every single drop out of their fossil fuel reserves, global temperatures will rise by a catastrophic 3 degrees. That will be devastating for our planet and future generations. And it's totally unnecessary. Now, I'm going to make some progress because I do think other speakers need to get in. New wind and solar power are now 9 times cheaper than gas. 9 times cheaper. So we need a clean energy sprint, urgently accelerating the rollout of offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, nuclear, hydrogen and tidal. And last year, I set out a new national mission to insulate 19 million homes and cut bills for good. If the government had taken me up on that challenge, 2 million homes would already be insulated this winter. Britain needs a fresh start. We need a government that will never leave working people to pick up the tab for excess profits of the energy industry. We need a government that plans for the long term, rather than leaving us badly exposed to the whims of dictators. And we need a government that will drive us forward to energy independence, rather than doubling down on fossil fuels. The change we need is not the 4th Tory Prime Minister in 6 years, it's a Labour government. Thank you.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I refer the House to my entry in the Members' Register. Can I first of all congratulate my right honourable friend on acting so swiftly to bring forward a package of support for people with their energy bills. There's no doubt, as every member of this House knows, that this is a matter of real concern for people in my constituency and every other constituency who've been concerned about how they're going to heat their homes, and indeed businesses worried about how they can continue to run their businesses. May I also welcome the fact that my right honourable friend has coupled action on energy bills with action on energy security. The vicious further invasion of Ukraine by Russia has indeed shown the necessity of us having our own energy security, although it makes sense anyway. We have made important progress in this over recent years. I refer, of course, to the investment in Hinkley Point C, and I again welcome the commitment that my right honourable friend and the government have made to continuing that commitment to support nuclear energy. And as I pointed out in my intervention, just wait a second. Well, perhaps more than 1 second, but anyway. As I pointed out in my intervention to the Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and was emphasised by the excellent intervention by my Right Honourable friend, the member for Forest of Dean, in 13 years of government, whatever the then Leader of the Labour Party might have said, they did not build any new nuclear capabilities. I will give way to
I thank her for giving way. On Hinkley Point C, it's going to be at least 4 years late, possibly 5 years late. It's nearly 50% over budget, and EDF have got an eye-water and 35-year contract for a strike rate at £92.50 per megawatt, compared to roughly £40 per megawatt for just 15 years in onshore and offshore wind. She should have scrapped Hinkley Point C when she had the chance, shouldn't she?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman that it's high time that Scottish nationalists actually came up with some practical solutions to these issues, rather than rejecting everything that the government says. I give forward.
I'm very grateful to the former Prime Minister. You know, we're all trying to find energy security. Can I say to her and say to the government front bench, what we should be doing is prioritising tidal. There's an excellent Royal Society report from last year that indicates we can get to 11.5 gigawatts. I'm asking the government to enhance the ring-fence pot from 20 to 50 million. You'll get the base load you need, and you won't need nuclear energy.
Say to the right honourable gentleman, this is actually a rather strange point in my political career, because I actually agree with him about the importance of tidal. And can I also say to him that when I was Prime Minister, I looked very closely, over a significant period of time, at proposals, particularly for the Severn Estuary, and unfortunately at that time, the price that would have had to have been guaranteed in relation to cost to the consumer was too high. Of course, looking at it today, it could be a very different picture. Now, my right honourable friend outlined a number of steps that the government is taking, and I look forward to seeing the full details of these. But I would like to suggest there are some other measures which will address energy prices and energy security, while capitalising on our high-growth tech sectors, and would also help us to meet our domestic and international climate change obligations. Because there are measures that will save people money that will also help to save the planet. The UK has already shown that you don't have to choose between low emissions and economic growth. You can have both.
Taking a live now look from the House of Commons in London, London, United Kingdom. A few moments ago, we did hear from the newly elected British Prime Minister Liz Truss. She announced that she is capping energy bills at £2,500 for at least 2 years. She says that the typical household is likely to get some relief. Now, it's unclear how long the support will last, but the government is expected to borrow at least £100 billion to pay for it. Currently, the typical household's annual gas and electricity bill is due to rise from £1,900 to £3,500 in October. So experts and charities, they've warned that without help, the soaring energy bills would likely risk people's pockets this winter, especially as people struggle to afford basic day-to-day living costs due to inflation. So we will continue to revisit these live events that are taking place from the House of Commons and continue to cover Liz Truss being the newly elected British Prime Minister. But first, let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from outside of a New York City courtroom where Steve Bannon is expected to turn himself into New York City authorities in Manhattan on Thursday as he faces a new indictment connected to his Build the Wall fundraising effort. The Washington Post, citing anonymous sources, reported that the state criminal case would resume an earlier attempted federal prosecution in which Bannon was accused of duping donors who gave money to fund a wall on the United States southern border. Bannon, a former Trump senior advisor, was previously federally indicted for fraud in a private fundraising campaign. Now, former President Donald Trump pardoned Bannon on the federal charges before he left office in 2021. Bannon pleaded not guilty to the charges in 2020 before his pardon. Now, the details of this state indictment were sealed as of Tuesday, but the federal indictment accused Bannon and others of defrauding, again, donors of a multi-million-dollar venture. Bannon accused of illegally taking more than $1 million. So we'll have more on this story and other political news as soon as we receive more information. We're keeping a close eye on this live picture that we are getting to our desk. As soon as we see any movement of him arriving, we will be sure to break that for you all right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a Live Now look from Washington, D.C., the United States Capitol building, as lawmakers are working to avoid a government shutdown. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergam has more on that.
Keeping the government operating is the only thing lawmakers must do this fall.
I don't think the government's going to shut down, and it costs money to shut the government down.
But funding the government is never just about funding the government. There are always add-ons for continuing resolutions, CRs, temporary bills to avoid shutdowns. Republicans oppose most spending extras.
I think the cleaner the CR, the better.
But Democrats are pushing for more COVID money, even though there are unspent dollars left over from previous COVID bills.
Congress is aware that if we do not continue to fund the response, thinks we can easily go backwards.
Democrats want $21 billion in fresh money for COVID, but Republicans oppose new spending.
You probably won't get COVID money with it unless it comes out of existing funds.
Republicans have leverage because Democrats need 10 GOP members to overcome a filibuster to avoid a shutdown.
We think there are a good number of Republicans who agree with that, and so we're hoping about mid-December, the CR will go till about mid-December, and then we might do an omnibus.
Democrats intend to shoehorn into the bill a promise to Democrat Joe Manchin to expedite drilling permits. Republicans are mad at drilling, of all things, because it secured Manchin's vote for this summer's tax, health, and climate bill, which the GOP abhorred.
I will not vote for a continuing resolution that is part of a political payback scheme.
But Manchin defends the arrangement.
It's part of the whole process that we put together. Everyone thinks it's a side deal. There's no side deal.
There's also talk about more money for Ukraine, and Democrats could add to the bill a provision to codify same-sex marriage. Still, avoiding a shutdown may come down to one thing: how badly lawmakers want to get home and campaign for the midterms. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News. Keeping the government operating is the only thing lawmakers must do this fall.
All right, a huge thank you to Chad Pergam bringing us that update from Capitol Hill. Let's move right along to a story that broke overnight. We're learning more about the shooting rampage that took place in Memphis, Tennessee. 4 people are dead and 3 others are wounded following an hours-long shooting rampage in Memphis. This suspect is in police custody, and we're learning more about his criminal background. So let's go ahead and listen into that update from authorities in the Memphis area.
Sentencing. From now on, 3 years for aggravated assault means 3 years. Our judicial system is too often a revolving door. A citizen emailed me today, and she said, quote, unless there are real consequences for criminal behavior, it will continue. I agree 100%. We need our courts. We need additional state laws to stop this revolving door. And I need the public to make your voices heard by those decision makers. I want to thank the men and women of the Memphis Police Department and all supporting law enforcement agencies. This has been a painful week in our city. But I have hope for Memphis. I have love for Memphis. And I know that united we will endure. Thank you. I'll now bring up Steve Mulroy, District Attorney General.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland, and good morning, everyone. This has been a horrific week for Memphis and Shelby County. People are frightened. People are angry. In times like this, it's sometimes hard for people to know what to do. I can tell you one thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray for the victims and their families. I'm also going to say a prayer of thanks for law enforcement who acted superbly, both today and all week long. I was privileged to be in the command center this evening and watched as law enforcement calmly and coolly, but nonetheless with urgency, did what they had to do to follow the leads and apprehend this person and prevent further bloodshed. We all owe them a debt of gratitude, and I think I was reassured, again, that we have competent law enforcement that can do everything they can in their power to keep us safe. As for our office, as I have said before and I'll say again, it's our policy that repeat violent offenders deserve a strong response. And that's precisely what they'll get from this DA office. We'll be working closely with law enforcement, as we have been, and will continue to do so, to bring appropriate charges at the appropriate time to make sure that
it is certainly an anomaly for us to experience so much in such a short period of time. Our officers have exhibited unbelievable resilience in the last several weeks. They've been shot at, and they know about one time, but they've been shot at several times. They continue to come to work. They continue to do the work because they know that the community depends on them. We saw that tonight. We're grateful that this incident didn't last longer than what it did. It lasted too long for all of us.
I need the public to hold other people accountable. Because I'm tired of our police officers arresting the same people over and over and over, and those people committing violent acts. I think the public's fed up with it too, but they need to let their voice be heard to these other institutions that play a role. Call your state legislature. Stay engaged with our judicial system and these judges who pass out these slap of the wrist sentences. And 201 Popper's a revolving door. Juvenile court is a revolving door on steroids. No one is held accountable there. And with our schools' truancy, the kids aren't being held accountable, the parents aren't being held accountable. I want the public to hold all of us accountable, me included, but all these other entities. And I'd ask the media to ask those people, what are you doing about this violent crime? The problem is not the Memphis Police Department, because they're arresting people. The problem is this judicial system that will not punish. That is our problem. Sentencing. From now on.
In other news, police have arrested a Las Vegas area public official in connection to the stabbing death of a local reporter. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police searched the home of Robert Tells, a Clark County public administrator, on Wednesday. Now, he is a suspect in the stabbing death of Jeff German. German was a reporter for the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and he was found stabbed to death outside of his home last Friday. German had reported on problems in Tells' office related to a hostile work environment and an inappropriate staff relationship. He lost his re-election bid in the June primaries. Here's more on that story.
Police say a neighbor found German's body on the side of his house Saturday morning, but police believe that he was murdered Friday morning. Now, yesterday, police revealed a picture of the possible suspect in this case. Now they have more detailed video of the person of interest. They say stabbed German to death. Police say this is the best view they have of the man or woman. They still have not identified a gender. They still believe this person has spent time in the area canvassing it to commit other crimes like burglaries. They had been spotted before Friday. Now, here is the car investigators believe the person was driving. It's a GMC Denali. Police are looking for anyone in the area with surveillance near Vegas and Rock Springs Drive. Again, Friday morning from around 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. The department says they are putting their best resources into solving this crime.
We immediately enacted our major case protocol, which is it's a mechanism we use to bring together a variety of different resources and to try to really accelerate and maximize the investigation as quickly as possible. In this case, as our detectives quickly discovered, the high-profile nature of the victim's job and the incident as a whole, we wanted to make sure that we maximize the investigation as quickly as possible.
Investigators do believe this is an isolated incident. They do say, though, that they are looking back at burglaries in the area in recent times. German was an investigative reporter most recently at the Las Vegas Review-Journal and had been a journalist here in Vegas for 40 years. I'm Drew Andre, Fox 5 News, local Las Vegas.
The Biden administration is ramping up its response to the monkeypox outbreak through a new $20 million deal with AmerisourceBergen. As part of the contract, the company will make up to 2,500 shipments per week of frozen vaccine doses. They'll also be able to send out that same amount of antiviral treatment known as TPOXX. HHS Assistant Secretary Don O'Connell says the new contract will, quote, help deliver vaccines and treatments to communities and at-risk individuals more quickly and bring us a step closer to ending the current outbreak. HHS adds that before this contract, only about 5 locations per jurisdiction were receiving those medications from the national stockpile. Some states delayed administering the second vaccine dose in order to meet demand.
Our focus now is to reach the remainder of the eligible population where they are, at trusted locations and events across the country.
The announcement comes as the number of new monkeypox cases declines in the U.S., falling about 40% since early August. But on Wednesday, the World Health Organization warned countries about becoming complacent.
WHO continues to recommend that all countries persist with a tailored combination of public health measures, testing, research, and target vaccination.
According to the CDC, more than 20,000 monkeypox cases have been reported in the U.S. since May. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 7:46 a.m. this morning. Let's take a live now look from London, the United Kingdom. We're witnessing the newly elected British Prime Minister Liz Truss address Parliament about the ongoing energy crisis. Let's go ahead and listen in as she continues to debate leaders in the Labour Party.
Why on earth are we sitting back, allowing the oil and gas companies to engage in billions and billions of dollars of share buybacks? Mr. Speaker, I want to make progress because I'm conscious of the time and those that want to speak. I want to briefly deal with another prominent point in the Prime Minister's speech, because the Prime Minister blames the cost of living crisis on the war in Ukraine, and I believe that this issue is worth expanding on. And of course, there is no doubting that what has happened in Ukraine has had a major role in spiralling wholesale prices. And we have rightly come together across this chamber in condemnation of Putin's horrific war and his actions to thwart European energy supply. And I look forward to continuing to work with the new government in a spirit of consensus on this issue. We all stand together against Putin's horrible actions, the war in Ukraine. But as we've rightly helped Ukraine, we must also help citizens at home. Indeed, we owe it to them to do so. And I would hope that the Prime Minister will reach consensus with me on this point. But where we divide is what I believe we must recognise that other countries in Europe, far more reliant on Russian gas than the UK, have weathered the economic storm far better than the United Kingdom. And we must therefore recognise the UK government's role in creating the circumstances for this crisis.
We'll take it away.
Shameful mismanagement by a successive Tory government stopped by a Tory Brexit means that the UK has the highest inflation in the G7, the lowest growth in the G20, and we're marching headlong into a recession. UK household electricity prices have surged ahead of European peers, and the UK is now in a deeper state of crisis than most because of the damaging choices that have been made.
We don't need it. Scotland doesn't need it.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he share my view that for my constituents in North Ayrshire and Arran, the most important aspect of this announcement today is that as they were waiting to hear of help with their fuel bills as they live in difficulty, what they've been told today is that their fuel bills will rise and they will be bitterly disappointed by this, and nothing has been offered to them today. Does he agree with that disappointment?
Yes, I do. And of course we need to reflect that these energy bills in Scotland are rising in an energy-rich Scotland. And the damage of the choices that the UK government has made, choices that have been imposed upon us, make the choice of Scotland's future ever clearer.
We'll take it away.
Because Scotland is energy rich, we simply shouldn't be facing an emergency. Mr Deputy Speaker, it may surprise some in this House, but Scotland produces 6 times more gas than we consume, and almost 100% of our entire electricity production comes from renewables. That's not attention-seeking, Prime Minister. These are the facts. Scotland has the energy. We just simply don't have the powers. We are stuck in a UK market that prices our electricity based on the price of wholesale gas, and the power to change the system lies with Westminster.
I thank him for giving way. And of course he'll also know that although we are producing almost 100% of our energy from renewable sources, the grid connection charges that are £7.36 per megawatt hour compared to 40 pence per megawatt hour in England doesn't help further investment. Incredible. We need these grid connection charges to be reduced, because my constituents want to know, when they can see windmill or wind turbines outside their windows, why are their prices going up?
Well, again, my honourable friend makes a very, very important point. We're being ripped off on Scotland's ability to deliver green renewable energy. But it's even worse than that, because for those of us that live in the north of Scotland, because we have a regional distribution market, we pay a premium for the electricity that was sent south. We then have to pay the highest prices to get it back. That's the cost to people in Scotland of Westminster's control of our energy market. So what is needed, most crucial of all, and what is glaringly lacking in this energy plan, is fundamental overhaul of the energy market to break the link between cost of gas and the price of renewable and low-carbon electricity. The reality, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that an independent and an energy-rich Scotland with...
Good morning, everyone. You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 7:51 a.m. here on the East Coast as we take this live now look from London, United Kingdom, as the newly elected British Prime Minister Liz Truss addresses Parliament, announcing a new plan to combat what she calls the growing energy crisis in the United Kingdom. Now, we do have a bit of breaking news to share with you all here at Live Now from Fox. We're getting reports about Queen Elizabeth's health. So according to Buckingham Palace, Queen Elizabeth is under a medical supervision, and doctors are saying that they are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. The announcement comes a day after the 96-year-old monarch canceled a meeting of her Privy Council and was told to rest. Now, the palace says that the Queen is comfortable, but remains in the Balmoral Castle in Scotland, where she spent her summer. Buckingham Palace also says that Queen Elizabeth II is under, again, medical supervision, as doctors are extremely concerned. Now, the announcement on Thursday, again, comes one day after we saw those pictures of her. A lot of reporters were circulating pictures saying that she was not looking her best. In less than 24 hours later, we are getting this announcement to our desk that she is, we're very concerned about the Queen's health. Now, we are getting this report, this statement from Buckingham Palace that I would like to share with you all here. All right, and there we have it. Having a little bit of trouble getting that on the screen so everyone can see, but this is the most recent update from Buckingham Palace, officially saying that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for the Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. So right now, the information that we're getting is still very general, but the 96-year-old, again, has been told to rest following that public appearance that she made about 24 hours ago. We're also getting a statement from the British Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who says that the entire United Kingdom is as also deeply concerned for Queen Elizabeth. So reaction and statements are seemingly very general right now, but we did want to share this breaking news with you all that Queen Elizabeth doctors say that she is under a medical supervision because they are a little bit worried about the status of her health at this time. As soon as we receive more information, we will break it for you right here at Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we're going to take a look at the latest news from around the world. Now, we do have a cabinet, a little bit of trouble getting that on the screen so everyone can see, but this is the most recent update from Buckingham Palace, officially saying that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for the Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. So right now, the information that we're getting is still very general, but we did want to share this breaking news with you all that Queen Elizabeth doctors say that she is under a medical supervision because they are a little bit worried about the status of her health at this time. As soon as we receive more information, we will break it for you right here at Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, Let's go ahead and revisit the House of Commons, where we are continuing to listen in as the British Prime Minister speaks to Parliament about the growing energy crisis. Now, if you are just now joining us, we are reporting a bit of breaking news here. Queen Elizabeth is now under a medical supervision. We've heard from Buckingham Palace as well as the royal family tweeting out a statement saying that following further evaluation this morning, the Majesty has been recommended to rest and she is under a careful watch by her physicians. If we receive more information on this, of course, we'll share it for you all right here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, let's go ahead and head back out to the United Kingdom.
The end of the day, and let's be clear what a windfall tax is. It's not taxing the profits of energy companies that they had planned for and that could be expected in all reason. This is a windfall that has come about, as the government has said itself, as a consequence of what is happening in the Ukraine, the aggression by Putin. And the question that I have and that my constituents will have is, how can the government reasonably come to a conclusion that it is okay for those energy companies to make these huge profits on the back of that aggression by Putin? And this is not as if it's a windfall for the government. This is going to cost the taxpayer through the government, no matter what we do over the windfall tax. And the government is under pressure in other areas of expenditure. We only have to look at the newspapers today about yet again, the numbers of people waiting for operations in the NHS has gone up again to 6.8 million people waiting. We can see in the papers today about the teachers' assistants in schools, where they are being forced, because of the cost of living, to question whether they can stay committed to supporting children in the schools and move to higher paid jobs in places like supermarkets. Everything, where you look, the government is under pressure of a public expenditure on our vital public services. Yet when it comes to this, they're prepared to just wave aside the potential to pay for these increases. Good way, briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful that he mentions the case of teaching assistants, because I actually had a teaching assistant contact me recently, and there are many, many low-paid workers and many others on moderate incomes who will be staggered by the government's decision today to put the interests of energy companies ahead of normal families.
Absolutely. My honourable friend is absolutely right. And so the government is morally wrong to turn its back on this windfall tax when it clearly is under financial pressure in other areas of public expenditure. But I wanted to raise just one specific issue relating to my constituency, and this brief contribution I can make to this debate. And I have a craft bakery that has survived for 100 years. It's about to celebrate its centenary. It's been run by 6 generations of the same family. It kept feeding people in my constituency. I wasn't the MP at the time, right here today, but during the Second World War. So even the Luftwaffe couldn't shut down this bakery. It employs 20 members of staff, and now it's trying to renegotiate in an industry that is really heavy in the use of energy. It is trying to renegotiate its energy contracts, and it is facing increases in those contracts of 300–400%, and it's negotiated them now. And in the statement that we've had published, and that's it, by the way, that's the sheer length of this statement in this important crisis. That's the amount of the government's statement today, 200 words. They are facing negotiations now, but this statement says that there will be assistance equivalent to that given to individuals for businesses, guaranteed for 6 months. And the Prime Minister, I wrote the words down, said that businesses would be given some idea of what assistance they will get in 3 months. Well, they're negotiating now. I mean, we got no clarity from the Prime Minister in her statement. It was like she was making a Queen's speech, my government will. But she gave us no detail on actually what these government ministers will be doing. And one of the things I want to guarantee on is, if we're going to get a financial statement from the government next week, or towards the end of this session before we break again for conferences, will there be a proper debate in here on that financial statement, as we're required to have? or will the government avoid scrutiny yet again? Because that's been a repeated action by the government.
Mel Stride.
The Speaker, and I rise to broadly welcome these measures. We know that we live in terribly difficult times. Yesterday, the Treasury Committee took evidence from the Governor of the Bank of England and other members of the NPC, and the point was made that the impact of these energy rises on households is about 4 times that which occurred in the 1970s. These are truly frightening times, and so I'm very pleased that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has come forward with such a bold package of measures, both for consumers but also critically for businesses over the next 6 months, with a review after 3. I was pleased to see the Bank of England facility, the liquidity facility for energy businesses, totalling £40 billion, which I think would be very important in terms of the functioning of the marketplace, and also this critical commitment to review the way in which the pricing of our electricity is determined, whether it be in relation to gas or the actual underlying costs of alternative means of energy production. I did want to focus briefly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the macroeconomic issues here, which are easy to overlook. This is a huge intervention. The Prime Minister detailed that the Chancellor would come forward with those costings at the emergency fiscal event that he is to present to the House soon. Now, that in terms, including, or alongside, should I say, the tax reductions that have been mooted, plus the other pressures on the public finances, mean that debt is most certainly going to increase, as is the deficit. And whilst it has been stated that inflation will be assisted by these measures, which is true, inflation, of course, is just a measure of price rises relative to a previous period at a particular point in time. And whilst it may be the case that the downward pressure on the CPI from these freezes will be positive, it will be a stimulus to the economy, and through time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, inflation may actually net increase. Now, that will require a response from our central bank, which may see interest rates in the more medium term increasing with increased servicing costs for our debt. So I think we need to see this very much in the round, and this is where I think this debate around the windfall tax actually should be at least considered, and the Treasury Committee will be looking at that in some detail. The final point I wish to make in my remaining 30 seconds is I think it's critical that when it comes to the emergency fiscal event, we do have an OBR independent forecast to take into account all of these issues, the great uncertainty that we're talking about, these huge fiscal interventions which have yet, the costings have not been presented to us. We need to see what the impact of that is going to be on the public finances in order to reassure the markets. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Everyone will be affected by the rise in energy prices, all looking for ways to cut back by being more careful about the appliance we use or opting for alternative ways to keep warm and prepare meals. It's a worrying time for many of my constituents in Swansea East and for the others the length and breadth of the country. But for some, the worry and the fear are even greater. Over 60,000 people across the UK are in need of renal replacement therapy in the form of dialysis or a transplant, as is my daughter-in-law Hayley is one of those. Hayley suffers from kidney failure and has done since she was 11. A transplant at 15 gave her 7 years of freedom, but for the last 11 years she's been back on dialysis. Home dialysis allows Hayley to spend more time with her family and has even given her the opportunity to attend university and to go to work rather than spending 3 days a week in hospital. But running the machine for 10 days, 10 hours at a time, 6 nights a week comes at a price. The approximate cost for electricity to run the home dialysis machine is almost £80 per month at present, and with energy prices set to soar, these costs are only going to increase, threatening many patients' ability to continue their life-saving treatment at home. Charity Kidney Care UK and the Popham Kidney Support in my constituency have both recently contacted me about their concerns for patients and the lack of support they are being offered by energy providers. In Wales, patients like Hayley are reimbursed by the Welsh Renal Clinic Network. But with the cost of extra energy needed for home dialysis machines expected to increase to £2,000 a year, the level of financial support will fall far short. And the situation is even worse in other parts of the country, where reimbursement amounts vary considerably, with some patients receiving no help at all. The cost of kidney failure and other chronic conditions should not be borne by patients. And it's not only dialysis patients who are affected. Many people depend on home electrical medical equipment, oxygen concentrators, nebulizers, artificial ventilators, stair lifts, bed and bath costs. Add to this the additional cost for heating and lighting, and many vulnerable people are feeling the pain of this winter. No one should be in a position where they have to cut down use on this vital equipment for fear of paying their bills. So for my daughter-in-law and for all the Haleys out there who are looking at uncomfortable increases and unaffordable increases, can the government ensure that sufficient financial support is made available to cover these essential electrical medical equipment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Scope of my comments brief, given the time available. Can I just ask the Minister, in the energy update, the written statement that was published, there was confirmation, and the Prime Minister confirmed this as well, that the Chancellor will set out the expected costs as part of the fiscal statement. Can I ask if those costs will include the government's assumptions of how wholesale prices are going to move over the coming months and years? Yes, it's an estimate, but you have to make some assumptions to calculate the cost. And secondly, and importantly, will the estimates of the costs of this package be independently scored by the Office for Budget Responsibility, or will they simply be the government's assessment of costs? It would be helpful if the Minister winding up the debate could confirm which of those two it will be. Secondly, can I welcome wholeheartedly the confirmation from the Prime Minister that those people who are off the gas grid will be protected by this announcement. A full 40% of my constituents are off the gas grid, and I believe the number is broadly similar in the Prime Minister's own constituency. But a specific question, it's great that there's been confirmation they're going to be helped, but a bit more detail on process is important for this reason. People who buy oil and people that buy LPG tend to buy it in lumps. They have to fill a tank. And they will need to know, if they, for example, were to place an order today to make sure they have sufficient energy, they will need to know whether the costs of that order will be covered by this price guarantee, or whether it will only be for deliveries that take place after the 1st of October. So even though the details may need to be worked through, some confirmation about that I think is incredibly important. It would be terrible if someone on a low income made a very expensive purchase today and then discover they'd inadvertently cut themselves out of help. But equally, we don't want people running out of energy by delaying those purchases. The final point is just to flesh out what I said in my intervention on the Leader of the Opposition. My understanding is the £170 billion excess profit, over half of that includes profits made by foreign companies on energy supplied to the United Kingdom. That is not within the scope of the Exchequer to be able to tax it. And secondly, we already have a windfall tax. We're already taxing excess profits at a total rate of 65%, and that windfall tax has been legislated for by this House, and it will stretch forward to December 2025. So I don't really know what the Labour Party are arguing for, and I notice in my intervention the Leader of the Opposition would not say at what rate he thought a windfall tax should raise. 65% seems quite high to me. Helpful if Labour could confirm what they believe it should be.
Senator Davey. Mr. Speaker, following the Speaker's statement earlier, I think all our hearts and thoughts and prayers are elsewhere, but I do want to contribute to the debate and to actually agree with the Honourable Member for the Forest of Dean on his questions on heating oil. I think that's a critical issue for many, many people in rural communities, and we do need answers, and we need them immediately. Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister has just announced is not a freeze on people's energy bills. In the middle of a cost of living emergency, the Conservatives are choosing to put energy bills up by another £500 for struggling families. This hike in people's energy bills comes on top of the £700 rise we saw last April. Struggling families will be paying twice as much for energy as they were last year. People will still be desperately worried about how they're going to keep warm this winter. Last May's £400 discount simply won't make up for this enormous rise in energy bills. So where is the new support for families and pensioners who are struggling? Under the Prime Minister's plan, Mr. Deputy Speaker, fuel poverty will get worse, not better. And turning to the way we think she's proposing to pay for this package, why does it seem the government is handing an eye-watering bill to taxpayers in the form of higher borrowing, which we all know ultimately means higher taxes for taxpayers and particularly for our children? This doesn't seem conservative, doesn't seem right. Why has she rejected the alternative of a windfall tax on today's oil and gas giants who are raking in enormous, unexpectedly high profits thanks to President Putin's invasion of Ukraine? How is it fair, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to take money from future taxpayers, from our children, and to hand it to today's oil and gas barons? How is it responsible to borrow so much to pay for consumption when our economy is already in such a mess, with the pound falling so dangerously? And on energy policy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fair and responsible policy is to increase investment massively in the cheapest and most popular forms of energy available to us, wind and solar. I was absolutely shocked that the Prime Minister did not announce a massive expansion, a fast expansion of renewables to bring people's energy bills down. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has made some alarming choices today, rejecting cheap wind and solar power, raising people's energy bills even higher than they are now, refusing extra support for struggling families and pensioners, and paying for a policy with higher taxes on our children instead of a windfall tax on fossil fuels. These are the wrong choices.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I start by saying may God bless our Queen? I welcome today's announcement very sincerely. I think it's fantastic that we've seized this massive problem facing us, and it will give huge relief to so many households and businesses who have, quite frankly, been terrified by the prospect of what was to come. And so having that reassurance now will be greatly pleasing to them, I'm convinced. I did want to just take a couple of minutes, however, to talk about some really low-hanging fruit that I don't think we've made enough of yet, and with current energy prices where they are, there's a lot more that we could do as a government. For example, by going house to house, through energy suppliers, not as government officials, but to assist people with looking at how they can reduce their own energy bills. And there are many, many practical ways, not least of which some great ideas for turning down the thermostat on your boiler. Don't do this yourselves at home, but nevertheless, turning that down to make more effective our use of energy. And secondly, things like turning down the hot water tap pressure to actually reduce people's energy bills. These things are really low-hanging fruit that you could do tomorrow, and that forecasters suggest could save up to 10% of energy bills. But most importantly of all is insulation. And again, current energy prices are a game changer for insulation. And some research recently out suggests that £1,000 could pay for the basic cavity wall or loft insulation for the average household, and that the sector could insulate up to 500,000 homes this winter and 1 million homes next year. And that actually would in itself potentially be cost neutral to the Treasury, because of course then the Treasury won't be paying the excess to pay for the price cap. So with energy prices at these levels, it is worth looking again at massively ramping up insulation at household level. And then finally, I won't give way because there's so little time, finally, in terms of businesses, so many have said to me as Business Secretary and then as Chairman of the Backbench Bays Committee, so many businesses say to me, but we can't get a grid connection for our solar panels, so there's no point doing it. Again, I would say to them, with energy prices where they are, you can get yourselves a battery. You could actually have some internal independence in energy, and I think many businesses should be looking at that, and the role of government should be to provide advice through the energy suppliers. Thank you.
Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I just wanted to echo the comments of my honourable friend from Swansea East with regard to dialysis patients. My late mum was a dialysis sufferer due to her sickle cell, and she dialysed 3 times a week. And one of the reasons she didn't want to switch to home dialysis was because of the costs. So I know that many sickle cell patients who have to have their heating on this winter, and many dialysis patients will be worrying so much about how they will pay their bills. In terms of what the Prime Minister announced earlier this morning, for my constituents in Vauxhall, the next 2 years will be fraught with so many difficulties without the right actions from this government, and the decisions they have made today will impact them for many years to come. And I hope that the Prime Minister and the new government will have this in mind when they make decisions over the next few years. Madam Deputy Speaker, solving the energy crisis is the first test of this new government. Are they going to make big decisions on the oil and gas firms that are making record profits while people up and down this country continue to suffer? Are they going to be fiscally responsible, doing everything in their power to ensure that it lowers the burdens on future generations? Are they going to support families who are already making desperate ends between putting food on the table or heating their homes? I'm afraid to say, on the basis of the announcements we've seen this afternoon and what we've heard from the government, the answer is a resounding no. For many of my constituents in Vauxhall, the cost of living crisis did not start when Ofcom raised the price cap last month. For many of them, it didn't even start when Russia invaded Ukraine earlier this year. The squeeze that they've been seeing in their wages and not keeping up with the prices has been the feature of this government over the last few years. Households have been squeezed relentlessly over decades, and with statistics from the Trussell Trust showing that over 20,000 food parcels were distributed in Lambeth between April 2019 and March 2020. The shock of the energy crisis has been severe, but we can't keep ignoring the fact that a number of households have been left in this position as their bills continue to sky high. We can't ignore the fact that the failure to insulate homes over failed insulation policies with the end of the warm front discount introduced by the Labour government. But what do we get from this government? We get the rule book ripped up on fracking while people continue to not see untapped onshore wind potential. We get attack on workers' rights. People taken to lose a day's pay, or in some cases more, to fight for their wage increase and their workers' rights. We see scraps of policy on insulation on our homes as our homes continue to bleed the energy they need, bearing the hallmark of the incompetence of the last 12 years of this Conservative government. Madam Deputy Speaker, we can't afford to go on like this. Enough is enough. And we need a sea change from this government to recognise the issues that people in Vauxhall and up and down this country are facing. We need a sea change and we need a new government.
Chris Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is the voice of Josh Breslow, and you are watching Parliament right here. We're, of course, following that breaking news that does involve the health of Queen Elizabeth. Buckingham Palace saying that Queen Elizabeth II is under medical supervision as doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. We're going to have much more on that story coming up in just a bit, but I do want to switch gears here and talk a little bit about some extreme weather. So let's get right to it. You can see it on your screen there. All right, so this year's cotton crop slated to be the worst in years thanks to a drought going on in Texas. One estimate put losses for cotton and other agricultural industries as high as $2 billion. Fox Weather's Robert Ray spoke with farmers in the Texas Panhandle, which produces more than a third of American cotton. He joins us live from Lubbock, Texas, with that story. Robert, as always, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Yeah, Josh, good morning. The sun just coming up here in Lubbock County.
Texas, which is the western part of the state in the Panhandle. And you could see this ground here, this scorched, sandy earth. Normally this time of year, the cotton crops would be green and lush with the white cotton coming out of it. But look at it now. It's like a desert as this industry has been decimated by drought. I spent some time with some cotton producers, talking to them, trying to get a feel for exactly what's going on. Let's take a look. Just a year ago, the cotton harvest in West Texas looked like this.
You never see just tall, empty stalks in a cotton field in September.
Now, the production has been decimated by drought and extreme heat this year, costing Texas High Plains farmers and other agricultural industries at least $2 billion.
There's absolutely nothing here. These little cotton plants.
It's pretty catastrophic. This has been one of the worst years we've seen on record, next to 2011, which was the benchmark year that we saw as one of the worst droughts we've seen in history.
And that year, more than a dozen states and thousands of farmers and ranchers experienced historic drought. On the high plains of West Texas, from Lubbock to the tip of the Panhandle, nearly 70% of America's cotton production is grown here.
West Texas is the biggest cotton patch in the world, and that's because as far as the heat that we have and the rainfall amounts that we receive, that little tiny cotton plant right there is just some...
Cotton is the state's largest agricultural export and is responsible for thousands of jobs across many sectors. Thomas Kennedy is a third-generation producer.
We produce 10,000 acres roughly, and we will have no yield, absolutely zero this year.
10,000 acres. And let's put this into perspective. The island of Manhattan is just under 14,500 acres of land. And this is not a desert behind me. This is what should be a fruitful cotton harvest this autumn. Driving around Lubbock County is extraordinary to see the decimation across dusty roads with layers of sand in all directions. 15 miles from Thomas Kennedy's scorched acres, fields that look like a deserted beach. The sun beating down, the winds kicking up the particles.
Yeah, this is last year's crop. You can see that, what we've just looked at.
Walt Haygood has been at this for 43 years.
But if you look at the size of that bowl, you see it should be like this.
While much of Texas has seen rain during the past few weeks, it's 2 months too late for this year's crops.
And as you can see, what we have is, really small bowls. They're probably about a third of the size of normal. And so out here in the cotton field, the two biggest risks that we have are the markets and the weather. And now you add this high input cost, now we've got three big risks.
Yeah, back here live in Lubbock, Texas, Josh. And, we heard Walt, the farmer, talk about the two biggest issues that face them. It's the weather and the markets, and then the input costs. Well, here's what an input cost is. That is what it costs the farmer or producer to create these crops, whether it be equipment or, fertilizer, spray, you name it. And the issue is that when you have a total loss, which it will likely be after insurance comes in next month and looks at these desolate fields, basically insurance will pay partial of what the farmer has put in, but the problem is with inflation, that will not cover those input costs in whole. So these farmers are facing a really bad off-season here and hoping that the winter is really wet, so next season they can potentially make up for these incredible historic losses this year in these fields. Josh.
Yeah, Robert, so I know a lot of the people watching right now have one question, and it's how is this going to affect them? When will they feel the effects of this?
And that is a great question. And indeed, it is expected that cotton prices to your stores will rise in the coming months. Your t-shirts, your shirts, your jeans, toilet paper, everything that cotton goes into, you're going to see an increase because of this drought and the devastation on the commodity of cotton. Of course, we don't know exactly how much that uptick is going to be because the markets will determine that. Again, what Walt, that farmer, said, two things you can't control in his world, weather and the markets. Josh?
Those are true. All right, Fox Weather's Robert Ray, we love having you. Thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, time now is 8:24. If you are joining us over on the East Coast, it is 5:24 over on the West Coast. As you can see, a lot going on today all across the country, and especially when we're talking internationally. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but all of those headlines coming up here in just a few. Stick with us on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:26 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and it is 5:26, well, now 5:27 over on the West Coast. Thanks so much for choosing to spend your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to get you up to speed on all of the top stories and everything going on across the country and across the world. And as always, there is a lot going on here, so I do want to get right to it. Let's talk about the breaking news that we have been covering here throughout the morning. Rain Augustine broke this story just a short time ago, but Buckingham Palace says Queen Elizabeth II is under medical supervision as doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. The announcement Thursday comes a day after the 96-year-old monarch canceled a meeting of her Privy Council and was told to instead rest. The palace says the Queen is, quote, comfortable and remains over at the castle in Scotland where she spent the summer. Prime Minister Liz Truss said, quote, the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty, the Queen and her family at this time. This, of course, posted to Twitter. That was Prime Minister Liz Truss, who was just appointed Prime Minister a few days ago, going to the castle in Scotland there where Queen Elizabeth has been. Now, Buckingham Palace did release a statement. They said, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen does remain comfortable. This is a story that we will be following all throughout the day, and we will bring you any updates right as we get them here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to get to some of the other stories that are making headlines today, so let's get right to it. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken made an unscheduled visit to Kyiv today. The unannounced trip came as Blinken announced that the Biden administration will provide $2 billion in long-term military assistance to Ukraine and 18 of its neighbors that are threatened by Russia. That $2 billion is on top of a $675 million package of heavy weaponry, ammunition, and armored vehicles for Ukraine that U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced earlier in the day at a conference in Germany. The contributions bring the total U.S. aid to Ukraine to more than $15 billion since the administration took office. The announcement came as fighting between Ukraine and Russia has intensified in recent days, with Ukrainian forces mounting a counter-offensive to retake Russian-held areas in the south and in the east. In just about an hour, a little less than an hour, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, will speak at the Cato Institute's 40th Annual Monetary Conference. This comes ahead of the Fed's meeting later this month to discuss the size of its next interest rate hike. Powell spoke last month in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and revealed the Fed will likely impose more large rate hikes in the coming months in an attempt to tame the highest inflation in 4 decades. The Fed has hiked its key short-term rate by 3/4 of a point at each of its past 2 meetings, the fastest series of rates increases there since the early 1980s. Powell said the size of the Fed's rate increase at its next meeting, which will be later this month, whether 1/2 or 3/4 of a percentage point, will depend on inflation and jobs data. That speech scheduled for 9:10 this morning Eastern time, so we should be able to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Other stories that are making headlines do include a story that we have been following for several days now. The man wanted after a spree of deadly stabbings in Canada, killing 10 people, is dead. Police say they located 32-year-old Miles Sanderson near the town of Rosthern yesterday as officers responded to a report of a stolen vehicle being driven by a man armed with a knife. Police ran the car off the road, and the department says Sanderson was found dead inside from self-inflicted injuries. Sanderson was the second suspect in the stabbing deaths of 10 people over the weekend in Saskatchewan. Investigators have not provided a motive for the killings, but court records indicate Sanderson also attacked and stabbed one of the same victims 7 years ago. Sanderson is a criminal with 59 convictions, including violent crimes, and he was recently released by a parole board in February. In the meantime, we are hearing from family members. The victims' families in mourning. Mark Archon lost his half-sister Bonnie and her son Gregory.
My family sleeping, and these alerts kept waking me up. And I looked at my phone and I had messages from my family. And a long-serving family member of ours has always taken the reins to be the leader of our family, but told me to call him through a text, so I did. And he told me what happened to my sister and to my nephew. When they got there, Jonesy, our nephew, our son, was laying there. He was already deceased. He was stabbed several times, I believe. My sister went out, tried to help her son, and I think she was stabbed 2 times. And she died right beside him. Right outside of her home. She was killed by senseless acts. Her son, she was protecting her son. She was protecting these 3 little boys. This is why she's a hero. And right now, how can somebody do this to women and children? Words can't express the pain that we're feeling. I woke up in the middle of the night just screaming, yelling. Because what I seen that day, can't get it out of my head. We don't know. We want to leave it at that. We need the RCMP to do their work. We need to let the professionals do their work. And we need to support that work. We can't point fingers, we can't blame, can't look down on people. We just got to remember, these were victims of a serious crime that's affected our family. And I was at home with my family, sleeping, and these alerts kept waking me up. And I looked at my phone and I had messages from my family.
All right, and what you are listening to there is just some of the sound. This is one of the victims' family members speaking about those stabbings that killed 10 people and injured about 18 others over the weekend in Saskatchewan. This man right there did lose 2 family members, so he is speaking there at an event, just letting people know the seriousness of what did happen here. But again, both suspects are now dead in those stabbings. 4 people are dead and at least 3 others wounded after a shooting rampage in Memphis, Tennessee that was broadcast over social media. Police say this guy right here, 19-year-old Ezekiel Kelly, drove around the city for hours Wednesday, shooting at people, recording the crimes on Facebook. There were several different shootings across Memphis, 7 of them beginning around 1 a.m. Wednesday and ending around 8:30 p.m. At one point, public bus service was stopped within the city and a downtown stadium was placed on lockdown. Residents were urged to stay indoors for as long as possible. Police do say Kelly was taken into custody around 9 p.m. Wednesday when he crashed during a high-speed chase after a carjacking in South Haven, Mississippi, which is a suburb of Memphis. During a news conference this morning, police said charges against the teen were still pending. The suspect was charged as an adult here with attempted first-degree murder back in 2020, so about 2 years ago, when he was just 17 years old. The details of that crime have not been made public just yet. We are waiting to get a little bit more information about when he will appear in court and what his charges will be. We'll keep you posted here on Live Now from Fox. Today does mark 1 month since the FBI did raid former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. A published report says that classified information about the nuclear capabilities of a foreign nation were among the records recovered August 8th during that search of Trump's home in Florida. There's also questions about whether the Biden administration will appeal a judge's ruling that authorizes a third-party arbiter to review the documents that were seized. That decision by U.S. District Judge Eileen Cannon came Monday, authorizing an outside expert to review the records and to weed out from the rest of the investigation any that might be protected by claims of attorney-client privilege or by executive privilege. The order came despite strong opposition from the Justice Department, the DOJ saying that an outside legal expert was not necessary because they had already completed their review of potentially privileged documents. This appointment will likely slow the DOJ's investigation into the presence of top-secret information at Mar-a-Lago. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more on that investigation.
A stunning new report from the Washington Post potentially revealing the extent of classified information seized from Mar-a-Lago last month. An article citing unnamed sources says a document describing a foreign government's military defenses, including its nuclear capabilities, was found by FBI agents. The paper says some of the information the FBI found was so closely guarded, only the president, some members of his cabinet, or a near cabinet level official could authorize others to know.
It is a literal outrage.
The Post sources did not identify which foreign government was involved. Besides the United States, other countries with nuclear weapons include France, the United Kingdom, Russia, China, India, Israel, Pakistan, and North Korea.
Our allies will have less trust in us.
But the occurrence of yet another leak has fueled critics who argue it compromises public confidence in the Justice Department.
It certainly looks like it's come out of people who are familiar with this very tightly held bunch of information.
That's one of the problems of the Department of Justice, and there are people with agendas in the department.
Lawmakers are split, adding the appointment of an independent third party to review the documents might restore trust.
I don't know what to believe. There's been a lot of leaks out of the FBI. I think having a special master would help.
The Justice Department and former President Trump's legal team face a Friday deadline to submit a list of proposed candidates to be named special master. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much for that report. We do appreciate that. That is another story that we are following very, very closely, and as updates do come in, we will pass those along. Former President Trump's longtime ally Steve Bannon expected to turn himself in any moment to authorities to face some fresh charges that he duped donors who gave money to build a wall on the U.S.-Mexico border. Bannon's state-level charges in New York closely resemble an attempted federal prosecution that ended abruptly before trial when Trump pardoned Bannon on his last day in office. Presidential pardons apply only to federal crimes, not to state offenses. In Bannon's case, any double jeopardy argument would likely be dismissed because his federal case did not involve an acquittal or a conviction. Bannon said earlier in the week that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has now decided to pursue phony charges against me 60 days before the midterm election. Federal agents had arrested Bannon on charges that he pocketed more than $1 million in wall donations. Prosecutors allege thousands of investors were tricked into thinking all of their donations would go toward the border wall project, but Bannon used some of the money for personal expenses and to pay a campaign official. Once again, we do expect here that he will turn himself in any minute. There is a camera crew out there hoping that maybe he will say a few words when he turns himself in. So if he does, we will bring that to you raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. The deadly Fairview fire has grown to more than 15 square miles and does remain only 5% contained. That's the latest from CAL FIRE, working to battle the wildfire that scorched more than 7,000 acres around Hemet, California, which is about 80 miles southeast of Los Angeles. With the fire still threatening several communities, evacuation orders have been expanded. The fire started Monday and spread fast, killing 2 people. CAL FIRE says those victims were found in a vehicle, and it does appear they were trying to escape from that fire. Another person suffered severe burns but is expected to survive. At least 7 structures have been destroyed and several others have been damaged. Video here from Skyfox capturing the moments when the fire did extend into residential areas, destroying several homes there. Fox Weather's Max Gordon has the latest for us from the scene.
Hot, dry conditions have continued to be a challenge for firefighters here on the Fairview fire. Another big challenge, the terrain. You can see how steep it is in here, and these steep, rocky canyons have been tough to fight fire in. Unfortunately, we've seen the loss of several homes, as well as the deaths of 2 people who are trying to escape this fire. Statewide, more than a dozen wildland fires are currently burning, according to stats from CAL FIRE. That includes the Radford Fire, which is burning just to the north of us near the popular vacation destination of Big Bear. With the heat wave expected to drag on for several more days, fire officials say these temperatures can be taxing on the men and women working on the fire lines.
Our firefighters are all industrial athletes. They're used to working in hot conditions.
the hard part is it's been for such an extended period of time. So, you know, it's very challenging on them physically and mentally, but we're doing everything we can to make sure that they're getting breaks and getting into cool conditions when possible. So we have a plan to ensure their safety, but, you know, it is very hard out there with, obviously, the high temperatures.
The high temperatures have also led to record power demand here in California. On Tuesday, the state reached a stage 3 energy emergency, the last stage until rolling blackouts. And while the grid was pushed to the brink, energy supply largely kept up with demand. And with the exception of a few communities in Northern California, there are no widespread blackouts across the state. There's another so-called flex alert in place Wednesday night from 4 p.m. until 9 p.m., where Californians are being urged to limit their electricity use. This scorching heat will likely stick around for the next few days with no real relief until Friday. And even when the heat calms down, there's still going to be pretty bad fire conditions because California is just so dry right now. In Riverside County, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
And there are several different angles to this story because this fire is still burning strong. We've been getting updates from CAL FIRE every few hours or so. The information that you just heard was the latest update that the fire is still only 5% contained at this point. Our sister station over in LA, Fox 11 LA, did go out there and they provided us with this report.
Thick, dark smoke still fills the skies over Hemet, but the winds are minimal. The fire is moving away from this immediate area, less of a threat to most of the homes in the mountains, like the one Stephanie Orr and her husband Sean had to evacuate Monday.
I'm mentally drained. I'm mentally and emotionally drained.
Still a lot of anxiety, not knowing, it's tough.
But the Orrs are fortunate. Pictures from news crews showed them their home survived. They joined neighbors just outside the evacuation zone waiting for updates. Jenna Young and her husband Chris were there. They also know their home made it, but like the others here, they still can't get back in.
Tired. It's very stressful.
Just have to wait and watch.
Wait and watch, and just wait and watch, and hopefully we'll get some answers as to what happened.
On edge. But there's nothing we can do. We're pretty much at the mercy of this.
The knowledge that 2 people died, a third seriously burned Monday while trying to escape as the flames quickly spread, has continued to hang heavy in this scorching air. So yes, people are anxious to return home, but they understand the threat remains, so they're patient.
It's basically just been sitting back watching and seeing if any more fires reignite or anything. And then we just saw a huge puff of smoke right basically down in where all of our homes are at.
Temperatures still in the high 90s as the sun sets here in Hemet. The firefight continues from the air and the ground, but rather than expand containment numbers, what they've done is expand the evacuation zone deep in the mountains southeast of here. In Hemet, Phil Schumann, Fox 11 News.
All right, thank you so much for that report. We, of course, appreciate our teams all over the country. We can get updates just about any time because they are local to those areas, so they know just about everyone there, and they can provide very detailed reports. I do want to get back to this breaking news involving Queen Elizabeth. The Queen placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. That's from a statement from Buckingham Palace. They released it a short time ago as members of the royal family traveled to Scotland to be with the 96-year-old monarch. The announcement comes a day after the Queen canceled a virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest following a full day of events Tuesday when she formally asked Liz Truss to become the new UK Prime Minister. We showed you pictures from that event. Quote, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. That is from a palace spokesperson speaking on the condition to remain anonymous here. Quote, the Queen remains comfortable and at her castle. Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, and his wife Camilla are with the Queen after traveling to that castle in Scotland, which is the Queen's summer vacation home, to be with her. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is en route to that area. Elizabeth marked 7 decades on the throne this year. She has increasingly handed over duties to Charles and other members of the royal family in recent months as she has struggled to get around. We have seen it in the video there. Quote, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime." That is Liz Truss, the new UK Prime Minister, who made that statement on Twitter. Quote, "My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." The Privy Council, a group of the monarch's senior advisors, was due to formally swear in Truss and her new cabinet members at Wednesday's meeting. The session, though, will be held at a later date. Again, if you are just joining us here, we did get some news about the Queen's health. Queen Elizabeth II has been placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, "concerned for Her Majesty's health." That statement coming in from Buckingham Palace. We are keeping an eye on all of our feeds, and we will bring you anything as we do get it here into our Live Now from Fox newsroom, because that is what we do. We are 24/7 breaking news. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more of your headlines from across the country and across the world. Stay with us. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:51 if you are over on the East Coast, and it is 5:51 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day off with us here at Live Now from Fox. As we've mentioned, there is a lot going on today. If you look off to the left side of your screen, you can always see that top stories bar that will be there with several of the big stories that we are working on here. We did bring you an update on the FBI raid at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate a short time ago. A published report saying that classified information about the nuclear capabilities of a foreign nation were among the records recovered August 8th during the search of Trump's home. There's also questions about whether the Biden administration will appeal a judge's ruling that authorizes a third-party arbiter to review the documents seized. Our Fox 13 Tampa team is great at breaking down these political stories for us and providing all the details that you need to know. We love having our affiliates across the country because they are able to do that. I do want to send you over to a report from Craig Patrick with Fox 13. He kind of breaks down the latest information here about that FBI raid.
The Washington Post dropped another bombshell in the investigation of the top secret documents found at Mar-a-Lago. It's reporting that the FBI recovered files containing information about a foreign nation's nuclear capabilities. The report also says there were also records there about secret military operations that many national security officials aren't even allowed to see.
Well, that's raising more concerns about security, along with concerns that Donald Trump's legal team has repeatedly raised about leaks. So let's get right to our political editor, Craig Patrick, here with what the ramifications for all this. Correct.
We certainly don't yet know which foreign nations' nuclear capabilities we're talking about at this point, and that certainly is an important point, whether it could be an ally like the United Kingdom or France, or could be an adversary like Russia or China. That remains to be seen, but these revelations do follow concerning reports from the Post that it first reported 3 weeks ago. Last month, the Washington Post reported the FBI searched for documents containing nuclear secrets. And now the Post says it has confirmed through sources the FBI found documents containing nuclear secrets improperly stored at Mar-a-Lago. The Post didn't disclose whether agents found this in former President Trump's desk or in storage at his club. But according to the Post, it does relate to highly sensitive intel on a foreign government's military defenses and nuclear capabilities. The report states that recovered documents also detail top-secret U.S. operations so closely guarded that many senior national security officials are kept in the dark about them, and that by law they should be locked in secure federal facilities. This provides more context in terms of the FBI's efforts to retrieve these documents and the potential risk to national security and the risk to our informants and spies, as Trump's Defense Secretary Mark Esper stressed.
And the issue is not just about the content of the report, but what it may reveal about our sources and methods and capabilities to find out and learn about another country's military capabilities.
But Trump's legal team says the sources who tipped off the Post illustrate their concerns about leaks, which Senator Marco Rubio stressed.
That all of this information is coming from one side in one place, and that is sources with knowledge of the investigation. Well, who are the sources with knowledge of the investigation? The FBI and the Justice Department, and they are leaking to the media.
But Rubio is making an unfounded pronouncement by presuming the Post sources are the FBI and Justice Department. We don't know who tipped off the Post. We do know the feds have been interviewing what the records describe as a significant number of civilian witnesses. So the leakers could be the feds or witnesses who may be under scrutiny by the feds. And Trump's own team cannot be ruled out based on former President Trump's verbal attacks on the FBI.
The FBI and the Justice Department have become vicious monsters.
And who Rubio said is being damaged by these kinds of leaks.
This is being politicized, which is doing damage to the FBI, the Justice Department, to important institutions to our country.
Keep in mind, while these revelations come to light, there also is the wrangling in court and the ruling in court by a judge granting Trump's request for a special master. Part of the judge's rationale in that ruling was to reduce the potential for future leaks, thinking that inserting a neutral third party into the process to review the documents and serve to a certain extent as a referee could reduce that potential for future sources coming forward and leaking information. And with that, that takes us not just into the next step of the investigation, but the next steps yet to come in court.
So Friday is the deadline she gave for both sides to come up with their list of candidates. When do you think we will see that person named? And doesn't that person have to have some kind of high-level security clearance to even look at these documents?
What we learned from the Post reporting is that even individuals with high levels of top secret clearance didn't have the permission to review some of these documents in question, that only a cabinet official or the president could grant that on a need-to-know basis. So that would certainly seem to shrink the universe of possible special masters or neutral observers and reviewers and all of this to a very, very small number of people that both sides would have to agree on. And not only do they submit this on Friday, but they have to submit ones they mutually agree upon. Well, what are the chances they're going to mutually agree on much of anything at this point? So that could continue to drag this out, as well as the possibility of the federal government appealing this ruling. The downside for the feds is that process could take several months. They may decide just to pursue the special master and see how that plays out. All of that remains to be seen. The earliest date for getting a special master, of course, would be Friday.
Friday. All right. We'll all be looking at Friday. We know you will, too. And Phyllis.
And thank you to Fox 13 Tampa's Craig Patrick. He always provides a great breakdown of everything going on with, honestly, anything political, but especially when we are talking about that FBI raid at former President's Mar-a-Lago estate. What you are looking at right now is a live view of the Queen's estate over in Scotland. Just days ago, we were showing you this view because Liz Truss, who was going to be appointed The UK Prime Minister was headed in this direction. She went inside the estate and met with the Queen. Unfortunately, now we are showing you that same view because we have learned that the Queen's doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. Queen Elizabeth II placed under medical supervision because doctors once again are concerned. That's according to Buckingham Palace. They made that statement today, a short time ago, as members of the royal family are traveling to Scotland right here to be with the 96-year-old monarch. The announcement comes a day after the Queen canceled a virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest following a full day of events Tuesday when she did formally ask Liz Truss to become Prime Minister. Quote, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. That is from a palace spokesperson. Quote, the Queen remains comfortable and at that castle there in Scotland. Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, and his wife Camilla are with the Queen after traveling to the castle, which has been the Queen's summer vacation home, to be with her. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is en route as we speak. It's likely we will see everyone show up here in the next little bit on this shot here. Elizabeth marked 7 decades on the throne this year, and she has increasingly handed over duties to Charles and other members of the royal family in recent months as she did struggle to get around. Quote, the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime that is Liz Truss, the new UK Prime Minister, putting out a statement on Twitter. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. The Privy Council, a group of the monarch's senior advisors, was due to formally swear in Truss and her new cabinet members at a meeting yesterday, but again, the Queen canceled that. The session will be held, though, at a later date. If you are just joining us, it is 9 o'clock over on the East Coast, and it is 6 o'clock on the West Coast. We have learned that Queen Elizabeth II placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. We are waiting for some more information, but we do know that Prince Charles and other members of the royal family are now headed in this direction over to Scotland, where the Queen does spend her summers. We were here live just 2 days ago as the Queen met with Liz Truss, the new UK Prime Minister, to formally ask her to take over that role from Boris Johnson. She also met with Boris Johnson, who was the outgoing UK Prime Minister. Again, we are going to keep an eye on this feed here. We do know that we will see members of the royal family show up very soon. We will bring you any sort of updates as soon as we do get them here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to go over this statement, though, from Buckingham Palace. It is very short, very brief here. They said, quote, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen does remain comfortable, and she is at the castle there in Scotland. 9:01 if you are on the East Coast, and 6:01 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back in just a bit. I do want to hang on this shot, though, because it does appear that someone is arriving there at the Queen's Scotland estate. All right, they drove pretty quickly, but you are seeing people arrive, and it is likely the royal family will arrive here in the next little bit. Again, I do want to step away for a quick break, but stick with us because we will be right back. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:04 over on the East Coast and 6:04 over on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. And unfortunately, we are tracking several different stories this morning, so I do want to get right to it. Always remember, though, you can look off to the left side of your screen and see the bar that shows what we are working on here at Live Now from Fox. And the big one right now involves Queen Elizabeth. We are waiting for more updates, but if you are just joining us, Queen Elizabeth has been placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. Buckingham Palace did say today they made that statement as members of the royal family were traveling to Scotland to be with the 96-year-old monarch. The announcement does come a day after the Queen canceled a virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest following a full day of events on Tuesday, when you may remember that she formally asked Liz Truss to become the new UK Prime Minister. She met with her over there in Scotland. The statement here, quote, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen does remain comfortable. Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, and his wife Camilla are with the Queen after traveling to the castle in Scotland. That is the Queen's estate, and it is her summer vacation home. They want to be there with her. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is en route there as well. We do have a live image, so it is possible we will start to see people arrive there. And once we do, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered if we do get any updates or there's any more information, or maybe a member of the royal family does speak with the media out there. Elizabeth did mark 7 decades on the throne this year and has increasingly handed over duties to Charles and other members of the royal family in recent months as she struggled to get around. Quote, the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. That is a statement released on Twitter by Liz Truss, the incoming UK Prime Minister. She said, quote, my thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. We talked a little bit about the Privy Council. That is a group of the monarch's senior advisors who is due to formally swear in Truss and her new cabinet members at Wednesday's meeting. The session will now be held at a later date. As I mentioned, we will keep an eye on this story and bring you any updates as soon as they do come into the Live Now from Fox newsroom. I do want to go over a few of the other things that are making headlines right now, so let's get right to it. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken made an unscheduled visit to Kyiv today. The unannounced trip came as Blinken announced that the Biden administration will provide $2 billion in long-term military assistance to Ukraine and 18 of its neighbors threatened by Russia. That $2 billion is on top of a $675 million package of heavy weaponry, ammunition, and armored vehicles for Ukraine that U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced earlier in the day at a conference in Germany. So a lot of that news coming in this morning. The contributions bring the total U.S. aid to Ukraine to more than $15 billion since the administration took office. The announcement came as fighting between Ukraine and Russia has intensified in recent days, with Ukrainian forces mounting a counteroffensive to retake Russian-held areas in the south and the east. Just yesterday, the U.S. accused Moscow of interrogating, detaining, and forcibly deporting hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians to Russia, Russian officials immediately rejecting the claim as, quote, fantasy. Another story we have been following in just about 2 minutes or so. We do expect that the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, will speak at the Cato Institute's 40th annual monetary conference this coming ahead of the Fed's meeting later this month to discuss the size of its next interest rate hike. Powell spoke last month in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and revealed the Fed will likely impose more large rate hikes in the coming months in an attempt to tame the highest inflation in 4 decades. Powell said he knows this will cause pain for many households and businesses, as the higher rates will further slow the economy and then will potentially lead to job losses. But he said it is necessary because a failure to restore price stability would mean far greater pain. It does appear here, we were talking a little bit earlier about Steve Bannon appearing in court. It appears that he has just arrived there over in New York. As I hit the button, he walked through that double door, the circulating door right there. But we will get back to that if we do see any statements made as he's leaving, if he does make any sort of statement. But again, we are waiting right now on Jerome Powell to make that speech here. So once it does happen, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. I know that it was set to happen here around 9:10, so I am clicking around over here and trying to get a little bit more information so I can pull it up. It appears it is now underway, so let's listen in.
Those of us who grew up in the 70s, I think that the danger and cost of inflation, can't be exaggerated. In September of 1979, his first testimony, a month after he was confirmed, Paul Volcker made clear he understood the damage that was being caused by inflation and the need to bring it down, even if it required great costs in other economic ways. One of the lessons of that episode was the greater the extent to which inflation slips the leash, the higher the cost and greater economic damage necessary to bring it under control. I worry whether we have the resolve to bring inflation under control today, to face the potential economic costs. I took some comfort from your recent remarks in Jackson Hole, which seemed an attempt to signal that kind of resolve. But I do remain concerned that, the intense political pressure that might be brought to bear to avoid collateral economic damage before the inflation fight is won. And I just wondered if there's any way you can help me sleep a little bit better on that score.
Sure. So I think it's worth going back and remembering, and I pointed this out in my remarks 2 weeks ago at Jackson Hole, 10 days ago, that what Paul Volcker did and the Fed did to finally get inflation under control followed several failed attempts to get inflation under control. And what had happened over the course of that long period of the great inflation is that the public had really come to think of higher inflation as the norm and to expect it to continue. And that's what made it so hard to get inflation down in that case. So it is very much our view and my view that we need to act now forthrightly, strongly, as we have been doing, and we need to keep at it until the job is done to avoid that. We think we can avoid the kind of very high social costs that Paul Volcker and the Fed had to bring into play in order to get inflation back down and set us up then for a long period of price stability. That speech, the point really there was to deliver a speech that was narrowly focused on inflation, more direct and a lot shorter than a typical Jackson Hole speech. And I thought that what was appropriate was a very, kind of concise and focused message. To your question, the message really was that the Fed has and accepts responsibility for price stability, by which we mean 2% inflation over time. That, again, to your question, the longer inflation remains well above target, the greater the risk that the public does begin to see higher inflation as the norm. And that has the capacity to really raise the costs of getting inflation down. So finally, history cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. I can assure you that my colleagues and I are strongly committed to this project, and we will keep at it until the job is done. I can also assure you that we never take into consideration external political considerations. We are accountable to the public through Congress. That's a very fundamental, important aspect of our work. But we do not. We focus solely on the goals that Congress has given us, and that's what we're going to do here.
I think that that's really important, because it's clear that we could see, political pressure coming to avoid economic costs when there could be claims from political players that, inflation is back in its box, long before it is. Jim mentioned in his opening remarks that 2 years ago you moved to a new framework, flexible average inflation targeting. And I'm bringing this up now because, again, just reiterating the point about trying to sleep better at night. By many accounts, this move has created some more uncertainty in the market, as Jim mentioned. And coming at a time when inflation now has increased so markedly, it creates concern that despite your stated resolve, the commitment to price stability has become less strong. Should you consider modifications to this framework to assuage these concerns and better manage short-term expectations?
So the framework, we began the work on the new framework in 2018, and we announced the results in August of 2020. And it really followed 25 years, basically, of global disinflationary forces. And the problem was that monetary policy rates were close to the effective lower bound much too much of the time, much too close, and even during good times. So that meant that central banks were having a hard time all over the world, finding ways to support the economy when it was needed. And that's why central banks, including the Fed, resorted to things like forward guidance and asset purchases. So that's why we did that. But the changes that we made were sort of a very mainstream part of a literature around makeup strategies. But really the point of our framework changes, the point of all of them was to, and we said this very clearly, was to have inflation expectations well anchored at 2%. That the average inflation targeting idea was meant to support having inflation expectations. That is the goal at 2%. And the reason is that we believe that the public's expectations of future inflation will play an important role in the actual path of inflation. So that is kind of the fundamental basis of our framework. And as I just discussed, it is very important that inflation expectations remain anchored. I think the evidence today is that if you look at longer term expectations by households, businesses, and forecasters, and also markets, you'll see that they are pretty well anchored around 2%. Of course, short term expectations are higher because of high current inflation, and also the clock is ticking. As I mentioned, the longer that inflation remains well above target, the greater the concern that the public will start to just naturally incorporate higher inflation into its economic decision making. And our job is to make sure that doesn't happen. And we're committed to doing that job.
It seems to me there's a chance that there's a real risk that the labor market, that the labor shortages persist. Does that create a risk that takes some of the ability to manage this process out of your hands? To the extent that there continue to be labor shortages, does that then feed into expectations that the public has about inflation, as you mentioned very prominently?
Well, I think you're right that if it does turn out that we are in a world of a persistent labor shortage over time, that'll be a challenging world for companies, and it will certainly create upward pressure on wages and that sort of thing. Today, the labor market demand is very, very strong still in the labor market. We're still printing new payroll job numbers at a high level. Wages are running at elevated levels. And so we think by our policy interventions, what we hope to achieve is a period of growth below trend, which will cause the labor market to get back into better balance. And that will bring wages back down to levels that are more consistent with 2% inflation over time. That's what we're trying to achieve. The shock to labor supply that we got from the pandemic was large and unexpected. In the very last labor market report that we got last Friday, we did see a welcome increase in labor force participation. Nonetheless, still a full percentage point below where it was before the crisis. And I think it's important as a society that we have measures in place to support a strong labor market and high labor force participation. And that goes beyond what we can accomplish with monetary policy.
You've made some contrast to how things are different today. What's different today from the high inflationary period of the late 70s and early 80s. I guess some other distinctions are, I remember as a student in Boston in the early 80s, in the days before the internet, I remember seeing people actually line up at the Fidelity office to see the monetary aggregates released on a weekly basis. And the way the money travels through the economy has changed dramatically since Milton Friedman first said that.
All right, if you are just watching us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 9:19 in the morning over on the East Coast and 6:19 in the morning on the West Coast. What you're listening to is a discussion involving Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking ahead of the next interest rate hike. We do know that a meeting is planned for later this month to decide how big of a rate hike we are going to be talking about. Of course, we are listening to his comments here. We're going to listen back in because he is speaking once again.
To go to this current situation. So as part of our response to the pandemic, we did resort to large asset purchases to address what were pretty severe disruptions in markets, and then also to support the economy, and our balance sheet expanded dramatically. But remember that our purchases of securities don't actually increase the quantity of government obligations held by the public. They really change the mix because we issue bank reserves to pay for those securities. So we're not changing the quantity of obligations. That is not to say that money growth wasn't high. It was, of course, extraordinarily high in 2020, and then slowed down in 21, and now is quite sluggish. And I guess I would just say it this way: whatever caused, there are different theories on what caused the inflation that so suddenly jumped up out of the ground in March of 2021. Whatever that cause was, the relationship between the money supply and inflation, economic output, has been much more unstable than it was in Friedman's day for a very long time. And so literally changes in monetary aggregates have not had a consistent, reliable relationship. They haven't been a good predictor of the economy or of inflation. Now, of course, the economy is ever changing, and that too could change. To where it is important again. But for now, and for really many years now, monetary aggregates don't play an important role in our formulation of policy. And we don't think they're generally a good way to think about policy or about inflation. It's more about demand and supply and things like that. So that's where we would be on that.
That actually calls to mind, at Cato, we do have a strong aversion to a fully discretionary fiat money system. And so we do like to socialize.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox 922, you are watching the Fed Chair Jerome Powell in a speech there at the Cato Institute. This is a virtual speech where he's talking ahead of the next interest rate hike, not quite giving as many details as he did when he spoke in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, a few days ago, maybe a little more than a week at this point, but still discussing what he expects for the future and kind of answering some questions there. I do want to step away, though, for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back with more of your headlines. And as you can see, one of the breaking news stories we are covering involves Queen Elizabeth's health as she is under medical supervision. Doctors, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. This is a big story that we are going to be covering around the clock, so I will have an update coming up right after this break. Thanks so much. Stick with us. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back to some breaking news that we have been covering all throughout the morning here on Live Now from Fox. If you haven't joined us, I want to give you an update and some background here. Queen Elizabeth II has been placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. A statement released by Buckingham Palace about an hour ago as members of the royal family traveled to Scotland to be with the 96-year-old monarch. The announcement comes a day after the Queen canceled a virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest, following a day of events on Tuesday when she formally asked Liz Truss to become the UK Prime Minister. There were photos circulating afterward that did show Queen Elizabeth with Liz Truss there, so she did have a big day as far as that went. Quote, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and she is over at her estate in Scotland where she has spent the summer. Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, and his wife Camilla are with the Queen after traveling to that castle in Scotland, which is once again the Queen's summer vacation home. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is en route. Elizabeth marked 7 decades on the throne this year. She has increasingly handed over duties to Charles and other members of the royal family in recent months as she struggled to get around. Quote, the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. That is according to Liz Truss, who is now the UK Prime Minister. She posted a statement on Twitter. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. The Privy Council, a group of the monarch's senior advisors, was due to formally swear in Truss and her new cabinet members at Wednesday's meeting. That was yesterday. The session, though, is expected to be held at a later date due to the Queen's health. Queen Elizabeth II placed under that medical supervision there in Scotland because the doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. We have very limited information at this point. We are going off the statement that has been provided by Buckingham Palace. We are checking their Twitter as well as our email to make sure that we do get the latest information here as we do continue to follow this breaking story that will, of course, continue to develop. Again, Queen Elizabeth placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. That announcement coming a day after the Queen did cancel a virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest following all of those events that she was at on Tuesday. She did have Liz Truss, who is now the UK Prime Minister, at her Scotland estate there, as well as Boris Johnson, who was the outgoing Prime Minister. 2 days later now, she is told that she needs to stay there, placed under medical supervision, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. We are reaching out to just about everyone out there to make sure that we can get the latest information for you on how the Queen is doing. We do know that Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, and his wife Camilla are with the Queen now after traveling to the castle in Scotland, which is the Queen's summer vacation home, to be with her. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is en route, and Elizabeth marked 7 decades on the throne this year. She's increasingly handed over duties to Charles and to other members of the royal family in recent months as she struggled to get around. We are hearing, of course, from several different people. They are providing their comments here. We know that Liz Truss, who just met with her 2 days ago, has said, quote, the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. We are starting to get a few statements that are coming in from Twitter here, so we do want to bring them to you in the next little bit as we do get that loaded up. Again, we are going to keep a very close eye on the Queen's condition and let you know of anything that does develop here. I do want to get to some other headlines right now as we are waiting. Let's see. So we know that Jerome Powell was just speaking there at the Cato Institute's 40th annual monetary conference coming ahead of the Fed's meeting later this month to discuss the size of its next interest rate hike. We are keeping an eye on that. It does appear at this point that that is still going on, so I do want to bring you back to that right now for just a few minutes. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
I would cite the, quadrupling of the Fed's balance sheet in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, and then, doubling it again during the pandemic. To your credit, it was right before the pandemic that you were beginning to move towards reducing the balance sheet. Could you shed some light for us on where you hope to take the balance sheet over time, and what's the way that you really try to get there? Do you see the Fed ever moving back to a scarce reserve framework like it had before the 2008 crisis?
Sure. So in the last cycle, after we ended our asset purchases, we froze the size of the balance sheet in 2014 and then allowed it to shrink passively relative to the size of the economy for about 3 years. So as the economy grew, the balance sheet didn't grow. Then in 2017, we began to allow maturing assets to run off, and that process went on until 2019. By the end of that period, we had a balance sheet that was significantly smaller relative to the size of the economy and smaller than it was overall. So then we resumed asset purchases, as you know, 2020. And once again, now we are embarked on shrinking the balance sheet. And the test will be back to levels that satisfy the public's demand for our liabilities. That's currency and reserves and things like that, but also with reserves maintained at levels that are consistent with our ample reserves regime. So the balance sheet is substantially larger now, obviously, and consequently the runoff process is designed to be substantially faster than in the last cycle, to the tune of on the order of $1 trillion of runoff per year. That process began in June, once it's up to full speed. The process began in June, and the pace of the balance sheet increases, actually rises this month. The plans are spelled out in detail on our website around the January and May meetings. And of course, one thing we always say is that we're prepared to adjust the details of the plan based on economic and market developments at any time. As far as returning to a scarce reserve regime, I guess I would say that I think that our current operating framework is a better one, and I don't see a case for returning to scarce reserves. Now, why is that? So the world has really changed as a result of the global financial crisis and the pandemic. The scarce reserves framework would be challenged to work in a world where there's very high and sometimes volatile demand for safe and liquid assets. Central banks may need to.
All right, good morning, everyone. If you are joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 9:33 in the morning on the East Coast and 6:33 in the morning over on the West Coast. You are listening to Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve Chairman, as he speaks ahead of more interest rate hikes expected later on this month and possibly later on this year. He, of course, had a lot to say in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, but we do want to make sure that we keep you updated as he does make these other comments as well. But I do want to get to a bit of breaking news. We are covering a lot of breaking news this morning, so let's get to some other news that we just got here into the Live Now from Fox Newsroom. Former President Donald Trump's longtime ally Steve Bannon has turned himself in to authorities today to face fresh charges that he duped donors who gave money to build a wall on the U.S.-Mexico border. Bannon's state-level charges in New York closely resemble an attempted federal prosecution that ended abruptly before trial when Trump pardoned Bannon on his last day in office. Presidential pardons apply only to federal crimes, not to state offenses. In Bannon's case, any double jeopardy argument would likely be dismissed because his federal case did not involve an acquittal or a conviction. Bannon said earlier in the week that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, quote, has now decided to pursue phony charges against me 60 days before the midterm election. Federal agents had arrested Bannon on charges that he pocketed more than $1 million in wall donations. Prosecutors allege thousands of investors were tricked into thinking all of their donations would go toward the border wall project, but Bannon used some of that money for personal expenses and to pay a campaign official. Again, former President Donald Trump's longtime ally, Steve Bannon, now turning himself into authorities just minutes ago to face fresh charges that he duped those donors who gave money to build a wall on the U.S.-Mexico border. That is just one of several breaking news stories that we are following. If you have been watching us for the last hour or so, we have been following the latest developments here on Queen Elizabeth's health, as we did learn not too long ago that she is under medical supervision at this point. That, of course, is video of her from days ago. But I do want to take you over to a shot that shows Buckingham Palace. We just got it popped up here on our feeds. Of course, you know that we do have crews that are all over the country and all over the world, and we have the chance to tap into their cameras. This right here, Buckingham Palace, where people are gathering around waiting for an update on the Queen's health. I do want to bring you the latest information that we do have, though. The Queen, as I mentioned, has been placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. That is the Buckingham Palace statement that was released about an hour ago and is very limited in details. But we do know members of the royal family have traveled to Scotland to be with the 96-year-old monarch. She is at her summer home right now, where she has been all throughout the summer. The announcement here coming a day after the Queen canceled a virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest following a day of a lot of events that happened Tuesday when she formally asked Liz Truss to become the UK Prime Minister. She met with Liz as well as Boris Johnson, the outgoing UK Prime Minister, there on Tuesday at her home in Scotland. Following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen does remain comfortable and at the castle. That is the limited statement that we have from Buckingham Palace. Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, and his wife Camilla are with the Queen after traveling to the castle, the Queen's summer vacation home, to be with her. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is en route as we speak. We've had a live view showing the outside of her home, but we have yet to see anyone arrive. Obviously, we will likely see a lot more people arriving as news of this does spread. Elizabeth did mark 7 decades on the throne this year and has increasingly handed over duties to Charles and other members of the royal family in recent months as she struggled to get around. Quote, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime." Liz Truss, the new UK Prime Minister, providing that update here. She did release a statement and said, "My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." The Associated Press has been following this very closely as well. It appears that that shot at Buckingham Palace may have froze, so I do want to take you back to some... Oh, there it goes. Well, Queen Elizabeth placed under medical supervision, according to the Associated Press, because doctors are, as we mentioned, concerned for Her Majesty's health. We know that the family is headed over to Scotland, and the palace declined to provide further details about the seriousness of the Queen's condition, but there were worrying signs as Prime Minister Liz Truss said, quote, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by that news." The announcement came a day after the Queen did cancel that virtual meeting we've been talking about of the Privy Council, when doctors advised her to rest following a full day of events Tuesday when she did ask Truss to become the new UK Prime Minister. We've said it time and time again, but Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, along with his wife Camilla and his sister Princess Anne, are already with the Queen at the castle in Scotland, which is her summer residence. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is also en route to Scotland, as is his brother, Prince Harry, his wife, Meghan Markle, Prince Andrew, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. The gathering of the House of Windsor comes just 3 months after people across Britain paused over a long holiday weekend to celebrate the Queen's 70 years on the throne. While crowds of cheering, flag-waving fans filled the streets there around Buckingham Palace throughout 4 days of festivities, the Queen herself made only 2 brief appearances on the palace balcony to wave to the people below. Elizabeth has increasingly handed over duties to Charles and other members of the royal family in recent months as she recovered from a bout of COVID-19, began using a cane, and struggled to get around. We talked a little bit about that statement released by UK Prime Minister Liz Truss, some calling it concerning here, where she said, quote, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." Since assuming the throne after the death of her father back on February 6, 1952, Elizabeth has been a symbol of stability as Britain negotiated the end of empire, the dawn of the information age, and the mass migration that transformed the country into a multicultural society. Throughout it all, the Queen has built a bond with the nation through a seemingly endless series of public appearances as she opened libraries, dedicated hospitals, and bestowed honors on deserving citizens. She worked steadily into the twilight of her reign, but the death of Prince Philip, her husband of more than 70 years in April of last year, did remind the UK that the reign of the Queen, the only monarch most of her subjects have ever known, is not infinite. That truth was the subtext of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations as newspapers, television news shows, and even the walls of the palace were filled with images of Elizabeth as she changed from a glamorous young queen in crown and diamonds to a kind of global grandmother known for her omnipresent handbag and love of horses and corgis. Charles was front and center throughout the festivities as he stood in for his mother and demonstrated that he was ready to take on that mantle. Again, we are going to continue to cover this story all throughout the morning and bring you updates as we do get them here. But we are waiting. Crews, as you can see, outside of Buckingham Palace, hoping for an update here on the Queen's condition. If we do hear anything, we will get that to you here live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we do. We are live news 24/7. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more of your headlines from across the country and across the world. Stick with us. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. It is Thursday, September 8th, almost Friday. 9:44 over on the East Coast and 6:44 on the West Coast. A lot going on today across the world and across our country. So I do want to get you to some of the other top stories that we are following. Again, though, we are keeping an eye on Queen Elizabeth's condition as we wait for an update here from Buckingham Palace. They are saying right now that she is under medical supervision because of her health. So we do want to keep in touch with them and kind of get any updates. And once we do, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we do. We are breaking news 24/7. In other big news right now, the deadly Fairview fire has grown to more than 15 square miles and remains only 5% contained. That is the latest from CAL FIRE, working to battle the wildfire that scorched more than 7,000 acres around Hemet, California, which is about 80 miles southeast of Los Angeles. With the fire still threatening several communities, evacuation orders have been expanded. The fire started Monday and spread very fast, killing 2 people. CAL FIRE says those victims were found in a vehicle, and it appears they were trying to escape from that fire. Another person suffered severe burns but is expected to survive, and at least 7 structures have been destroyed, several others damaged there. Videos from Sky Fox captured the moments when the fire did extend into those residential areas, destroying several homes. It's almost difficult to believe as you do watch how much smoke there is and how big and tall those flames are. Fox Weather's Max Gordon has the latest for us from the scene.
Firefighters here on the Fairview fire. Another big challenge, the terrain. You can see how steep it is in here, and these steep, rocky canyons have been tough to fight fire in. Unfortunately, we've seen the loss of several homes, as well as the deaths of 2 people who are trying to escape this fire. Statewide, more than a dozen wildland fires are currently burning, according to stats from CAL FIRE. That includes the Radford fire, which is burning just to the north of us near the popular vacation destination of Big Bear. With the heat wave expected to drag on for several more days, fire officials say these temperatures can be taxing on the men and women working on the fire lines.
Our firefighters are all industrial athletes. They're used to working in hot conditions. The hard part is it's been for such an extended period of time. So, it's very challenging on them physically and mentally, but we're doing everything we can to ensure that they're getting breaks and getting into cool conditions when possible. So we have a plan to ensure their safety, but, it is very hard out there with, obviously, the high temperatures.
The high temperatures have also led to record power demand here in California. On Tuesday, the state reached a stage 3 energy emergency, the last stage until rolling blackouts. And while the grid was pushed to the brink, energy supply largely kept up with demand. And with the exception of a few communities in Northern California, there are no widespread blackouts across the state. There's another so-called flex alert in place Wednesday night from 4 p.m. until 9 p.m., where Californians are being urged to limit their electricity use. This scorching heat will likely stick around for the next few days with no real relief until Friday. And even when the heat calms down, there's still going to be pretty bad fire conditions because California is just so dry right now. In Riverside County, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Max, thank you so much for that report. Our Los Angeles team, Fox 11, they have been out there following this story from the beginning since that fire did break out on Monday. Once again, we know that at least 2 people have been killed. They were found dead in a vehicle as they were trying to escape those massive flames. Another person did suffer severe burns. Our Fox LA team does have this report for us.
Thick, dark smoke still fills the skies over Hemet, but the winds are minimal. The fire's moving away from this immediate area, less of a threat to most of the homes in the mountains, like the one Stephanie Orr and her husband Sean had to evacuate Monday.
I'm mentally drained. I'm mentally and emotionally drained.
Still a lot of anxiety, not knowing. It's tough.
But the Orrs are fortunate. Pictures from news crews showed them their home survived. They joined neighbors just outside the evacuation zone waiting for updates. Jenna Young and her husband Chris were there. They also know their home made it, but like the others here, they still can't get back in.
Tired. It's very stressful.
Just have to wait and watch.
Wait and watch, and just wait and watch, and hopefully we'll get some answers as to what happened.
On edge. There's but there's nothing we can do. We're pretty much at the mercy of this.
The knowledge that 2 people died, a third seriously burned Monday while trying to escape as the flames quickly spread, has continued to hang heavy in this scorching air. So yes, people are anxious to return home, but they understand the threat remains, so they're patient.
It's basically just been sitting back watching and seeing if any more fires reignite or anything. And then we just saw a huge puff of smoke right basically down in where all of our homes are at.
Temperatures still in the high 90s as the sun sets here in Hemet. The firefight continues from the air and the ground, but rather than expand containment numbers, what they've done is expand the evacuation zone deep in the mountains southeast of here. In Hemet, Phil Schumann, Fox 11 News.
All right, another story that we have been watching very closely, this flooding over in North Georgia. We did see a state of emergency that was declared last weekend in that area due to the heavy rain, where some parts of North Georgia did see 12 inches of rain. People had to be rescued from their homes and cars were submerged in that area. So this left people in that area now without water. This is an ongoing issue. Governor Brian Kemp did tour the Somerville flood damage yesterday, and our Fox 5 Atlanta team was there. They also have the latest on that flooding.
Many people in this small town coming together. Take a look. They're giving out water for many people who need it. And then a little further down is a food distribution for many families struggling to get back on their feet.
Long lines fill downtown Somerville and Chattooga County Wednesday as many are desperate for water and food following last weekend's floods.
We have been here and we're not going anywhere. We're going to hang in there as long as everybody needs us.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, surrounded by top state first responders, took a tour of damage caused by what he called a 500-year storm.
Still see a lot of water around the area, a lot of water still moving through drainage ditches and other things, but I don't think it gives you the full effect of what people are dealing with.
Are seeing that most of the water has receded back into the creeks, into the rivers. We're still assessing damages.
Just give them this and a can of beans. Volunteers handed out food and cases of water as the water for most of the county remains out. Schools closed as the flooding caused major damage to the water treatment plant.
There's a large buildup of silt, debris, so they're in the process of cleaning that out.
I don't know how to recover from this.
Business owners like Heather and Nicholas Casey feel defeated. This was their store Wednesday compared to the underwater image from Sunday. They were supposed to be on vacation to celebrate their 10-year anniversary, but couldn't get out.
The front door of our store opened up and our merchandise floated down the street. We just, as helpless, we just stood there and watched.
The Caseys say they lost nearly $200,000 in merchandise. Many residents say the flooding was just a matter of time.
If they do not come clean that drain out, we'll be vacuuming water again this weekend. And they knew that this was a problem.
In Chattooga County, Eric Perry, Fox 5 News.
Getting back into the headlines here, a Las Vegas area elected public official was arrested Wednesday as the suspect in the fatal stabbing of a veteran newspaper reporter whose investigations of the official's work led up to his primary loss in June. Clark County Public Administrator Rob Tellis, a Democrat, was taken into custody at his home by police SWAT officers hours after investigators served a search warrant and confiscated vehicles in the criminal probe of the killing of Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter Jeff German. The Clark County Sheriff providing that information here. Tellis had been a focus of German's reporting about turmoil, including complaints of administrative bullying, favoritism, and Tellis's relationship with a subordinate staffer in the county office that handles property of people who die without a will or family contacts. Fox 5 Las Vegas has a closer look for us at that case.
Well, people at Desert Hills and Spanish Steps woke up to a swarm of police around the home of Public Administrator Robert Tellis. Officers blocked off all the ways in, and those who live here had to talk to police to get in and out. Stunning for many in what's described as a quiet neighborhood.
Very quiet, very awesome neighborhood. You know, the school's right around the corner. There's no issues here.
Around 1 p.m., we saw police tow 2 cars. One, this little BMW outside Tellis's home, and then this SUV. It matched the description of the one police released to the public after the killing of journalist Jeff Gehrman. Neighbor Luis Fuller knows Administrator Telles and his family. He says they've lived here for several years and occasionally talk. We asked him what he thinks about everything happening across the street from his house and police connecting Telles to the stabbing death.
I don't know. I mean, he was always nice to us. I can't say one way or another. I mean, we had no issues with him.
What kind of guy is he as far as how you know him?
He's a calm guy, and he's respectful, and always says hi. Nothing different than any other neighbor that we have.
All right, everyone, I do want to get you back to a breaking news story that we have been covering for you all throughout the morning, and we are tracking very, very closely. This involves the health of Queen Elizabeth II. We are getting updates. We got a very brief statement from Buckingham Palace that we are trying to get a little bit more information here, but we know that Queen Elizabeth II has been placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. Buckingham Palace again releasing that short statement a little more than an hour ago as members of the royal family urgently traveled to Scotland to be with the 96-year-old monarch. The palace declined to provide further details about the seriousness of the Queen's condition, but there were other worrying signs as the new Prime Minister Liz Truss said, quote, the whole country will be deeply concerned by that news, and other politicians expressed their disquiet. The announcement by the palace came a day after the Queen canceled a virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest following a full day of events Tuesday when she formally asked Truss to become Prime Minister. Following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. That is the statement here that was released by Buckingham Palace. The Queen does remain comfortable and at Balmoral. Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, along with his wife Camilla and sister Princess Anne, are already with the Queen over at the castle, her summer residence there in Scotland. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is also en route to the Scotland location, as is his brother, Prince Harry, his wife Meghan Markle, Prince Andrew, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. So a lot of people right now are headed in that direction here. They want to make sure that they are there for the Queen. They want to be by her bedside here as we do wait to get a little bit more information. Of course, this is a big story right now, so we are going to stay on this live view of Buckingham Palace. Thankfully, we do, have those camera crews all around the country and all around the world, so they are able to give us a look at just about everything that is going on across the country and, as you see here, across the world. So again, this is a live look showing people who are gathered outside of Buckingham Palace. They are, at this point, like we all are, just waiting for some kind of update on the Queen's condition. That statement that they released was very vague. It was very short. So a lot of follow-up questions have been, how is she doing as far as her condition? Are we talking a very severe condition? Are we talking she has a cold? Either way, the Queen's doctors say, quote, they are concerned for Her Majesty's health. She did have COVID-19 before. It's not clear if maybe she does have it again. These are just a lot of questions that we are waiting to have answered because, again, that statement is so short. Again, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. That is the quote coming in from Buckingham Palace. The Queen does remain comfortable, and she is there at her Scotland estate. As we mentioned, Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, along with his wife Camilla and sister Princess Anne, they are already with the Queen there in Scotland. This is her summer residence. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is also en route to Scotland right now, as is his brother, Prince Harry, his wife Meghan, Prince Andrew, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. The gathering of the House of Windsor comes just 3 months after people across Britain paused over a long holiday weekend to celebrate the Queen's 70 years on the throne. While crowds of cheering, flag-waving fans did fill the street around Buckingham Palace throughout the 4 days of festivities, the Queen herself made only 2 very brief appearances on the palace balcony to wave to her subjects. Elizabeth has increasingly handed over duties to Charles and to other members of the royal family in recent months as she recovered from a bout of COVID-19 and began using a cane to get around. Quote, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime." That is some information here that we did get from Liz Truss. She is the UK Prime Minister. "My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." Since assuming the throne after the death of her father back on February 6, 1952, Elizabeth has been a symbol of stability as Britain negotiated the end of empire, the dawn of the information age, and the mass migration that transformed the country into a multicultural society. Throughout it all, the Queen has built a bond with the nation through a seemingly endless series of public appearances as she opened libraries, dedicated hospitals, and bestowed honors on deserving citizens. We have seen video over the last 7 decades of her doing just that. She worked steadily into the twilight of her reign, but the death of Prince Philip, her husband of more than 70 years in April of last year, did remind the UK that the reign of the Queen is not an infinite situation. The truth was the subtext of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations as the newspapers, television news shows, and even the walls of the palace were filled with images of Elizabeth as she changed from a glamorous young queen in crown and diamonds to a kind of global grandmother known for her omnipresent handbag and her love of horses and for corgis. Charles was front and center throughout the festivities as he stood in for his mother and demonstrated that he was ready to take her mantle. Wearing a ceremonial scarlet tunic and bearskin hat, he reviewed the troops during the Queen's birthday parade on the opening day of the Jubilee. The next day, he was the last guest to enter St. Paul's Cathedral and took a seat at the front of the church for a service of thanksgiving honor of the Queen. At a star-studded concert in front of Buckingham Palace, he delivered the main tribute to the woman he addressed as Your Majesty, Mummy. That, of course, happening several months ago there. But again, if you are just joining us, Queen Elizabeth II placed under medical supervision as doctors say, quote, they are concerned for Her Majesty's health. They did release that very brief statement, which we don't have a lot of information here. We just know that she is going to be under that medical supervision. What you are looking at here is a live view showing Buckingham Palace. People, as you can tell, are gathered outside. You have reporters, news anchors, people with the media, as well as just residents there who just want to see what is going on. They are waiting for maybe somebody to come out and talk a little bit more about how she is doing. And while we do wait to get an update here, I am looking around at some of our other cameras to see what we are keeping an eye on. We do have one over in Memphis where we expect the suspect in the abduction and kidnapping of a Memphis mother to be in court in just a little bit. Not sure exactly what time that hearing is set to begin. I'm sure it was supposed to start at 10 o'clock here. We are 2 minutes past 10. You know, those court situations never actually do start on time, but we are keeping an eye on that. So as it does happen, we will bring that to you. It appears he may be brought into the courtroom right now. I am turning it up to see if there is any audio here. Not sure if we will hear anything there that is happening in the courtroom, but we will let you know and you'll be able to hear it. But we are talking, of course, about the killing of Eliza Fletcher. She was abducted and kidnapped last Friday while she was doing her normal morning jog right near the University of Memphis. We know that eventually police were able to identify the suspect through the use of DNA that was left there at the scene, as well as surveillance video that showed the entire incident happen. But as you can see right there, right now, we do have Cleotha Abston in court. He is charged with first-degree murder. He saw that charge placed after Fletcher's body was found just a couple days ago. And it does not appear, by the way, that there is going to be any audio. Again, I'm keeping it up in case we can hear anything. I believe this is going to be his third day in a row in court. We know that he did already have 2 different arraignments, so I'm not sure exactly what this hearing is for. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Yesterday, there was a suggestion that there might be a possible conflict of interest in representing Mr. Henderson, and some information was provided to the court with the presence of the district attorney in chambers before the court took the bench yesterday. So how do you want to proceed with this? Do you want me to state what your request is? Okay. At the request of the defense, there was a issue before the court concerning judicial determination of the qualification or disqualification of the Shelby County Public Defender. It was not styled in the manner of a motion to withdraw, just a motion to review. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's your understanding?
Yes, sir, motion is yes, Your Honor.
Okay. There was no request for a hearing on that, formal hearing, for the court to hear witnesses and proof and make findings of fact and ruling on the law on the issues raised concerning whether or not the public defender is disqualified to represent the defendant. The only issues that I could see, and the information given to me was limited, was that they're a matter of public record. Everything that I'm ruling here is a matter of public record. That the Shelby County Public Defender's Office previously represented Mr. Henderson on a case where he entered a guilty plea in 2001 in the criminal court of Shelby County and was sentenced to serve 24 years in prison. It's also a matter of public record that the defendant, after serving some 7 or 8 years of that sentence, filed a pro se, that means on his own with no lawyer, petition for post-conviction relief in the criminal court of Shelby County. That was in 2009, alleging ineffective assistance of counsel.
All right, if you are just joining us here, I do want to get back to some breaking news that we have been following all throughout the morning here. So let's talk a little bit more about the Queen's health. We do know that there was an alert issued by Buckingham Palace not too long ago. This maybe came in about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago as we learned that her doctors are concerned for her health. I do want to get to the latest information as we do wait for a few more details. At this point, we are waiting to get an update from Buckingham Palace because the information that they have provided to us is very, very limited. This is a live image here that is showing Buckingham Palace, and you can see people now. The crowd is gathering. More and more people are gathering out there as they wait for some kind of word about exactly what is going on. They want an update here. Queen Elizabeth has been placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. That is from a brief statement, once again, that has been released by Buckingham Palace as members of the royal family urgently travel to Scotland to be with the 96-year-old monarch. The palace has still declined to provide further details about the seriousness of the Queen's condition, but there were other worrying signs as Prime Minister Liz Truss said, quote, the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news. That had people concerned when they did see that tweet, and other politicians did express their disquiet right now. There's a lot of questions once again about how her health is doing. So I do want to take a look at just some of the tweets that we have received thus far. We are keeping an eye on all of this right now as it is developing. So as we do get updates, we are going to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. So we do have Rishi Sunak, who was one of the candidates for Prime Minister running against Liz Truss there. He did not win the election, but he essentially came in second here. He said, quote, "Concerning news from Buckingham Palace today, my thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty and all of the royal family." Again, those tweets have been coming in here. We have Matt Wilkinson. Prince Charles and Camilla have arrived at the Balmoral estate. Prince William is on his way, the palace have said. We did know, of course, as we mentioned a bit earlier, that Prince Charles and Camilla, as well as Princess Anne, have arrived there in Scotland. We also know, though, that they are still waiting for Prince William. They're waiting for Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, and several others who are expected to join them. Liz Truss here, the new UK Prime Minister, of course, saying that she's concerned as well. She said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. We do have Patricia Scotland, QC, here. Like everyone, I am deeply concerned to hear the statement from Buckingham Palace today. On behalf of every nation and citizen of the Commonwealth family, I send my best wishes to Her Majesty and the royal family. She will remain in my prayers. Keir Starmer, along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty, the Queen, and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. As you're seeing here, a lot of the tweets that are coming in are very similar because people don't have a lot of information at this point. There are just so many questions about exactly what is going on with the Queen's health, and we are waiting for a little bit more information to come in from Buckingham Palace. Again, these are the tweets that we have received so far. All right, so we do want to go back to that live view that does show Buckingham Palace. We have been watching it all throughout the morning over the last 2 hours or so. Since the initial announcement did come out, we have seen people stopping by. The crowds are gathering. Of course, we're not right there, so it's a little bit hard to see just how massive those crowds are. The camera is a little bit blurry as well, but as you look a little bit further, you can see just how many people have now shown up outside of Buckingham Palace, just waiting for any sort of update. Now, it is important to note that the Queen is not there. She is over in Scotland, along with Prince Charles and Camilla, and she is waiting for several other people to arrive there, including Prince William and Prince Harry. So if you are just joining us right now, you probably want the details. I want to make sure that I'm keeping you up to speed here and that you know everything that is going on. So Queen Elizabeth II has been placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. Buckingham Palace now releasing that statement about 2 hours ago. I would say a little bit before 8 o'clock this morning is when we did realize that. Members of the royal family traveled to Scotland to be at the bedside of the 96-year-old monarch. The announcement by the palace came a day after the Queen canceled a virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest following a full day of events Tuesday when she formally asked Liz Truss to become Britain's Prime Minister. Quote, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. The palace declined to further provide any details about the Queen's condition. As I mentioned, we are waiting for some kind of statement where we can get just a little bit more information about her medical condition, how she is doing, what her symptoms are, and what led doctors to be concerned so much for her health. Again, the palace declining to provide any more of those details. We do know that Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, along with his wife Camilla and sister Prince Anne, were with the Queen there at the castle in Scotland. This is her summer residence where she has been for several months. It is the same residence where just yesterday, or just the day before yesterday, she did meet with Liz Truss to formally provide her with the job of UK Prime Minister. She also met with the outgoing UK Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. Those all happening Tuesday. There were a lot of different events that took place at that location in Scotland here. So again, Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, his wife Camilla and sister Princess Anne are with the Queen in Scotland. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, was also en route to the castle there in Scotland, as was his brother, Prince Harry, his wife, Meghan Markle, Prince Andrew, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. We do know once again that several folks have arrived there at the castle to be with the Queen, but we are waiting to get an update as the palace once again still declining to provide further details. I am looking right now as the camera is zooming into the flag outside, actually attached to the top, I would say, of Buckingham Palace. So the gathering of the House of Windsor right now comes just 3 months after people across Britain paused over a long holiday weekend to celebrate the Queen's 70 years on the throne. It had been 7 decades. While crowds of cheering, flag-waving fans did fill the street around Buckingham Palace throughout 4 days of festivities, the Queen herself made only 2 brief appearances on the palace balcony to wave to her subjects, just to kind of make that appearance there to celebrate 70 years on the throne. Elizabeth has increasingly handed over some of those duties to Charles and the other members there of the royal family. We've seen it happen kind of progressively over the last few years, and really more so in the last few months, as she did recover from COVID-19, began using a cane and struggled to get around. You could see in some of the photos that she was using that cane and she was kind of struggling to get around. Quote, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." That is, of course, right there, a statement from Liz Truss, the new UK Prime Minister. She did make that statement on Twitter, and that caused some concern from people who said, that is a very serious statement to be making at this time. What is she trying to say? That led people, of course, to gather outside of Buckingham Palace, adding on to the crowds that are still out there at this point. We do know the Parliament Speaker a bit earlier on made a brief statement. This was a short time ago, so I do actually want to play that for you here. It is, once again, as I mentioned, very, very brief, but here it is on Live Now from Fox. All right, so unfortunately it does appear that audio is fairly low, so it is very difficult to hear, but that is the statement that he made not too long ago as the Parliament was meeting earlier on this morning. Again, we are keeping an eye outside of Buckingham Palace. Right now, you were able to see the crowds just a short time ago, but right now what you're seeing is a flag that is atop Buckingham Palace. When the camera does eventually zoom out again, you will be able to see just the massive crowds that have now lined up. A lot of people right now just waiting for some kind of information, and you know, we're doing the same thing here. We want to stay with you and bring you that information as soon as we do get it here. That is what we do here Live Now from Fox. We are breaking news 24/7 around the clock, so you can always count on us to bring you the details as soon as we do get them. Political leaders of every persuasion are expressing their concern. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, said the, quote, prayers of the nation are now with Elizabeth. Since assuming the throne after the death of her father, February 6th of 1952, Elizabeth has been a symbol of stability as Britain negotiated the end of empire, the dawn of the information age, and the mass migration that transformed the country into a multicultural society. Throughout it all, the Queen has built a bond with the nation through a seemingly endless series of public appearances as she opened libraries, dedicated hospitals, and bestowed honors on deserving citizens. We have seen many of those over the last few decades. She did make a lot of public appearances, and we know, of course, that over the last, I would say, few months, few years or so, she is making significantly less of those appearances. Now, on the final day of that Jubilee that we brought you, she joined other senior members of the royal family on the balcony there at Buckingham Palace to watch a flyby by 70 military aircraft and waved to supporters who filled the street below. They always show up for the Queen, as they are doing right now, standing outside Buckingham Palace just waiting for any kind of update. Later, the Queen took part in a beacon lighting ceremony over at Windsor Palace, the culmination of events that spanned the Commonwealth. So again, right now we are waiting for any kind of update from Buckingham Palace. They are updating us, obviously at this point, not as frequently as many people were hoping. They hope to get an update on what the Queen's medical condition is. And at this point, we have not yet received that update. We are keeping an eye, though, on just about everything we have, all of our crews, all of our feeds, anything that comes in. We will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. All right, I do want to bring you to another story that we have been following quite a bit. I am going to leave you on this shot, though, of Buckingham Palace at this point while I talk about a little bit more breaking news. We did talk earlier about the kidnapping of Eliza Fletcher. This involved Cleotha Abston. He is in court, and the court is now adjourning. As you could hear if you were watching us early, it was very, very difficult to hear any of that feed. So unfortunately, we do not have the audio there, but we are working to find out exactly what happened inside that courtroom, because they were now there for a third day of arraignments. He has been in court 3 different times, so we will keep you updated as we do get any more information. It appears right now that the shot that we had of Buckingham Palace might have gone over to Scotland. We might be in the area of the Queen's estate there in Scotland right now. We had been watching as those crowds were gathering outside of Buckingham Palace. I am waiting on my producer to tell me if he is aware if that is going to be Scotland. I believe that is going to be her estate in Scotland, though. We're seeing the flag that is above, just like we were watching in Buckingham Palace there. They did have the flag above as well. But this is the Queen's summer estate. This is where she has been spending her summer. And if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:21 over on the East Coast, and it is 7:21 on the West Coast. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It has been a busy morning as we do wait to get some more information, but my producer David just confirming here that that is a live shot of her estate over in Scotland. This is where the Queen has been spending her summer. It's where she did meet with Liz Truss to get her into the role the other day of UK Prime Minister. Truss, of course, the newest Prime Minister, taking over for Boris Johnson, who did resign amid several ethics scandals. He met with the Queen as well on Tuesday to provide his official resignation. He, of course, had mentioned previously that he would resign, but it is not official until he speaks with the Queen and provides that resignation. We know that right after that, she did meet with Liz Truss and gave her the power. So now Liz Truss is the UK Prime Minister. Truss did make a comment this morning on Twitter that had quite a few people talking here. She did say the whole country will be deeply concerned by news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and with her family at this time. I do want to take you over to a view that shows some of these tweets that we are receiving from people across the country, across the world, many of them, of course, in the UK. They know her very well, and they are just praying for her to make a full recovery. So that is a lot of what we are seeing right here. I want to turn off that live bug so you can see. But Rishi Sunak, who was Liz Truss's opponent in the race for UK Prime Minister, he did not win, but he did tweet out concerning news from Buckingham Palace today. My thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty and all the royal family. We have Liz Truss. We just mentioned this. She said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. We have Matt Wilkinson, who said Prince Charles and Camilla have arrived at the Balmoral estate. Prince William is on his way, the palace have said. We know since then that we have learned from the Associated Press and from Buckingham Palace itself that Prince William is still on the way. However, Prince Charles, again, has arrived. Keir Starmer saying, along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. We have Patricia Scotland QC, who said, like everyone, I am deeply concerned to hear the statement from Buckingham Palace today. On behalf of every nation and citizen of the Commonwealth family, I send my best wishes to Her Majesty and the royal family. She will remain in my prayers. As we mentioned, this is what we do 24/7 here on Live Now from Fox. We are all about breaking news, so we are going to stay on this and take a look now at the view that we do have showing the outside of Queen Elizabeth's Scotland estate. This is where she has been spending her summer and where she is right now. This is where everyone is headed over to see her. We have Prince Charles, Camilla. They are both out there. We also know that Prince William, Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, they are all headed that direction as well as we speak. It's not clear just yet if we will get any sort of video of them entering, if anyone plans on speaking. As we mentioned, we did have the camera that was outside Buckingham Palace as the crowds were gathering. You had a lot of people out there. People are just essentially waiting. They want to show support for the Queen, but they are waiting to see how she is doing and get any sort of update from Buckingham Palace. We have been checking on Buckingham Palace's Twitter. That is where we received the first update earlier on this morning that there was something wrong with the Queen's health and that doctors were, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. So I am checking here, but I believe the last thing that has been tweeted is that same statement. It is, and it shows it was tweeted 2 hours ago. The exact time was 7:34 Eastern time. So we are now almost 3 hours removed from that initial statement that we received via Twitter. It actually comes from the royal family's Twitter. That is their official page where they do tweet out statements from Buckingham Palace that are relevant, of course, to the public and to the media. But that statement saying, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. That is, again, her Scotland estate that you are seeing a live image of. We are going to stay live, raw, and unfiltered on that image as we do see the flag waving right there above her estate. We know, of course, we were watching the camera over on Buckingham Palace just a bit ago. We have been checking to see at this point if anyone here in America, like President Biden, might be making a statement of any kind about the Queen's health. We know, obviously, nothing just yet. I continue to check his page as well as several others to see if any statements are being made. But as of right now, we have not seen a statement from President Joe Biden. We'll keep our eye on that, though. All right, and the latest information we do have, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are looking at a live view of Queen Elizabeth's estate over in Scotland. It is 10:27 on the East Coast and 7:27 over on the West Coast. Thanks so much for being with us. Live Now from Fox is breaking news 24/7, so I do want to stay on this shot as we do work to get more information. But if you are just joining us here, Queen Elizabeth II has been placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. Buckingham Palace said Thursday as members of the royal family traveled to Scotland there to be at the bedside of the 96-year-old monarch. The announcement by the palace did come a day after the Queen canceled that virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest up following a very busy day that she had Tuesday. You saw some of that here on Live Now from Fox when she did formally ask Liz Truss to become Britain's Prime Minister. Quote, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. That is the palace's statement from, again, about 3 hours ago, saying the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. The palace declined to provide any further details. You do have media crews as well as other folks, just people there from England who are just gathering to get any information. They are waiting, thinking maybe somebody will come out and give an update on her condition, but the palace still declining to provide any further details about the Queen's condition. There are worrying signs, though, as Truss was interrupted. We're talking about Liz Truss, the new UK Prime Minister. She was interrupted on the floor of the House of Commons to note her condition, and family members canceled long-planned engagements to travel to the Highlands. So we have that sound from when she was interrupted. I did try to play it a bit earlier. I'm going to see if we are able to play it right now for you, because I would love for you to be able to hear it. I know it is very, very short, but if we can play it for you, we would love to do that here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. All right, we are going to try to come back to that. We're working to get you that sound as she was interrupted there for the update on Queen Elizabeth's condition there, and the fact that the doctors were essentially by her bedside. They are taking care of her. They are observing her to see how she is doing. She did have that full day of events on Tuesday when she formally asked Liz Truss to become UK's new Prime Minister. Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, along with his wife Camilla and sister Princess Anne, were with the Queen at Balmoral Castle, which is her summer residence in Scotland. That was what you were looking at a bit earlier, but it does appear right now we are back to a live view showing Buckingham Palace there. I see that they are kind of panning up to the flag at the top of the palace. A bit earlier, they did have a live now view that did show the crowds that had gathered outside, and I would imagine the last one that we did see was about 30 minutes ago. So I'd imagine if they pan out here, you are going to see even more people that have shown up. There's likely an even more massive crowd, as just about everyone there waits for any word on how the Queen is doing. So again, Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, his wife Camilla and sister Princess Anne are there in Scotland at the Queen's summer residence. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, is also en route to Balmoral, as was his brother, Prince Harry, his wife, Meghan Markle, Prince Andrew, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. The gathering of the House of Windsor, comes just 3 months after people across Britain paused over a long holiday weekend to celebrate the Queen's 70 years on the throne. While crowds of cheering, flag-waving fans filled the streets around Buckingham Palace throughout the day of festivities, the Queen herself made only 2 brief appearances there. Again, what you are looking at is that live view that is showing Buckingham Palace. All right, so what you are looking at once again, this is a live view showing Buckingham Palace. It is 10:32 over on the East Coast and 7:32 on the West Coast. We do have some other feeds that we are monitoring right now. This is actually the DA who is speaking on the case that we did mention a bit earlier involving Eliza Fletcher, who was abducted and murdered last Friday while on her normal jog, the normal jog that she would take over in Memphis. So the DA is speaking right now after a 3rd court hearing for the suspect, Cleotha Abston. I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Commendably concerned about each other and making sure that they support each other. They've been fully cooperative with us throughout the entire process.
You said the other day you believed it was an isolated attack. Is that still your standing today?
No change in information. No new information to change anything I said before about what we're thinking.
The Public Defender's Office made note of Chief Davis's comments during Tuesday morning's press conference where she referred to Henderson as a dangerous predator. Can that impact how you prosecute this case going forward?
No, it won't impact how we prosecute. Just a little bit of background. there are ethical rules that govern what prosecutors can say, the comments they can say about pending cases, right? And certain types of characterizations of the evidence, certain types of characterizations of the defendant are not permitted for prosecutors. There's also language in the ethical rules governing prosecutors that say that prosecutors have a duty to try to discourage other officials, like law enforcement officials, from making the kinds of comments that they themselves couldn't make. And as Mr. Hagerman, I think, correctly said throughout the entire hearing, we have been very scrupulous about honoring all these ethical rules, and we will continue to do so. The defense wanted that memorialized in a court order. We have no objection to that. The court order basically says that we will do what the ethical rules require, which is what we were already doing and already will continue to do. When we'll counsel with law enforcement about the nature of the restrictions on public comments, and I don't think this will affect the prosecution of this case in any way.
Finally, what do you just say to people in the community who are writing from both of these incidents and tourists? They may think of this city as a dangerous city.
Yeah. People in Memphis and Shelby County are understandably frightened and outraged by all of these events. And, as I said last night, what I would encourage people to do is first to pray for the victims and their families, to rest assured that we have an awesome law enforcement force. I've watched them firsthand, command center, both dealing with the Fletcher case and now with the new case. And I'm reassured that we've got competent, dedicated law enforcement that respond quickly to all of these incidents and doing everything they can to keep us safe. And we will continue to cooperate with law enforcement to do everything we can to keep us safe. So please be reassured that we're on the case, we're doing everything we can. As I said last night, with respect to the incident last night, if people know loved ones that believe that they're acting erratically or under great emotional distress and might snap, particularly if they know that they're armed, reach out to them. Try to show that you care. Try to help them, and if necessary and appropriate, contact law enforcement. There are a number of mental health agencies out there that we can distribute later on that people can reach out to. So that's what I would say to the public, and then to the people outside Memphis and Shelby County. Look, there have been a string in this horrible week of really tragic, horrible incidents. Law enforcement is doing everything it can, and we will do everything we can to prevent these from happening in the future. But they're not representative of the true Memphis and Shelby County, and there's no reason why people can't come to Memphis and Shelby County.
Can you just confirm the Kelly's arraignment tomorrow, what time and what judge will be presiding over the case?
We know there will be an arraignment tomorrow, and I believe it's Judge Karen Massey. Judge Karen Massey's court.
Which is right down the hall behind you. And I'd say this too, you have a DA that's been in the command center with the police now at least 3 nights over the course of the last week, at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, on the fly, helping with decisions and helping to bring these crises to a resolution.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you.
All right, so what you were watching right there was the DA discussing the Eliza Fletcher murder case. She was, of course, abducted while she was on her morning run over in Memphis almost 1 week ago. It was last Friday. It appears our shot has changed here that we were showing you of Buckingham Palace. So I am going to work to bring it back up here. Give me just 1 second. All right, there we go. And we do have, obviously, a pretty severe story that we are covering right now. It is very serious. This involves the Queen's health. The doctors saying that they are concerned for Her Majesty's health. So that is why you're looking at a live view here showing Buckingham Palace. This is the top of the palace where you can see the flag waving in the wind. We have also seen an image showing her Scotland estate, because that is where she actually is. The Queen is not here at Buckingham Palace. She has been spending the summer over at her estate in Scotland. So that is where she is right now, and that is where we are seeing other people head to. We're talking about we've seen other members of the royal family as well as Prince Charles. We've seen Camilla show up. We do know that Prince Harry, Prince William, Meghan Markle, they are all headed in that direction as well. We've also learned that Princess Anne is there as well in Scotland. So again, while we're looking at this Buckingham Palace view, that is because you do have several people who are out there, and I'm talking dozens and dozens of people who have gathered outside to try to get an answer. They are hoping that someone will come outside and provide any kind of update about the Queen's health, because the last piece of information that we have was this very brief statement that was released about 3 hours ago. At this point, it's been a little more than 3 hours since that was released. So we are keeping an eye on the situation and waiting for, again, another statement, a tweet, anything that provides a little more clarity as to what is going on with the Queen. We do know the announcement from the palace came a day after the Queen did cancel that virtual meeting of the Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest following that full day of events on Tuesday. We brought you coverage of that as she did meet with Liz Truss to formally make her the UK Prime Minister. She also met with Boris Johnson right before that to accept his official resignation. So right now we are waiting on a little bit more information here. We are going to keep you on this image that does show Buckingham Palace. I'm hoping that they are going to provide us another image that does show her Scotland estate as well. It's a lot different because people can stand outside of Buckingham Palace, and that's what they're doing. However, you can't really stand outside of her Scotland estate. It's more fenced off, and it's not an area that people can easily get to or would be allowed to get to. So that's just something else to keep in mind here. I do want to show you some of the tweets that we have seen coming in from across the country, and I expect that at some point soon we will have world leaders who are tweeting their feelings as well and their prayers for the Queen to recover. We have not seen a statement of any kind just yet from President Biden, but I am keeping an eye on that as well. All right, so here we go. What you are looking at is UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. She did tweet earlier on, the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. Keir Starmer said, along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. Like everyone, I am deeply concerned to hear the statement from Buckingham Palace today. On behalf of every nation and citizen of the Commonwealth family, I send my best wishes to Her Majesty and the royal family. She will remain in my prayers. Patricia Scotland, QC, right there. Matt Wilkinson, Prince Charles, and Camilla have arrived over at the Balmoral estate. Prince William is on his way. That is according to the palace. We did know that they had tweeted out that information a bit earlier when we learned that Prince Charles, Camilla, Princess Anne as well have arrived there, but that Prince William, Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, and several others are still on the way. Rishi Sunak, who did run against Liz Truss for the actual position there of UK Prime Minister, did tweet out this statement. He said, concerning news from Buckingham Palace today, my thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty and all the royal family. So all those statements sounding, pretty vague. They all sound the same as far as thoughts and prayers because no one at this point is really clear on exactly what's going on and what condition the Queen is in right now. And this is a story that we will continue to cover because we are 24/7 breaking news here at Live Now from Fox. This is what we do. We want to be there for you, so the second we get any additional information, we can bring that right to you. All right, let's go back to this live view that does show Buckingham Palace. Let's see, I do have one live view that does show the top of Buckingham Palace, so I do want to... All right. All right, so I do want to give you an update. If you are just watching us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:43 on the East Coast and 7:43 over on the West Coast. If you're watching this right now, you are seeing Buckingham Palace. You look and you see the top of it. You can see the flag waving in the wind right now. Also, if you are just joining us, look off to the left side of your screen. Normally there, you would see our top story sidebar, but what you're looking at now are a bunch of facts that tell you about Queen Elizabeth and her current situation. That, of course, will keep you updated, and as we get more information, we will update that with the latest details. But as you can imagine, we will be live on the air, live, raw, and unfiltered here as well. But again, that is a live image showing Buckingham Palace. So Queen Elizabeth placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. That was a brief statement that was released by Buckingham Palace now a little more than 3 hours ago as members of the royal family traveled to Scotland to be at the bedside of the 96-year-old monarch. The announcement by the palace came a day after the Queen did cancel that virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest following a full day of events Tuesday when she did formally ask Liz Truss to become Britain's Prime Minister. This is that statement. I've read it time and time again, but I just want, if you are just joining us, to hear it because I want you to hear how vague and limited it is as far as information goes. It's, quote, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision at this point. The palace, of course, providing that statement, ending with the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral, which is her summer estate there in Scotland. We showed you a live view a bit earlier. We don't have that camera up right now, but if we do get it, we will bring it to you as well. We also have a live view that is showing Aberdeen Airport. I want to try to pull that up for you right now so you can get a look. The family is actually about to arrive. We know Prince William, Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, they are likely on this flight. So I do want to pull that up for you live, raw, and unfiltered. And there it is. You can see a live view showing Aberdeen Airport as we do wait for the arrival of more family members that are flying into Scotland to go see the Queen and be by her side as doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health. We know that Prince Charles, Camilla, and Princess Anne have both arrived already. They are there in Scotland at the Queen's estate, but we are still waiting for the arrival of several people, including Prince Harry, Prince William, Meghan Markle, as well as several others. No word yet on when they're going to arrive, but it does appear that they will be flying right here into Aberdeen Airport, so we should see it very, very soon. The palace still declining to provide any further details about the Queen's condition, but there were some other worrying signs as we did see UK Prime Minister Liz Truss interrupted on the floor of the House of Commons to note her condition, and family members canceled some long-planned engagements to travel to the Highlands and be by her side. Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, along with his wife Camilla and sister Princess Anne, were with the Queen at Balmoral Castle, which is her summer residence there in Scotland. Prince William, Charles' eldest son, was also en route to Balmoral, as was his brother, Prince Harry, his wife Meghan, Prince Andrew, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. I believe that could be them flying in only because I saw the camera kind of zoom in. I'm sure there are a lot of flights that are coming in right now, so not clear if that is going to be them, if they are coming on a specific plane. But once we see them land, I can imagine the camera will pan down onto that plane and you will see them get off the plane. Not sure if they will make any sort of statement or anything of that nature. We know, of course, there are a lot of questions at this point as we just don't know a lot. We have so many questions about what is going on, and what we know so far will stay there on the left side of your screen where our top stories bar would normally be. What you're looking at is the latest information here about Queen Elizabeth. It says Queen Elizabeth under medical supervision at her home in Scotland. Members of the royal family urgently traveled to Scotland to be with the 96-year-old. Many of them, as we just mentioned, had canceled some long-planned events to make sure that they were there. They recently marked 70 years on the throne, making her the longest reigning British monarch. A lot of facts there about Queen Elizabeth. We do know that England, we've seen people that have gone out there to Buckingham Palace. They want to be there because they are just waiting for any sort of word, and they are very, very loyal, I would say, to Queen Elizabeth and see her as their leader. They see her as somebody that they have looked up to, that they've watched, who made a lot of public appearances over the last few years. I would say over the last few decades, fewer of them over the last several months and maybe even last several years. Political leaders of every persuasion expressing their concern, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, said the, quote, prayers of the nation are with Elizabeth. So we are starting to hear from other political leaders as well. I keep checking to see if President Biden has issued a statement or tweeted or anything of that nature. Haven't seen anything just yet, but I'm keeping an eye on just about every different monitor and computer that I have up here in the Live Now from Fox newsroom. You may or may not know that Elizabeth has increasingly handed over duties to Charles and other members of the royal family, especially in recent months as she's been recovering from a bout of COVID-19. She began using a cane and walking around, having some issues walking, I would say, struggling really to get around. Liz Truss did post here, the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across the country, across United Kingdom, are with Her Majesty, the Queen, and her family at this time. That could be the plane, I said that last time, but this could be the plane that is carrying Prince William, Prince Harry, Meghan Markle. Not sure if they are traveling together at this point. But we are waiting for their arrival here at Aberdeen Airport. What you are looking at is a live image from one of our several cameras that are located across the country and, as you can tell, across the world. It does appear this is likely them, as we are seeing the camera panning onto that and keeping a close eye on it. So it is likely that is the plane that they are on. We're going to watch to see as they get off, and if they do make any sort of statement. They are clear that a lot of people do have questions about how Queen Elizabeth is doing, what her condition is, what caused this concern for doctors over there. So it is very likely that maybe they will make a statement. Maybe we'll be left to wait for Buckingham Palace to put out another one. They did put out that statement around 7:30 Eastern time this morning that gave some of the initial comments. Again, they were very, very vague. It said, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. What I want to do is give you kind of a triple box view that will show you the airport, Buckingham Palace, as well as some video of the Queen. So here at Live Now from Fox, we do it all ourselves. So I'm going to leave you on this image while I work to get all of that up and together. All right, so what that is right there, that is a plane carrying at least some members of the royal family to go ahead to the Queen's estate there in Scotland. As I mentioned, we do know that Prince Charles and Camilla have already arrived along with Princess Anne, but we were still waiting the arrival of Prince William, Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, as well as several other people in the family. So we are going to watch and see when they come off the plane if they do make any sort of statement or provide any more information. This is, of course, something that a lot of people are watching very, very closely here because they do just want answers. They want to know what is happening with the Queen's health, and hopefully someone who is out there will be able to provide some answers or something of that nature. So we will wait to see what does happen. But that is apparently the plane that is carrying at least some members of the royal family. All right, everyone, if you are just joining us here, you are looking at a live image showing Aberdeen Airport. This is where some members of the royal family have just landed on their way over to visit Queen Elizabeth. They want to be by her side because doctors have said they are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health, and she is now under medical supervision. We are still waiting, though, for an update from Buckingham Palace on the exact condition she is in, what she is suffering from, her ailments. We want to know a little bit more. As you imagine, everyone there in England gathering outside of Buckingham Palace, just hoping for some answers. They are just waiting. They are praying. We've seen statements all over the board, all across the board, from several political aisles there who are just praying for the Queen's recovery. If you are just joining us here, I do want to go over a little bit of the background information that we do have. Queen Elizabeth II placed under medical supervision because doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health. That was the statement released by Buckingham Palace about 3.5 hours ago as we saw members of the royal family rush to Scotland to be by her side. And we're talking about by the side of this 96-year-old monarch. The announcement by the palace came a day after the Queen did cancel a virtual meeting of her Privy Council when doctors advised her to rest under medical supervision here. She was ordered to rest following a day of those full events Tuesday when she formally asked Liz Truss to become the UK Prime Minister. She met with Liz Truss in a pretty private ceremony. She also met with Boris Johnson, the outgoing Prime Minister of the UK. He had to give his resignation in order for Liz Truss to then take over. So the Queen then appointed Liz Truss into that position as UK Prime Minister. So the full statement from Buckingham Palace was following further evaluation this morning. The Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The rest of the statement ended. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral, which is her Scotland estate. It's where she has been for the summer and where she has been spending her summer time. The palace did decline to provide further details about the Queen's condition, but there were other worrying signs as Liz Truss was interrupted during a debate in the House of Commons to be updated and briefed on the Queen's condition, and family members canceled some long-planned engagements to travel over to the Highlands as well. Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, along with his wife Camilla and sister Princess Anne, as we mentioned, were with the Queen here at Balmoral Castle. They are already there. However, Prince William, Charles' eldest son, was en route to Balmoral, as was his brother, Prince Harry, his wife Meghan Markle, Prince Andrew, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. I am not sure at this point who is aboard this plane. We are told it is likely the royal family. Not sure, though, if it is all of them that we just mentioned, if it's just some of them. There is still kind of a lot to figure out as far as that goes, so we will make sure to bring you any updates as we get them. But you can see the door is open, so it is likely that we could see someone step out very soon. Again, not sure if any statement will be made. A lot of people do have questions. There's obviously no podium or anything like that, and media is being kept pretty far back. We're talking about an airport, so they normally don't just let you on the runway there to ask people questions. That is not going to happen. Not sure, though, if he will if Prince William, Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, any of them will walk over to camera and just, deliver a statement. You just never know. But at this point, Buckingham Palace has not provided any more information than they already did. So we are waiting to see who steps off of that plane. Obviously, it's a pretty far away view, so it's nearly impossible to see who that was unless you are looking on a giant screen that is much bigger than mine. I'm going to say that could be Prince William over to the right side of your screen there. Yeah, that's who that does appear to be. We're trying to zoom in. You can see our crew that's out there is about as zoomed in as they can get. But that is the plane here where several members of the royal family are arriving. They are going to go from here over to Scotland to be by the Queen's bedside. As you know by now, Queen Elizabeth is under medical supervision at her estate in Scotland, and we are waiting for any kind of update from Buckingham Palace. They did release that very brief statement about 3.5 hours ago, so we are just waiting at this point for any kind of update that we can get. You could see everyone who got off that plane then got into those vehicles. They will now head over to the Queen's summer location. It's her estate where she has been at this point for the summer, essentially. We did see over the last few months that her condition has not been the best, is probably the best way to word that. We do know, of course, that she did catch COVID-19. She has spent quite a bit of time recovering. She's using a cane. She's struggling to get around. So that's the last sort of images that we have really seen from the Queen there over in England. But there goes the vehicles that are carrying some members of the royal family as they do head over to Scotland to be by the Queen's bedside. We are hoping for some kind of update here from Buckingham Palace. We haven't received it just yet. A lot of people are asking. We had a live view of Buckingham Palace a bit earlier on this morning, and you could see just how many people at that point had already gathered outside. So I would imagine right now, the camera's not on there anymore, but I would imagine that crowd is even bigger at this point. We are reaching out to just about everyone here to try to get the latest information for you. That plane just landing here at Aberdeen Airport, and that is where several members of the royal family did land just a short time ago, jumped in a car and went over to Scotland. We actually just got an Associated Press alert where they said members of Britain's royal family land in Scotland as the Queen's health is of concern to the nation. So we know that there were several members of the royal family on board that plane. I'm pretty sure that I did see Prince William. It's so far away, though, it is really hard to tell. We just know at this point that several members of the royal family did just arrive there. We also already knew that Prince Charles and Camilla, as well as Princess Anne, had already been there. They were over at the Queen's Scotland estate a bit earlier on. So they've arrived. They were waiting at this point on Prince William, Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, and several other folks to be by the Queen's bedside. Not sure if they will speak outside once they arrive. That is just a question that we do not have an answer to at this point. Really quickly here, now that the plane has landed, I do want to take you over to another shot that we have been watching here. This is actually, oh, that shot went down. So instead, let's actually show you some of the tweets here that we have been looking at from several different people across the country, across the world. They are all tweeting their thoughts, their prayers, things of that nature. So I do want to pull that up for you so we can take a quick look here as we have seen some of those come in. That, of course, includes UK Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. All right, there we go. We do have some of those right now that you can see. So we have Liz Truss, and this was a statement that some people have said was concerning, and that's why you did see crews and I would say more so people there heading over to Buckingham Palace to get a view and just wait for any sort of update. That's because Liz Truss did tweet, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." So that was Liz Truss, the new UK Prime Minister. We have Patricia Scotland, QC, there saying, "Like everyone, I am deeply concerned to hear the statement from Buckingham Palace today. On behalf of every nation and citizen of the Commonwealth family, I send my best wishes to Her Majesty and the royal family. She will remain in my prayers." Oh, and we do have Rishi Sunak. He was the runner-up for UK Prime Minister here. Concerning news from Buckingham Palace today, "My thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty and all the royal family." Keir Starmer saying, "Along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery." Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister there in Canada, saying, "My thoughts and the thoughts of Canadians across the country are with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II at this time. We are wishing her well and sending our best to the royal family." All right, everyone. So I do want to actually bring you back to Aberdeen Airport. You did just see those tweets that we were showing from people all over the world right now. They are all really just asking for prayers at this point. They want to know more about the Queen as well. They want to know what her condition is, and that's kind of the sentiment. If you go over to Buckingham Palace, you can see just how many people are out there right now. And honestly, they just are waiting for any kind of answer. It is now 11:05 if you are joining us on the East Coast, and it is 8:05 over on the West Coast. We are following this breaking news as we have been involving Queen Elizabeth's condition. She's been placed under medical supervision because doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health. That is the information we do have from Buckingham Palace this morning. Our crews over in Phoenix have been covering this as well. They've been looking into it to try to get information. They have spoken with an expert, or will speak with an expert, to get a little bit more information about this. So I do want to send it over to them, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, thanks so much, Josh, for your continuing coverage of this big moment here, as really not only England, but all around the world, as we await more updates here, as Queen Elizabeth II there, doctors concerned for her health right now, and we're just looking at some video from the past there of her very long reign on the throne there. 70 years when it's she just celebrated the Diamond Jubilee, and of course we had full coverage on that back in June here for you. But let me just break down here. This is the very latest that we know, as Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward just landed at Aberdeen Airport. So that's what you see right there from the plane. The drive from there to Balmoral is about an hour. Prince William, Duke of Cambridge, has just stepped off the plane as well. He was followed onto the tarmac by Prince Edward and Prince Andrew there. So what we will do is continuing to bring you this top coverage here. We do know that all of the Queen's 4 children are now with her at Balmoral Castle, along with her grandson, the Duke of Cambridge, as this situation is obviously very serious right now, and continues to be something that we are going to be talking about all day today. The big update was about 3 hours ago when there was just the latest release saying, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable at Balmoral. Buckingham Palace says family members have been informed about the Queen's medical situation as she remains there at Balmoral. And so we are going to continue to get updates here throughout the day, obviously. But 96-year-old Queen Elizabeth II just celebrated her Platinum Jubilee earlier this year. Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, wrote that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. Balmoral Castle, where the Queen currently is her country estate in the Scottish Highlands, which she has long said is her favorite place to be. She spends the holidays there every year with her family and has been based there since becoming ill. The health announcement comes after Queen Elizabeth II decided to postpone a meeting with senior officials on Wednesday after experiencing a full day of activities the day before. Just yesterday, the Queen spent the day at her summer residence in Scotland appointing Truss. The 96-year-old Queen oversaw an entire day worth of activities involving the symbolic transfer of power to Truss. After the big day, the Queen's doctor advised her to take it easy and rest, and the Queen listened. After a full day yesterday, Her Majesty has the afternoon accepted doctor's advice to rest, the palace said in a statement today, just yesterday. This means that the Privy Council meeting that had been due to take place this evening will be rearranged. The Queen had been experiencing episodes of mobility issues and has been walking with a cane since October of 2021. In November of 2021, the monarch decided against attending a Remembrance Day ceremony because she was suffering from a sprained back. In early 2022, the palace announced that the Queen had COVID-19, stating Her Majesty is experiencing mild cold-like symptoms but expects to continue light duties at Windsor over the coming week. While the Queen was able to attend 3 events celebrating her Platinum Jubilee, she was notably absent from many of the celebration's events. The Queen has been taking a step back from many of her royal duties and instead giving her son and future king, Prince Charles, more responsibilities. Her grandson, Prince William, has also taken on more responsibility and is making appearances as a senior royal. The Queen officially became England's longest reigning British monarch in 2015 when she exceeded her great-grandmother, Queen Victoria's reign, and continues to break that record. She has now been on the throne for 70 years and holds the record for second longest reigning monarch in the world, second only to French King Louis, who ruled for 72 years. She ascended the throne at the age of 25 when her father, King George, died back in 1952, everyone. So what we will do is continue to follow this here for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here on this busy Thursday as we continue to follow the developments for Queen Elizabeth II. Live look right now at Buckingham Palace there as you are seeing people come and just want to be a part of and send warm wishes and good thoughts for the Queen's health here as we continue to talk about this big story as doctors are concerned for her health here, and they advised her to rest, and she is resting. She is in her home in Scotland, and she has been there for quite some time. That is her summer estate, and we did learn of more royal family members coming to Scotland. Some just landed moments ago, and we brought that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll continue to follow always all of the latest that is coming with this. Obviously, it's a very touch and go type of situation as we await more updates, not only from Buckingham Palace, but also from some of the senior royal family members. Just a little bit ago, Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, and Sophie Wessex just landed at Aberdeen Airport. The drive from there to Balmoral is about an hour. So right now they are in the car heading to be with their loved one. Prince William, Duke of Cambridge, just stepped off the plane as well. It flew from RAF Northolt. He was followed onto the tarmac by Sophie Wessex, Prince Edward, and Prince Andrew. Harry and Meghan, the Duke of Duchess of Sussex, are traveling to Balmoral Castle. They were supposed to do a charity event tonight in London, but obviously that has been postponed because of the news there of the Queen. Following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision as the Queen remains comfortable at her home there in Balmoral. Earlier today, we learned that Prince William was traveling to Balmoral after today's announcement, and he is about an hour away there right now. We are told that the Queen's other children have also traveled there as well. This includes Princess Anne, who is already there, Prince Andrew, and Prince Edward. The Archbishop of Canterbury is saying, "My prayers and the prayers of people across the Church of England and the nation are with Her Majesty, the Queen, today. May God's presence strengthen and comfort Her Majesty, her family, and those who are caring for her at Balmoral." The new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, put out a tweet a little bit ago saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty, the Queen, and her family at this time. And coming up in about a half an hour, everyone, we are going to speak to a royal family expert and just kind of giving us the breakdown. We'll talk all about the Queen's 70 years on the throne, 70 plus years that continues to break records as well there. So we'll talk all about her life, the legacy, and really what the Queen means not only for the people of England, but really around the globe. For most people, they have only known one queen, and that's Queen Elizabeth II. 70 years on the throne there, and we'll be talking all about it. I can't wait for that interview. We're also hoping to get our Fox colleagues in London to do some talkbacks with us as well. We're waiting on that, hoping to get that for everyone, and we'll continue to bring you these big stories that are happening all across the country and, of course, around the world that we're bringing it to you all in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to come in and wanting to see more updates, and we are awaiting just like you are right here on Live Now. I want to take another brief 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we bring you the very latest on this troubling situation with the Queen. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us here as we are rolling with this breaking news all morning long, trying to give you the latest updates when it comes to the Queen and her health here. Live look right there on the left of Buckingham Palace, and on the right you are seeing just so many iconic shots of Queen Elizabeth II throughout the years, 70 years on the throne. And we are continuing to talk about her life, legacy, and as family members continue to come to Scotland to be with her during this troubling time where the doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health. And I just want to continue to update you just on, as we just celebrated her Platinum Jubilee earlier this year. She's 96 years old. She's been on the throne for 70 years. As Queen Elizabeth's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health, Buckingham Palace announced that today, adding that they recommended she stay under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable at Balmoral Castle. The palace added the Queen, who's 96, celebrated her Platinum Jubilee earlier this year. Prince Charles, Duchess of Cornwall, and Prince William traveling to Balmoral Castle to be by her side. Prince Harry and his wife are heading there as well right now. The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, wrote on Twitter, "My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." Balmoral Castle, where the Queen currently is her country estate in the Scottish Highlands, which she has long said is her favorite place to be. She spends the holidays there every year with her family and has been based there since becoming ill. The health announcement comes after Queen Elizabeth II decided to postpone a meeting with senior government officials just yesterday after experiencing a full day of activities the day before. On Tuesday, the Queen spent the day at her summer residence in Scotland appointing a Truss. The 96-year-old Queen oversaw an entire day worth of activities involving the symbolic transfer of power to Truss. After the big day, the Queen's doctors advised her to take it easy and rest, and the Queen listened. After a full day yesterday, Her Majesty has this afternoon accepted doctors' advice to rest. The palace said in a statement just yesterday. This means that the Privy Council meeting that had been due to take place this evening will be rearranged. The Queen has been experiencing episodes of mobility issues and has been walking with a cane since October of 2021. In November of 2021, the monarch decided against attending a Remembrance Day ceremony because she was suffering from a sprained back. Earlier this year, the palace announced the Queen had contracted COVID-19, stating Her Majesty is experiencing mild cold-like symptoms, but expects to continue light duties at Windsor over the coming week. While the Queen was able to attend 3 events celebrating her Platinum Jubilee, she was notably absent from many of the celebration's events. The Queen has been taking a step back from many of her royal duties and instead giving her son and future king, Prince Charles, more responsibilities. Her grandson, Prince William, has also taken on more responsibility and is making appearances as a senior royal. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here on Live Now from Fox, as these are deeply royal concerns right now for the Majesty's health and condition. Family members have gone to Scotland and to be with her at her estate. Some are already there. Some are coming within the hour, and we will have more updates, of course, as if anything does break. You know, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, always in the mix here for you. I'm going to take another quick 2-minute break. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we are going to be talking to a royal expert to break down her amazing time on the throne, 70-plus years. But when we come back, I'll give you a little timeline of some of her biggest events in her life as Queen Elizabeth II on the throne for more than 70 years. We'll break it all down and some of the biggest highlights of her reign on the top. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we are continuing to break down the big story of the day, not only in this country, but really around the world here as we are waiting for more updates concerning the health of Queen Elizabeth II here. I just want to break down some of the timeline for Queen Elizabeth and just break down some of her key events throughout the years. Let's go to 1952 as Prince Elizabeth and her husband, Prince Philip, set out on a tour of Africa and Asia in place of her ailing father, King George. News of the king's death reaches her in Kenya on February 6th of that year, meaning she is the first sovereign in more than 200 years to accede to the throne while abroad. June 2nd, 1953, Queen Elizabeth is crowned at Westminster Abbey in the first televised service of that. And obviously, since 1953, everyone, she has been on that throne and continued to have just so many highlights throughout the years. In 1977, the Queen marked her Silver Jubilee of 25 years as monarch with a tour of Commonwealth countries and lavish celebrations in the UK. In 1981, Prince Charles marries Lady Diana Spencer in a glittering ceremony. 1986, Prince Andrew marries the high-spirited publishing executive Sarah Ferguson, known as Fergie. The couple became then the Duke and Duchess of York. In 1991, the Queen tours the United States and becomes the first monarch to address the U.S. Congress. In 1992, her 40th year on the throne, which she calls her horrible year. It's marked by marital upsets and public dissent. It started out with the separation of Andrew and Sarah and Anne's divorce from Mark Phillips. In November, Windsor Castle is badly damaged by fire. The Queen agrees to pay income tax. In March of 95, the Queen makes the first address by a British monarch to a South African parliament since 1947. In December of that year, Buckingham Palace confirms the Queen has written to Charles and Diana urging them to divorce. In 1996, Charles and Diana are divorced. Then we all remember what happened in 1997 as Diana and her multimillionaire companion, Dodi Al-Fayed, are killed when their car crashes while being chased through Paris by photographers on motorcycles. The Queen and the royal family are criticized for their reserved response on that matter. In 2002, the Queen's sister dies at the age of 71 after a life of glamour and heartbreak. In March 30th of that year, 2002, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen mother, dies at Windsor Castle at the age of 101. In 2011, the Queen attended the wedding of her grandson, Prince William, and Kate Middleton, estimated to have watched by about 2 billion people worldwide. If you remember that back in 2011, that was a spectacle as well. In 2012, the Diamond Jubilee to mark her 60th year on the throne sees 4 days of celebrations in June, along with a nationwide tour. 1 million people gather for a pageant and millions more attended street parties as well. September 9th of 2014, Elizabeth becomes the nation's longest reigning monarch, overtaking her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. In April of 2016, Elizabeth celebrates her 90th birthday, the first British monarch to reach that milestone. In August of 2017, husband Philip bows out of public life after 65 years of supporting his wife. In 2018, the Queen's grandson, Prince Harry, marries Meghan Markle, a divorced U.S. actress from Los Angeles, at a star-studded wedding at Windsor Castle. In 2020, the Queen makes only the 5th special televised broadcast of her reign to rally the nation amid the COVID-19 outbreak. That was April 5th of 2020. April 9th of 2021, Prince Philip, the Queen's husband of 73 years, dies peacefully at the age of 99 at Windsor Castle. In October of 2021, the Queen spends a night in a hospital for the first time in years for what Buckingham Palace termed preliminary investigations. On February 6th of 2022 of this year, the Queen marks her 70th year on the throne, using the occasion to give her blessing to Charles' second wife, Camilla. February 15th, Prince Andrew pays an undisclosed sum to settle the U.S. lawsuit, but admits no wrongdoing in those that really shook up Buckingham Palace as well. On February 20th of this year, the Queen tested positive for COVID-19 and was said to be suffering from mild cold-like symptoms. She would soon return to official duties just weeks later. And 2 days ago, on September 6th, the monarch formally appoints Liz Truss as the UK's Prime Minister, asking her to form a new government there. And there was an official photo that was out, and that was the last time we saw her from that photo. And the photo, she really did look good for her age there. And coming up in the top of the hour, everyone, we will be going to London for a live interview as we break down everything with our Fox colleagues. That's coming up in just a little bit. In about 10 minutes, we're going to go out to have an interview with a royal expert to break down the Queen's life and legacy and time on the throne. We'll have it all for you coming up. Stay right here with us, folks. 2-minute break coming up now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as we are taking a live look at Buckingham Palace. On the left there, the Queen's doctors concerned for Her Majesty's health. We've been bringing you this top story all day this morning, really all morning long here, as we continue to break down everything that is happening with this big moment here, as more royal family members are heading to her estate there in Scotland to be with her at this time where doctors are concerned for the Queen's health here. What I want to do for everyone right now is just play out a little bit from Parliament earlier this morning as the reaction came and doing best well wishes for the Queen at this time. Let's listen to that right here on Live Now.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen, and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, just to If there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm sure on behalf of all colleagues that we're saddened to hear the announcement that's been made, and the thoughts and prayers of all of us will be with Her Majesty the Queen and indeed with the royal family.
And that was from a little bit ago. Now we're just showing you some video from the Queen's life and legacy throughout the years here. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us right now for this really concerning moment in the Queen's life. Obviously, the Buckingham Palace putting out that statement saying that the Queen's doctors are concerned for her health here. And we have been, of course, continuing to follow really every step of the way for everyone right here on Live Now from Fox, as we've just been breaking down the very latest as doctors continue to give this troubling concern over her health right now as royals arrived in Scotland, where she is right now. That is her summer estate. Prince Charles is the heir apparent to the British throne, and Prince William, Prince Andrew also arrived in Scotland as Queen Elizabeth continues to be under medical supervision. And we have been just really continuing to try to wait for any updates that could be coming. Obviously, in 5 minutes, we are going to be talking about the life and legacy of Queen Elizabeth II from a royal expert. And we'll be bringing that all to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Always here for you, bringing you the top stories and headlines. And, of course, not only around the country, but for this one, really around the world here. As let me just give you a solid breakdown of the royals that have already come and are on their way to Scotland there. Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, and Sophie Wessex landed about 45 minutes ago at Aberdeen Airport. The drive from there to Balmoral is about an hour, so they should be getting there pretty soon, as Prince William, Duke of Cambridge, just stepped off the airport, the plane at the airport about 40 minutes ago. Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are traveling right now to Balmoral Castle. They were supposed to be doing a charity event in London later this evening, and that will not be happening now, as all the Queen's 4 children are now with her at Balmoral Castle as well, along with her grandson, the Duke of Cambridge, as this continues to be a serious situation. We've been following this all morning long when this news did break. So many people around the country and, of course, around the world are paying very close attention to this. And right now, what I want to do, everyone, as crowds continue to gather outside of Buckingham Palace, concerns continue to grow over the Queen's health, obviously. Our Fox cameras caught up with some Londoners who are wishing the royal family well. Let's listen to that right here.
Very good health, and I just wish she'd end her days in peace and, you know, carry on doing what she's doing when she enjoys doing it.
I wish she recovers, and I hope the family, well, that they navigate through this difficult period together, united, and that they find peace in whatever happens.
Oh, I hope she recovers.
Yeah, obviously, like, hope she does feel better soon.
And that was what some Londoners were thinking earlier today there, as we continue to wait for more updates. And you can see it's a very pressing issue, as many have come to Buckingham Palace to just show a respect there, even though she is in Scotland. Obviously, Buckingham Palace is definitely the official spot. And let's take a live look at that right now here, as more and more people continue to come there at Buckingham Palace, right outside, as they come together in this afternoon, setting up for an early evening right now in England right now. What we're going to do, folks, take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll have our royal expert break down the life and legacy and the 70-plus years of life on the throne for Queen Elizabeth. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great here to be with you as we continue to really follow this major story of the health and well-being there of Queen Elizabeth II. Want to give everyone a live look right now of Buckingham Palace here. More and more people coming to the palace there to continue to think and just give some well wishes and for the Queen right there. I want to continue our coverage right now. We're excited to have a guest here that has been with us during very big times for the royal family, and now you are joining us here again. Thank you so much, royal expert Sam Turnpenny, for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks, and a bit of a crazy day here in London, lots going on, so keen to digest some of that with everyone over the course of the next few minutes.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So what was your first reaction when you heard of the news?
Firstly, shock, absolutely shock. I mean, it's we know that she's been unwell, and we know that from the Prime Minister, who had to travel up to Balmoral to be sworn in yesterday, Prime Minister Liz Truss, the fact that the Queen remains in Balmoral at the advice of her doctors. We've known for a while that she's been in poor health, and obviously she's 96 years old. So there's some of that still surrounding this, but at the same time, shocked to find out that she might be so unwell that we're now having conversations about what the next 24 hours will look like. And honestly, a deep concern and upset for all of us here in the UK, or for at least for the vast majority of us. We've lived our entire lives with the Queen, and the next 24 hours could play out to be a really pivotal moment. So lots of mixed emotions right now.
Oh, it obviously is. And, you know, when you look back at the life and legacy, I mean, 70-plus years already on the throne. I mean, there for so many people all around the world, we have only known one queen, and that has been Queen Elizabeth II. So when you're thinking about that and just everything that goes with it, it's so much of an amazing life. And I know it's going to be very hard for people once they do receive that news, if it does come.
Indeed, you're 100% right. 70 years, it's a very long time. The Queen has lived through 15 prime ministers underneath her, 5 major significant conflicts, the war on terror, the fall of the Berlin Wall. I mean, all kinds of things have happened across the course of the 70 years. And the Queen has been constant. And in fact, in large instance, our one true constant in all of that time. So it is going to be the end of an era when she does pass. And yes, I mean, I think we all know she's very well regarded amongst world leaders. Her legacy in history is secured, and she really has provided that stability now and will continue to be in the history books for many, many years to come.
Oh, yes. And, you know, the Queen has such an amazing bounce backs, too. She's had some medical episodes in the past and was able to bounce back here. And we're all hoping that that could be the same outcome.
Indeed, we still don't know anything. We're waiting for an update from the BBC that is due at 5 o'clock that will tell us the news and the current status. So at the moment, everything is in limbo. The one thing that we would say about how things have played out today is that things have moved very quickly, and the updates from the palace have been a little bit more severe than we would usually expect to see when she's been in poor health before. But you're right, we have had many scares and we have had many instances over the course of the last couple of years as she heads towards 100 years old. So we will wait and see, and we'll wait with bated breath until the 5 o'clock announcement from the palace.
Yeah, that is going to be one that is going to be definitely in demand to check up on. And when we take these looks here of Buckingham Palace right now, I'm seeing more and more people continuing to come there, and they want to, and maybe even just talk amongst themselves and just try to find some common ground with everyone. And Queen Elizabeth II can definitely bring that together in people. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, 100%. And I heard the stories today in the news that actually people were having tours of Windsor Castle and of Buckingham Palace at the time that all of this is breaking out. So some people are in the action right now, seeing it firsthand. But the crowds have already started to gather. We've seen it on the TV. The crowds are gathering around Buckingham Palace and around Windsor Castle, waiting for the palace to provide updates on her health. As we know, the Queen is up in Balmoral at the moment, where she's been resting. Largely out of the public eye in the safety of rural Scotland. But we will see over the course of the next 15 minutes or so what the latest is on the status of her health.
And when you saw those remarks from the palace there, and when they put out that statement, did you find that it seemed more serious than in recent times?
Yeah, there was a particular phrase in that announcement from the palace, which was that doctors are concerned for her health. Usually we wouldn't see such concern from doctors in a public statement. Statements tend to look to reassure the public that the Queen is in good health, regardless of the circumstances. So that's a particularly unusual phrase to see in the palace announcement. And I think it's why it's got everyone tense over the course of the last few hours as we await that update. It may simply be that they are concerned, but we'll have to wait and see what happens.
And we know that more royal family members continue to come there to Scotland there to be with her. That is going to be a moment, too, when they all could be together there. That is always a positive feeling as well, always depending on, your health and your condition.
Yeah, we know already that William, Andrew and Edward have all made their way up to Balmoral, via Aberdeen Airport to be with the Queen. We understand that Harry and Meghan are on their way up there as well. We know that they were in the UK for a couple of engagements that they've been taking part in this week. So they're also headed to Balmoral to be with the Queen. Particularly significant that everyone is congregating up in Scotland at this particular time. But I think, yes, despite everything that goes on in public eye, and some of the controversy, I'm sure it'll be put aside today to be around the Queen at this time.
Oh, yes, definitely. Always have positive thoughts. Always have great family members by your side, as well as we continue to talk to right now, royal expert. Thank you again for always joining us here on Live Now for these big moments as we really wait with bated breath here for that next update. And what kind of update do you think it might be as far as would it be maybe that she still continues to rest comfortably? I mean, is that something that it could be or something else?
It's hard to know at this particular point, and everything has been kept under wraps. We know that various public relations firms and media outlets have been briefed to expect an update. So we know that something is coming. It may be, as you say, that we hear that the Queen is continuing to rest. She is in poor health, but we continue to monitor it. There is obviously huge speculation around that she may even have already passed. Now, we won't want to speculate live on air, but obviously the chats have gone crazy. Everyone's talking about it here in London at the moment. There is a protocol to follow when the Queen is suspected to be in very poor health or has passed, and that protocol does involve the BBC as the UK's public broadcaster, broadcasting the news before anyone else and informing the world. Hence why we're also patiently waiting for 5 o'clock to see what that update will be. But until we get it, we just don't know, and I'm cautious to speculate too much.
No, absolutely. And what do you think, with your knowledge there with the royal family, what do you think is happening behind the scenes within the family right now as they are with the Queen?
Well, I mean, the first thing is that anyone who's not been gone to Balmoral already will probably be making their way up to Balmoral to try and be with her. It's difficult to speculate on what they may or may not be thinking or doing at this time, because we still don't really know exactly what's happened and exactly what might be going on. But I think there will be deep concern. She is 96 years old. We know she's been in poor health for some time, and she has had some concerns. So regardless of what's actually happening behind closed doors, there will be deep concern in the royal family, and I think a really significant amount of grief, regardless of the outcome. She has been a stable rock in everyone's lives, and she has such a big extended family, a positive impact everywhere she goes. And I think everyone will just be deeply concerned at this time for good news.
Yes, absolutely. We're all hoping for that good news here. I just want to give all our viewers a live look right here, right outside of her estate there in Scotland. And this is a place where she spends the summer months, and it's one of her favorites, isn't it?
It is indeed one of her favourites because it keeps her out of the public eye. When she's down in Windsor and Buckingham Palace, there are always big crowds that appear because they're big, popular tourist locations. Balmoral is a place where she goes to rest and relax in the comfort of her own home around family members. It seems like a suitable choice for her to have been there over the course of the last few months, as her health has been poor. But yes, it's not her usual residence at this time of year, hence everyone making the trip up to Scotland to be with her.
And we will wait for more updates. We know that one is coming at 5 London time there. So we appreciate you joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We really always love your breakdown, Sam. And thanks again. And we're hoping for the very best.
Thanks for having me.
No problem, no problem. And of course, we always got you covered right here, everyone, on Live Now from Fox, right outside of the Balmoral estate there. As you can see, another vehicle coming in right now, and we all wait for an update. We're hoping it's going to be a positive update for the Queen and the family members, and really just everyone around the world who has really come to love the tradition, the honor of the royal family as well. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on everything right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Coming up in about 5 minutes, we are going to have Fox News' Greg Pelcott joining us here from London. He will give us the latest breakdown, what he is hearing from his sources as well. And we'll be breaking all of that down for our viewers coming up here in just moments here. But if you're just joining us here today on Live Now from Fox, this is a live look there right outside of her estate in Scotland, Balmoral. And we are continuing to wait for more updates right now as Queen Elizabeth has been under medical supervision. The royal family continues to travel to be by her side. And we wait for any type of update. We will bring it to you as soon as we get some more information here on Live Now from Fox. But we've been with you all morning long, giving you just anything that we can come up with as far as news and updates regarding this situation. And as soon as we get more sources and more updates, we will be bringing it to you right here, everyone, on Live Now from Fox. I want to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be with Fox News' Greg Pelcott coming up in just moments. It's a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as we have extensive coverage right now as the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health here, and we are awaiting new updates right here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, I just want to play out, we have Greg Pelcott, Fox News, standing by here in just moments, but I just want to play out some sound from Londoners taking in the news of the day.
I know she's not in very good health, and I just wish she'd end her days in peace and, you know, carry on doing what she's doing when she enjoys doing it.
I wish she recovers, and I hope the family, well, that they navigate through this difficult period together, united, and that they find peace in whatever happens.
Oh, I hope she recovers.
Yeah, obviously, hope she does feel better soon.
As we continue to follow this major news story here, as we are taking now a live look in Scotland here. This is right outside of her estate here, and this is where the royal family members have been coming in right here. And we're bringing you this Live Now look right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to continue our coverage right here and go to London right now and joined by Fox News' Greg Pelcott. Thank you so much, Greg, for coming on and really giving us a breakdown of the news today.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, the news has been not good. In fact, I would say UK, the rest of the world perhaps as well, on edge right now. We got the news from the royal household about 3 hours ago. They said in part, and quote, that after further evaluation, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision, adding she remains comfortable at her Scottish estate of Balmoral. Mike, we don't hear things like that a lot about the Queen. In fact, it's probably the gravest kind of medical projection that we have gotten about her, and that's what has sent everything on alert. As we understand it, much of the immediate family of the Queen is either at Balmoral or they will be at Balmoral. That includes Prince Charles and Camilla, as well as her other children. That would be Andrew and Edward and Anne. Prince William, too, coming up, as well as other members of the household. We understand Kate is hanging back at her new home outside of Windsor because the three kids just started school. But a lot of concern, a lot of people at their side, at the side of the Queen, and wishing her the best.
Yeah, absolutely. We all are wishing her the very best. And Greg, as you mentioned there, we don't get these types of severe updates too often. And it really has now turned the rest of the world looking in on this and wondering, oh no, could this be the time?
Yeah, well, we have to remind our viewers that, she is 96 years old. She has had some health issues. Last October, she was hospitalized. Since then, she has had quote-unquote mobility issues, and that has limited her getting around. But the speculation is that these are, of course, this is a much more serious condition than just mobility issues. But we have seen her on Tuesday. We saw her meeting with the new Prime Minister here, Liz Truss, at the Balmoral estate. And yes, she looked 96, but she also was hanging in there. And we also saw her in June, Mike, for the a Platinum Jubilee. That's the 70th anniversary of her reign. And, well, she cut down on some of her public appearances as well, but she was out and about. Remember, there have been 15 UK prime ministers under her reign. There have been 15 U.S. presidents under her reign, not maybe directly under her, but during her reign, and she has met 14 of them. So here in the UK, in the US, and around the world, a lot of attention on this brave woman who has served her country very, very well.
Yes, how tremendous there. 70 years there in the making, as you said there. What the things and places that she has seen and the people that she has talked to, truly amazing there. All right, Fox News' Greg Palcott, thank you so much for coming on and really giving us this live update. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
No problem. And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Another live look here just right outside of her estate. We will be following this story here for you extensively on Live Now. But when we come back, we'll have some other top stories and headlines that we have been following right here in the U.S. as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We just saw, as we were in that commercial break there, as royal family members came in there, about 4 cars coming into the estate there, Balmoral, in Scotland there. That is where the Queen is. Family members continue to come in as the immediate family, the royal seniors, if you will, are gathering at the Queen's side at this time. It looks like a reporter is stepping up there, so we'll step away from that shot there. But now a live look right here in Buckingham Palace right now, as you are continuing to see, even on this rainy day, people coming out and wanting to be right outside of the palace as well. So we have been following this for you extensively right now as concerns continue to mount over the health of Queen Elizabeth II. And we just want to let you know it's just of some things. If her condition worsens and the situation becomes a death, unfortunately, what will happen? It is all been choreographed and planned out really to a T. It's called Operation London Bridge. It's all hands protocol set up in the 1960s, giving detailed instructions on how to handle the first 10 days after Her Majesty's passing, ensuring a smooth transition of the throne to her eldest son, Prince Charles. And Prince Charles has been waiting his whole life to become king. Obviously, it would have to come at the expense there of his mom, so it's not something that he was rushing and hoping for. The operation's nursery rhyme sounding name represents a secret code used to communicate the sad news to the most senior Buckingham Palace staff and members of government before it's finally announced to the rest of the world. To keep the news under wraps, those first alerted will be told London Bridge is down there. So there's a whole top secret plan and a rollout for when that happens. Fox News is reporting that sources are saying Meghan is not joining Harry at the Queen's side. That's coming from Fox News right there, as their sources are reporting that right now here at this moment here. So we will continue to follow everything here for you on Live Now from Fox as we bring you these updates all in real time. We are waiting for another update from the BBC. And once we get that, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are covering this for you extensively as the Queen's doctors are concerned for her health right now, and we are going to be staying on this for you right here on Live Now from Fox with the latest information. As soon as anything does come down as far as updates, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we'll keep it up in a triple box so you won't be missing really anything about this very big story that we continue to follow on the condition and health for Queen Elizabeth II. I do have some other top stories here that I want to get to, including the suspect in the Eliza Fletcher case facing the judge again, accused of murder. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
A matter of public record. Everything that I'm ruling here is a matter of public record. That the Shelby County Public Defender's Office previously represented Mr. Henderson on a case where he entered a guilty plea in 2001 in the criminal court of Shelby County and was sentenced to serve 24 years in prison. It's also a matter of public record that the defendant, after serving some 7 or 8 years of that sentence, filed a pro se, that means on his own with no lawyer, petition for post-conviction relief in the criminal court of Shelby County. That was in 2009, alleging ineffective assistance of counsel. I don't have all the records before me concerning the reason, but the case or the motion was dismissed by the criminal court within a very short period of time. Apparently, like 1 week after it was filed, it was, I guess, summarily dismissed. I have no information as to why. I don't have a copy of that or by that judge. Further, matter is before the court on a request for the court to make a determination whether the public defender's office should be disqualified. And the statement of Ms. Jennifer, a case of the Public Defender's Office, who's in an administrative position there in the Public Defender's Office, asked the court to review it. And based solely on the limited circumstances, and that's how it was styled, considered circumstances, and information that the court was given, and the statement by Ms. Case, who, in an abundance of caution, is trying to get the court to, asking the court to make a determination whether there is a conflict of interest. Ms. Case stated that in her request that the Public Defender's Office is not saying that there is an actual conflict of interest, asking the court only to consider whether there is a appearance of impropriety. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And based upon the court's review of the record and the statement of counsel that the court's not being asked to find any or rule on any actual conflict of interest to impute to this case or anyone else in the Public Defender's Office. And Ms. Case did not handle the previous case. It was a guilty plea entered by the defendant with counsel. So at the request specific to this order, I could not find or make a finding that there was any grounds or basis for the public defender to be disqualified as counsel solely on the basis of an argument or possible appearance of impropriety. Based upon the information that I had that was given to me just yesterday morning and based upon what's in the request. Further, in the request for review, it was stated that prior counsel who represented Mr. Henderson on that case from 2001 would not be involved at all or take part in any way in the present cases, correct?
Yes.
So with that, and based upon that information and the sole issue before the court for a request for determination, no request for a hearing or motion to withdraw, and everything stated by me at this time is a matter of public record, I cannot make a finding that there is grounds for qualification solely upon that basis. And further, I see no reason to seal the record unless you have some argument that you can give me that would override the presumption of open court and public records being public, that would justify or require that the record be sealed.
Your Honor, at this point, nothing beyond what the court has already stated would be protected by sealing the record, so I see no need.
Thank you. You want to be heard, sir? All right. With that then, that's the order of the court. It will be filed here on the record, and I appreciate your caution. I know that you are very concerned, as always, in your capacity as a lawyer, under the rules of ethics, to make sure that your representation is proper, with no conflict, and that you have thoroughly reviewed this and made this request based upon any concern on your part for the record regarding a conflict. And I appreciate the manner in which you presented it and the record before the court, such as it is, very sparse. Anything else? Yes. All right, that's the court's ruling. You're on the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. No reason to disqualify you.
Thank you. Your Honor, I do request a ruling on the motion that I filed 2 days ago, asking for a restrictive order limiting extrajudicial statements. And now that I know that I will be handling the case, I'm prepared to proceed on that matter.
Okay, just state ready.
This is, I don't even think she's arraigned the defendant, so she may need to arraign the defendant.
I did arraign him. I did arraign Mr. Henderson on the new charge yesterday.
Okay, and she's accepted the appointment, and we're in good standing now.
Should be,
arraignment.
unless there's something else that you have against the case.
We accept the appointment.
You did, or will, and have?
So Ms. Case did file a motion with regard to extrajudicial statements, asking Your Honor for some type of gag order here on literally day one of this litigation. The state, District Attorney Mulroy, and myself, we've been very careful in making statements to media. Of course, there's a need to inform the public, and these are public proceedings, and we leave this courtroom and there are questions. There's questions plenty that we decline to answer because we're aware of our ethical rules. We're aware of Mr. Abson's right to a fair trial, to an impartial jury. We'll continue, as always, to tell the media the questions we absolutely cannot answer because factual matters have to come out in this courtroom before a jury and not us speaking to the media. So we're well aware of those rules and we will comply with the rules. There is no reason. This case points to no statements that have been made that would require some sort of gag order at this point. And ask Your Honor to deny her motion at this time.
Your Honor, I can point to a statement that has been made by law enforcement. There was a press conference at which Police Chief C.J. Davis referred to Mr. Henderson as a dangerous predator. And, Your Honor, the prosecution under Rule 8 of the Tennessee Supreme Court Rules, Sub-Rule 3.8, has a duty to discourage law enforcement personnel from making any statement that the prosecution could not itself ethically make. And
we're aware of it. I'm sorry.
And I think it would be fair to say that some assistance from the court to discourage, to exercise its authority to discourage breaches of rules of ethics is appropriate in this very public case. I think it would assist the prosecution in discouraging law enforcement and other persons associated with this criminal matter from breaching ethical rules that govern what the prosecution can and cannot say.
You want to respond?
We are aware of that, too, Your Honor.
Okay. I have no problem with signing a court order reinforcing the obligation of counsel to refrain from making public statements regarding the case as set out in the professional rules and rules. So if you want to draft a short order reaffirming that, let Mr. Hagerman look at it. Any problem or objection, you can address me about it. But if you'll draft it in short order, then I will sign that. Just to reaffirm?
Yes, exactly.
Just to reaffirm what the law is and what the obligations are of the district attorney.
We won't object to any order that reinforces the ethical rules. As we're well aware of them, we will comply with them.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll draft the order.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can you talk?
No, I think what we need is a report date.
Okay. Maybe I'll look at the calendar.
My calendar's open, so it's...
Just for the purpose of scheduling the case, I do want to ask that each of you look forward to the calendar in this court.
Yes, sir.
So we can accommodate any preliminary hearing in the future, if there's going to be one, or any other date for something that may require more than just an appearance and discussion and resetting. There's going to be anything that's going to require a hearing or evidence or argument with counsel regarding an aspect of the case. We can allow time for that and set it for a special time, because I do have my regular calendar to deal with, and I want to give this the proper consideration of any request.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you could check with me or with the state and the state prosecutor's office, and when we schedule something in this court, that we're doing it so at a good time.
Thank you.
All right. Give everybody proper time.
As a report date, may we have Monday, September 19th? Is that a good thing?
September 19th. Any objection?
No objection.
I think it's a good day. Y'all okay with that?
Yes, sir.
If your office has a conference coming up and they're going to be shorthanded, which might be a good time to actually schedule something because there won't be that many cases. But do you have the date of the conference?
I do, Your Honor. It's off in October.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let's look forward and plan on any dates that will allow proper consideration of time for this case. Okay? So September the 19th, Monday. Case is set for Monday, September 19th. Follow a report back, Dave, with your lawyer in this court, sir. All right, thank you. In the meantime, no bond. Show the defendant held with no bond. Thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Obviously, we are going to be really giving you updates on that case there, that terrible tragedy that happened in Memphis of the billionaire heiress who was found murdered just days ago. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we will continue to give you updates on our top story of the day as we continue to track the Queen's health. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to take a live video right now, right outside of the Balmoral Estates there, the castle that is home to Queen Elizabeth II there in Scotland right now. Her family members are by her side, and it's been 5 hours since we last heard any communication from the royal family as the announcement came earlier this morning, saying 5 hours ago, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. So that was the last update. It was a brief one, and really, when we take a look at that statement there, that is what a lot of people are concerned, that especially when they follow the royal family, they feel like that statement is a dire one. And what we have been just hoping for is always the very best for the Queen. She is 96 years old and has been on the throne for 70 years here. As let me just break down just some of her past here, as she just celebrated her Platinum Jubilee back in June with the official big parties that happened over a 4-day period there. But Queen Elizabeth's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health here. Buckingham Palace announced just today, adding that they recommended she stay under medical supervision. Prince Charles and his wife and sister have arrived at the castle in Scotland to be by her side. Prince William, Prince Harry, are there as well right now, just getting there moments ago. As Meghan, though, stayed in London. It looks like our shot did freeze up right there. So let's take you out to Buckingham Palace right now. Live look right there as more and more people continue to come right outside of the gates at Buckingham Palace to continue to give their warm thoughts and hoping for a recovery there of the Queen. The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. Liz Truss, she's the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, writing on Twitter, "My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time there." So I want to play out just some sound from Londoners as they heard of the news and reacted. Let's listen.
I know she's in very good health, and I just wish she'd end her days in peace and, you know, carry on doing what she's doing when she enjoys doing it.
I wish she recovers, and I hope the family, well, that they navigate through this difficult period together, united, and that they find peace in whatever happens.
I hope she recovers.
Yeah, obviously, like, hope she does feel better soon.
And that is exactly what we all are hoping for right now, back outside in Scotland there at Balmoral Castle in the Queen's country estate in the Scottish Highlands, which she has long said is her favorite place to be. She spends the holidays there every year with her family and has been based there since becoming ill. The health announcement comes after Queen Elizabeth II decided to postpone a meeting with senior government officials just yesterday after experiencing a full day of activities the day before. On Tuesday, the Queen spent the day at her summer residence in Scotland appointing Truss. The 96-year-old Queen oversaw an entire day worth of activities involving the symbolic transfer of power to Truss. After the big day, the Queen's doctor advised her to take it easy and rest, and the Queen listened. After a full day yesterday, Her Majesty has this afternoon accepted doctors' advice to rest. The palace said in a statement on Wednesday, this means that the Privy Council meeting that had been due to take place this evening will be rearranged. The Queen had been experiencing episodes of mobility issues and has been walking with a cane since October of 2021. In November of 2021, the monarch decided against attending a Remembrance Day ceremony because she was suffering from a sprained back. In early 2022 of this year, the palace announced that the Queen had contracted COVID-19, stating Her Majesty is experiencing mild cold-like symptoms, but expects to continue light duties at Windsor over the coming week. While the Queen was able to attend 3 events celebrating her Platinum Jubilee, she was notably absent from many of the celebration events there. So we are continuing to wait for more updates regarding her health. Stay right here with us, everyone, on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here worldwide. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as we are tracking the big story of the day, not only in this country, but, of course, around the world, in the UK as well, as we are all waiting for some sort of update. The last one that we received was 5 hours ago, and that is what really took things off for this morning's coverage, because 5 hours ago we got the update there that her doctors were concerned over her health there, and that the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. The Queen's doctors were concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. We should also give you these updates. Prince Harry traveled to Scotland without Meghan, his wife. She is staying in London, but will not attend this evening that has been scheduled for a charity event there. So that charity event that they were supposed to go at, Prince Harry had to cancel that altogether and traveled alone to Scotland there to be with his family during this very hard time as they are learning of the news there that she is in poor health right now. The latest update, Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, and Sophie Wessex are by her side as well. Prince William, Duke of Cambridge, also there as well. He was followed onto the tarmac by Sophie Wessex, Prince Edward, and Prince Andrew about, let's look at this already about 90 minutes ago here, and it is continuing to rain hard there right outside of her estate there in Scotland there, and this is a place that she really, really loved always to come to, because it was a place for her to get away from the public life, and a place also where she could be calm and relaxed and be surrounded by family. And once again, that is what is happening right now, but in a different matter altogether, obviously, with this big news here of the day. We're just showing you some footage from the past of the Queen there during her 70 years as the monarch there. Truly amazing to just know that for 70 years she has been the face of the royal family, and she has guided it through just so many different U.S. presidents. Think about all the world leaders that she met, and their time came and went, and she was there on the throne the whole time there. Live look right now at Buckingham Palace as we show you more and more people coming. Just want to pay their respects there, and also give some warm wishes to the family during this hard time there. And we're hoping that we'll get an update on the Queen and that her health has improved there. That is what we are all hoping for right now. And we continue to wait here for the very latest here. As soon as that statement came out about 5 hours ago, Prince William was traveling to Balmoral after the big announcement there. And the Queen's other children have traveled and are there as well. That includes Princess Anne, who is already there, Prince Andrew, and Prince Edward. And we continue now to show you this live look right here of the big breaking news story here of the day. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we continue to track always the very latest. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We continue to follow this big breaking story here. The last 5 hours, we have been really just hanging on to the first statement that we heard from the royal family, and putting out that communication was saying, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. And just moments ago, Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, and Sophie Wessex arrived in cars at the gates of Balmoral Castle. All the Queen's children are now there, plus her grandson and 2 daughter-in-laws as well. The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news. From Buckingham Palace this lunchtime, Liz Truss put out that statement, the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, saying, "My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." Balmoral Castle is the Queen's country estate in the Scottish Highlands, which she has long said is her favorite place to be. She spends the holidays there every year with her family and has been based there since becoming ill. The health announcement comes after Queen Elizabeth II decided to postpone a meeting with senior government officials on Wednesday after experiencing a full day of activities the day before. On Tuesday, the Queen spent the day at her summer residence in Scotland, appointing Truss. The 96-year-old Queen oversaw an entire day's worth of activities involving the symbolic transfer of power to Truss there. We will definitely be keeping an eye on this here for you. As soon as any update is given, we're on it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, always breaking it down here for you. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, then we'll get you some other top stories and continue to show you these shots, not only from Buckingham Palace, but in Scotland as well at the Balmoral Castle.
Due to our schedule today. Secretary Austin.
Well, thanks, Pat. Good afternoon, everyone. We came into our 5th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group with lots of momentum, and we're leaving today with even more. I'm pleased to report that this contact group is now even more united and resolved to keep up our shared support for Ukraine's right to defend itself. That means meeting Ukraine's needs for today's battlefield. And I'm especially pleased by the emphasis today on positioning this contact group to support Ukraine's self-defense over the long haul. It means finding new and innovative ways to support the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people as they defend their country, their lives, and their freedom. Now, it's especially meaningful to be back here at Ramstein Air Base today. Ramstein is where we first launched this important contact group back in April. And since that first meeting, the United States has increased our military assistance to Ukraine by nearly fourfold. And yesterday, President Biden approved the latest tranche of U.S. assistance to Ukraine. It's valued at up to $675 million. And it's the Biden administration's 20th drawdown of equipment from U.S. stocks for Ukraine since last August. The new package includes more HIMARS ammunition, 105mm howitzers, artillery ammunition and HARM missiles, Humvees and armored ambulances, anti-tank systems, small arms, and more. And nations of goodwill from around the world have stepped up as well. Every time that we come together to meet Ukraine's urgent self-defense needs, and every time that a contact group member announces another new security assistance package, it's yet another sign of the free world's enduring support for Ukraine and its refusal to accept Russia's imperial aggression. I'm especially grateful that we got to hear again today from my good friends Alexei Reznikov, Ukraine's Minister of Defense, and Lieutenant General Moishuk, Ukraine's Deputy Chief of Defense. It's deeply meaningful to have them here with us in person as Ukraine begins its counteroffensive in the south. And I want to thank my brave Ukrainian colleagues for sharing their insights from the battlefield. Now, Ukraine's defenders have been putting the military aid that we've all been sending them to immediate and effective use. And just look at how the Ukrainian forces have been using high-end capabilities like HIMARS and M270 rocket systems in their broader push to reclaim Ukraine's sovereignty, or Ukraine's sovereign territory. Russia is responding with a campaign of cruelty. Putin's forces are shelling civilians and cities. And I'm especially concerned that Russia is creating combat conditions around the Ukrainian nuclear plant of Zaporizhia. That's deeply reckless, and it could have grave consequences. So we won't let up in our support for Ukraine's self-defense, not today, not tomorrow. The countries represented here today have shown their resolve to support Ukraine's bedrock sovereign right to defend itself. And they've shown leadership in pushing to innovate, to integrate, to train, and to produce to meet Ukraine's security needs for the long haul. We had some good conversations today about Ukraine's self-defense priorities. Right now, Ukraine urgently needs more artillery systems and ammunition. It also needs air defense, coastal defense, and other critical capabilities. The United States has stepped up to meet those needs, and I'm very glad that so many of our allies and partners have as well. Beyond that, this contact group will keep coming up with new ways to support Ukraine for the road ahead. And many countries continue to dig deep and provide equipment out of their own military stocks. And that can mean purchasing new equipment from their own defense industries, or even purchasing new equipment from other countries that they can send to Ukraine. Countries in our contact group are also leading efforts on training, maintenance, and sustainment. And that will help ensure that Ukraine has the capabilities that it needs to succeed on the battlefield, now and in the weeks and months ahead. I want to especially thank the UK for establishing a basic training program for new Ukrainian recruits. And getting more trained professional soldiers into the fight is especially key as Russia sends more and more untrained soldiers into battle. I also want to thank our eastern flank allies, namely Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, for reinvigorating their industrial bases to meet Ukraine's self-defense needs. Their round-the-clock efforts to manufacture new armaments are key to Ukraine's success. And we're going to move even faster and push even harder. So I'm proud to announce that in the next few weeks, in coordination with NATO, the United States will host a special session under the auspices of this contact group to bring together our senior national armaments directors. And they will discuss how our defense industrial bases can best equip Ukraine's future forces with the capabilities that they need. We also will have much more on this topic in the details of the session very soon. And it's a reflection of something that's central to this contact group. We're working together to arm and to train Ukraine on the current fight, yet we're also working together to help Ukraine develop capable, sustainable forces to defend itself and deter aggression over the long term. Ukraine is fighting for its life. It's fighting for its sovereign territory and its democracy and its freedom. But the stakes reach far beyond the front lines. They reach us all. The members of this contact group aren't just helping defend Ukraine, they're helping to defend the rules-based international order that emerged after the horrors of the Second World War. And for the past 70 years, that rules-based order has made the world more secure, more stable, more free, and more prosperous. So the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine today and tomorrow. And along with our allies and partners, we will increase the momentum. And we'll work together to help Ukraine build up its enduring strength and its lasting ability to defend itself. So thank you, and now let me turn it over to General Milley.
Thanks, Secretary Austin, and good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of all the CHODs and the ministers of defense that were here today, I want to publicly thank Secretary Austin for his leadership. This contact group would not exist without his energy and initiative. And this is our 5th meeting, and it's been very consequential to the results that Ukraine has achieved. And we have had today, I think it's around 50 countries were represented here in this particular contact group. So thank you, Secretary, for that. And I also want to publicly thank Ukraine's Minister of Defense and the Chief of Defense, General Zaluzny, my counterpart, whom I talk to very frequently, several times a week, in close coordination on their needs and requirements as we go forward. More than 6 months have passed since Russia launched an illegal invasion of a free and independent country named Ukraine that has been free and independent since 1991. In this time, in the last 6 months, the Ukrainians have withstood brutal assaults on their capital and other major urban areas throughout their country. They've sustained countless missile strikes and artillery barrages. They've borne the brutal cost of thousands, tens of thousands, of casualties, killed and wounded. Many civilians have perished due to indiscriminate Russian attacks. There's almost 15 million refugees and internally displaced persons. Significant infrastructure in Ukraine has been damaged. The Ukrainian people have suffered tremendously, and yet they remain a free, independent, and sovereign country. Ukraine remains strong and free because of the bravery of their people, the competence of their military, and the support of the international community. The group of countries that gather here today remain committed to Ukraine and to the people of Ukraine for their desire to live freely, live free of Russian occupation, and live free of Russian violence. The vital work of this contact group is truly extraordinary. The Russian invasion shatters the international norms that the Secretary talked about, the international norm of the rules-based international order, the rule of law, the understanding that the powerful cannot attack the weak. The international community, and not just the countries of Europe, but really around the globe, understand that. And Russia's unprovoked invasion upended that rules-based order, and so the world responded. And Ukrainians continue to employ the security assistance that they've been provided incredibly effectively. The Russians have achieved minor tactical success in various parts of eastern Ukraine. But so far, Russian strategic objectives have been defeated. The war is not over.
All right, everybody, we are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. We really appreciate it, and continuing to track the big story here of the day on the very latest of the Queen's health here, as doctors say they are concerned for Her Majesty's health. We heard that news about 6 hours ago, and we have been bringing it to you live right here on Live Now from Fox as family members continue to come to the Balmoral estate there in Scotland. We're going to have more in just about 10 seconds. We'll bring you all up to speed. And welcome here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. It is a new hour here, and we are taking a live look right outside of the Balmoral estate there in Scotland. This is where the Queen is. This is where she spends her summer months. And right now, doctors say they are concerned of her health here, and we are taking live video right here for you as family members just coming to be by her side within the last hour here. We did see Prince William and other cars come as all family members coming to be with her during this time. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much again for being here with us as we continue to track this big story, not only in this country, but of course around the world right now as we wait for more updates from Buckingham Palace. This is a live look there. Sky Fox footage out there, as well as more shots. It was raining earlier. The sun has come out now, and more people are continuing to come right outside of Buckingham Palace to continue their good thoughts for the Queen there that has been on the throne for 70 years. So we are going to keep you with these shots throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. And as we await for more news about her health, we're wishing her the very best. I know so many people are, and we'll continue to follow it every step of the way right here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to go out to the White House. They are having a briefing right now. Let's listen to that. This is all happening worldwide and live on Live Now from Fox.
Okay. The Queen has been I'm so sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a long morning. All right, let's do this again. The President has been briefed and will be updated throughout the day on the concerning news out of the United Kingdom about Queen Elizabeth's health. His and the First Lady's thoughts are with the Queen and her family today. The President also conveyed to Prime Minister Truss during a previously scheduled video conference this morning that he and Dr. Biden are thinking of the Queen, her family, and the people of the United Kingdom. This morning, the President hosted the video conference with allies and partners to underscore international support for Ukraine, including through continued security and economic assistance and the sustained imposition of cost on Russia to hold the Kremlin accountable for its aggression. They discussed Russia's weaponization of energy and additional steps to secure sustainable, affordable energy supplies for Europe. They committed to continued close consultation on this issue. In about an hour or so, the President will give remarks on the new updated COVID-19 vaccines with a simple, clear message: don't wait, get a COVID shot this fall. He'll note that with these new updated vaccines, we're entering a new moment in our fight against COVID. For most Americans who are fully vaccinated, our nation's health experts are recommending that you get the updated COVID vaccine once a year. The President will also discuss our plan to ensure Americans get these new vaccines and are preparing for the fall and winter. First, by making these vaccines available for free and easy to get at tens of thousands of convenient locations. Second, we're also doing our part by taking action. While we're constrained in what we can do with our limited remaining COVID response funding, we're acting to further increase access to tests and treatments, including by purchasing some more tests and launching a new pilot program to further expand testing. Third, the President will call on everyone to do their part with specific calls to action for schools and businesses. Last, the President will continue to call on Congress to take action on the administration's request for additional COVID-19 funding so we can make important investments to support testing, long COVID research, and the development of next-generation vaccines and research. So here's the bottom line. The President will underscore that we've come a long way in the last 19 months. People are back to work, kids are back in school, and we can now prevent the most serious outcomes from COVID. And if we all stay vigilant and keep doing our part, we can build on this progress and keep people safe, manage COVID, and minimize disruptions this fall and winter. Lastly, tomorrow, President Biden will travel to Licking County, Ohio, to deliver remarks at the groundbreaking of Intel's new $20 billion semiconductor manufacturing facility. Intel committed this funding in anticipation of the passage of the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act. The facility will be built by union labor, creating over 7,000 construction jobs and 3,000 full-time producing leading-edge chips jobs as well. Thanks to the President's economic plan, U.S. manufacturing is back. Our economy has already added more than 680,000 manufacturing jobs since President Biden took office, which is more manufacturing jobs on average per month than any other president in the last 50 years. Just in the last few weeks, Micron announced it will invest $15 billion in a new memory chip manufacturing facility in Boise, Idaho, creating 17,000 jobs. Global Foundries and Qualcomm are partnering to invest $4.2 billion to manufacture our chips in upstate New York facility. Major global companies like Toyota and Honda are choosing America as the place to invest and build. When we make more in America, we strengthen our supply chains, bolster our economic and national security, and lower costs for Americans. The CHIPS and Science Act is a once-in-a-generation law that invests in America itself, and it's a law that American people should be proud of. With that, go ahead, Amr. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Does the White House support putting Senator Manchin's permitting reform measure in the continuing resolution needed to fund the government?
Say that one more time.
Sure. Does the White House support putting Senator Manchin's permitting reform measure into the CR?
So we support the permitting reform bill, which will help us realize the benefits of the historic investments in the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law as well. We want to see it enacted. We are working with Senator Schumer and Senator Manchin to find the best path forward. We think it's important to meet the country's clean energy goals and to reduce costs and to promote energy security. Permitting always delays a new solar and new wind projects are among the longest in our country. So right now, as you all know, we've seen gas prices moving downward at a record pace, in fastest pace in our history. The point of this legislation is to help ensure a long-term clean energy supply for this country, and so we're going to continue to work with Senator Schumer on this.
With the permitting reform, the White House believes it could have an effect on the downward trend with gas prices.
So again, we've done the work to see the prices of gas at the pump go down every day this summer, consecutive days, 86 days. It's at $3.75 per gallon nationally, and so we've done the work to do that. What we see this will help us do is ensure long-term clean energy supply for this country, and so this is a reason why we think this is important.
And just lastly on that, is there any concern? There's obviously differences amongst Democrats on this, that this could sink a CR and lead to a government shutdown?
Meaning this particular
issue.
The way that we see this is not the first time that we're going through a process, a CR process. We did it last year, and we believe that it can happen again, that the Congress can move forward and get the CR done.
Okay. Thank you. You've been referring to this new shot as the updated COVID-19 vaccine. Can you explain a little bit more the decision to no longer be calling it just a booster?
Well, we have to remember we haven't seen a vaccine, a new vaccine, since December 2020. Our health and medical experts made an independent determination that we now have new updated vaccine, as you just said, to fight COVID. It is the first time that we have seen this type of updated vaccine, like I said, since December of 2020. And the message to folks that we are providing is, if you're 12 or older and it's been at least 2 months since you last got a shot, you should get these new updated vaccines right away. That's the doctor's advice, and they made this decision independently.
But you do still need to get the first original dose before you can get this shot. The FDA, the CDC, they're still referring to this as a booster. So I guess why the discrepancy? Are you concerned that may cause some confusion?
Well, I'm not going to get into like regulatory language on what to call this. I'll leave that to a booster or a vaccine. I'm just laying out what the doctors and the expert have recommended. This is again a new vaccine. We haven't seen a new vaccine since December 2020. What this vaccine does, it targets the Omicron variant, which is the dominant variant, not just here but globally. And this is good news. This is a step forward, and we're going to hear more from the president about this. But we think this is again a good. COVID is now manageable. We know what works. We know what keeps us safe. What keeps us from not getting sick is by getting vaccinated. And right now, if you think about it, there's more than 200 million Americans who are currently fully vaccinated. That's 77% of the population who are 12 and older. And so that's an important way forward that the president has worked very hard since stepping into the administration to make sure that we had a comprehensive vaccine, getting shots into arms operation, and this is part of that.
And just a logistical question. You mentioned the president being briefed on the Queen's health. If she were to pass, should we expect the president would travel to any service?
Well, we think it's inappropriate to actually be talking about that at this time, so I don't have anything to share on travel. Again, as I stated, the people of UK and the family, the Queen's family, are in the hearts of the president and Dr. Biden, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Queen. Has the White House specifically inquired about the Queen's health this morning? And when was the last time President Biden actually spoke to the Queen? Was it at the G7 in Cornwall, or have they had conversations after that?
So they last met during the president's visit to the United Kingdom in June 2021 in Cornwall, as you just stated, when she welcomed the president and the First Lady to Windsor Castle. A few days before that, she also hosted the president and another G7 leaders at a reception in Cornwall, which is what you just stated. Yeah, that was the last time that they saw each other.
Specifically inquired about her health, or has
I can tell you that the president has been briefed. I don't have any calls to preview at this time, but he has been briefed on this situation.
And a quick one on the tech meeting. We saw the readout that landed a few minutes ago. The White House held a listening session with senior administration officials on the harms caused by big tech, and we are sort of just trying to understand, why tech companies.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take our first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us as we continue to track the very latest with the Queen. Also listening to a lot of questions at this White House briefing about the Queen and President Biden. You're watching Live Now. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Last 19 months. Just a couple of things I want to say about this because it's really important. These principles are the culmination of months of work by the administration and engagement with numerous stakeholders. They also consist with work that the administration has been doing and will continue to do. So this is an important roundtable, as you've heard from the readout and as we've laid out. Look, we're looking forward to hearing any feedback from the tech companies, and I'll just leave it at that.
Any plans to specifically act on the recommendations that came out?
I don't have anything specific to add. Look, again, the roundtable is the largest discussion about the harms of tech companies, as you just started in your question, held at the White House. The president has long called for fundamental legislative reforms to address these issues, and we look forward to continuing that work with Congress to make bipartisan progress on these issues. Again, the president also encourages federal agencies to use the tools they have to continue advancing these principles throughout their work as well. And we welcome any feedback from the tech companies. Okay.
When the president conveyed his thoughts to Prime Minister Truss, did she offer any update on the Queen's condition or the Queen's health based on what she knows?
I don't have anything more to share from what I just stated about him having a conversation or speaking to her briefly during this call this morning.
Did the president express any concerns over the Queen's health after meeting with her as he did last summer?
Concerns meaning?
Concerns about her health and how she was doing?
That is not information that I have. Look, I'll just reiterate this because I think this is important, which is our countries and people have always had or shared a special relationship, and our thoughts are with the people of United Kingdom, with the Queen and her family, and she, again, as the President has stated, they are in the hearts of both the President and Dr. Biden. I don't have more to share on that.
Do you have any update on when the last time the President has spoken to the Queen? Was that when they met, as Caitlin just referenced, or have they?
It was when they met in June of 2021, is the last time they spoke and saw each other.
And then just on COVID, there's a projection that the administration could run out of tests in if there's another major COVID wave. I'm wondering if there's any updates on whether or not the White House or the administration plans to buy more tests.
I mean, we've been very clear. We need Congress to pass the CR. We have made some cuts here and there to our fall plan, and in order to move forward with this COVID vaccine that we're talking about, that the President's going to announce today, we have enough for the fall, but not for the winter. And we have been very clear that in order to not be left behind, to continue moving in our progress, we need Congress to fund the COVID, the COVID response funds that we have asked for, the $22 billion. So we're going to continue to work with Congress. We're going to continue to have those conversations, those bipartisan conversations, to move that conversation forward on getting that CR done. And so that is a priority for this administration. We've been talking about that for months now. There's nothing new there. And in order to continue with the testing, in order to continue with these new vaccines that are very important, that is a game changer in how we're approaching managing COVID, we need those funds.
Logistically, would the President be given any sort of heads up if the Queen does pass, or would he find out kind of when?
Again, I mean, we just feel having those conversations at that time is inappropriate. Clearly, if anything is to share, we will share that. But again, we're thinking about their family, they're in our hearts, and just not going to get ahead of that at this time.
And then on the President's call with allies, in the readout, they mentioned that they talked about Russia's weaponization of energy and the need to, coordinate on sustainable and affordable energy. Is the President concerned that gas prices, you mentioned that they're coming down, is he concerned about them increasing again?
Here in the U.S.? I mean, the President's doing everything that he can to make sure that we lower the cost for the American people. This has been a priority for him, and he took really bold actions to see the trend that we have been seeing with gas prices. Right, 86 days they've been trending down, and so we're encouraged by that. It's been work that, again, his leadership from the Strategic Petroleum and making sure that we tap that historic tapping of the Strategic Petroleum of 1 million a day for the last several months, that has helped. It's the ethanol 15 that he made a decision on to make that available during the summer, which is not a regular time to make that available. He took bold actions, and now we're seeing that effect. So look, we're going to continue to take to look at all options. We're going to continue to make sure we keep costs down for the American people, including at the pump.
And then you mentioned the President's going to Ohio tomorrow for this groundbreaking. Is this going to be something that we're going to see throughout the midterms, going to these kinds of ribbon-cutting ceremonies, groundbreakings? I mean, is that kind of the focus?
So, look, I can't talk about the midterms from here. I can't talk anything political from where I stand in this position. We put out a memo in August laying out what the next several weeks would look like. We had a string of successes, as you know, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is going to lower cost for Americans as it relates to health care, as it relates to making sure prescription drugs are lowered for our seniors, as it relates to investment in dealing with our climate crisis, which is all incredibly important. CHIPS Act, as you know, that's what he's going to be focusing on tomorrow. And so we're going to go out there. We're going to have those conversations with the American people, not just us. Cabinet secretaries, you're going to see congressional members out there, Democrats who are going to make sure that the American people know the work that this president and Democrats have done in Congress on behalf of the American people. And so we're going to do that these next several weeks. The president's going to go to Ohio. He's going to go to other states in the next couple of weeks. And this is important. This is important because as we talk about the gas prices, the president has been very clear. One of his priorities as it comes to the economy, as it relates to the economy, is to lower costs for the American people. And so we're going to have those conversations across the country. Okay.
Does the president have any intention to go to the British Embassy to sign any book today, though she's, since we know that she's ill, to express his best wishes to the people of that country?
I don't have any changes to his schedule to announce. Nothing on his schedule today that's changed at this time that I have to report from here.
So let me ask you about an announcement that was made by another news outlet this week. It relates to what the Republicans are calling the commitment to America. Axios reporting that Kevin McCarthy is going to unveil this economic agenda later this month in Pittsburgh. Among the items it dictates is a desire to put an end to Build Back Better. Presumably that refers to the Inflation Reduction Act. What's the president's view on that, given it's being celebrated by Democrats as one of his signature achievements?
Look, it says everything that one of the first acts that Kevin McCarthy does, his first act when it deals with the economy and dealing with how do we give a little breathing room to the American people, is wanting to get rid of the Inflation Reduction Act, which we know the Inflation Reduction Act is going to help lower costs for our seniors. It is a big win for the American people when you think about beating Big Pharma, something that Democrats and congressional members have been trying to do for decades, beating a special interest group that has spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to make sure that we do not do that, lower cost for our seniors, and also make a real effort in energy costs and climate change, lowering those costs as well. So the fact that that's the thing, that's what Kevin McCarthy wants to do, tells you everything that you know, that we need to know, that they are all for tax giveaways, and it's a clear message that they are sending to the American people. And let's not forget, Medicare is popular with the American people. What we're trying to do is popular with the American people. Protecting Social Security, which is something they have put on the chopping blocks as well, that is very popular with the American people. So I think it says all that we need to know about Kevin McCarthy's agenda and how it does not stand for the American people.
Last question very quickly. President Obama on his last visit to the White House turned to reporters and delivered his message to Democrats on what he thought they needed to do ahead of the midterms. There were no comments from him publicly to the reporters that were in the room. What did he tell the president yesterday about what he thinks needs to be done for Democrats given this uphill climb they still face, even though the polls show it's increasingly close midterm ahead? What did he say to the president needs to be done to help sort of turn that tide?
So again, I can't talk about the midterms or any political election from this podium.
About achievements. We don't have to talk about the midterms.
And what I can say is what I reiterated earlier to one of your colleagues, which is we are going to talk about the successes that we have been able to do in the last 19 months for the American people. And that is building an economy that works for all, doesn't leave anybody behind. Make sure that we build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. That's what you've seen with the bipartisan infrastructure law. That's what you've seen with the American Rescue Plan. That's what you've seen with the CHIPS and Science Act. That's what you've seen with the work that this administration, along with Congress, Democrats in Congress, have been able to do. We have a lot of things that we can talk about directly with the American people, and that's what we're going to do. The president's going to go to Ohio. We're going to go to Intel. Intel made this investment, a manufacturing jobs investment, because of the CHIPS and Science Act, because of the commitment that we're making to manufacturing jobs. And so that's going to continue to be our focus. Go ahead.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here. For some of you, stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
Look, I'm not going to go into details or even private conversation that the president has had on the updates that he's getting on the Queen. All I can say is that he's been briefed, and he has been very clear on the message through all of you, sharing with all of you the message that he has to the Queen, her family, and also the people of the United Kingdom.
On COVID, there's a report today that the White House might be looking to wind down the COVID response team sometime next year. Is that in consideration? What's the current thinking about?
I don't have anything to share on that. Right now, we're still trying to make sure that we continue the success that we have seen with the work that the president done on COVID.
Thank you. I have a question about President's meeting with the President Xi of China at G20. President this week mentioned that he will see him if President Xi is attending G20. Is this based on some communication between two governments?
Well, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The meeting between President Biden and President Xi of China.
I don't have anything to share on that.
He mentioned this week that he will see President Xi at the G20 if he attends.
I'm not going to get ahead of our plans, of our trip at this time, or a trip at this time. I'm not going to confirm anything from here, from you.
Thanks, Corinne. Yeah, you've talked about trying to get costs down. A new Gallup poll shows that 24% of Americans have spending less. They've changed their spending habits. 17% are driving less because of inflation. 17% have traveled less or canceled vacations. The president's been to his beach house 6 times. He went on vacation in North and South Carolina. Is he considering any spending cuts for the administration or for himself personally because of inflation?
Wait, can you say that part again?
Yeah, so the president is, 17% of Americans have, according to this Gallup poll, have canceled vacations or traveled less. The president's been to his beach house 6 times this year. He's been in North and South Carolina on vacation. Has the president himself considered personally reducing his spending because of inflation, or had the administration reduce spending?
So I'll say this. The times that the president has gone to Delaware, not including, and we were very clear that when he went to South Carolina in August and Rehoboth, he was going to go spend time with his family, which every president does. That is not unusual. That is not uncommon to do. And the president has a right to spend time with his family, just like every other American across the country. And so that was that piece of what occurred in August. As it relates to trips that he's made to Delaware, look, the way we see that is the president could be president anywhere. He can work from the residence, he can work from the Oval Office, he can work from Delaware, and that is the work. That is what he's able to do as president of the United States. Look, when it comes to inflation, the president has been very clear on this. When it comes to his economic plan and dealing with inflation, he's doing everything that he can to make sure that we lower costs. That's why the gas price is going down the last 86 days is a step forward. Bringing it down under $4, average at $3.75 is a step forward, because the decline that we have seen is indeed historic. We haven't seen that decline in over a decade. That is why it's so important that we pass the Inflation Reduction Act. That is going to change people's lives. It is a game changer. If you think about senior citizens who are paying thousands of dollars a month, $2,000 to $3,000 a month on prescription drugs. Now it's going to be capped at $2,000 a year. Those are the things that's actually very popular with the American people. And guess what? Republicans didn't vote for that, and Republicans didn't support that. Matter of fact, Republicans, what they have put forward is putting Medicare and Social Security on the chopping blocks. And so the president's going to continue to be zero focus on lowering costs for the American people, and that's what you've seen. I'm going to move on. We actually have about 10 minutes left. Go ahead.
Can I actually piggyback though?
Yep.
On that, just to confirm though, are there any spending plan cuts, either personally that the president is planning to make or the White House? Because as my colleague mentioned, Americans are making some of those cuts, and I just wanted to get a clarity.
We understand, and we have been very clear, and the president has said this, that we understand what the American people are going through. And I want to be I want to be very clear that we understand that there are American people who are still dealing with high cost, and we understand that they have those difficult conversations around the kitchen table about how they're going to spend their paycheck. But we also have to understand is what the president has been able to do with the economy, and we get it. There's still more work to do. With the American Rescue Plan, with the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, with the Inflation Reduction Act, with CHIPS, are all part of a plan to make sure we don't leave anybody behind. We bring down cost. He's created more than 10 million jobs since he's walked into office. We're going to talk about COVID. If it wasn't for the comprehensive plan that the president had put forward with COVID, we wouldn't be in the position that we are right now, with more than 200 million people who are fully vaccinated. I don't have anything else to share on that. What I can say is the president has the ability to work from anywhere. That is the president's one of the president's obligations that he has. Wherever he goes, he's able to work. He has a team to do that. And again, when it comes to high costs, when it comes to tough decisions that the American people make, he gets that, and he's going to continue to do the work that we have been doing to bring costs down.
Can I ask you a quick question on an unrelated topic? The Unity Summit next week, can you provide any details on what exactly it is, or just any additional context?
So we'll have more information for you earlier in the week. I don't have any details at this time. I'm going to keep going. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. I will say I did fill up the tank at the Biden service area the other day, and the gas prices were a little bit lower. But regarding next week, the president is going to Detroit to the auto show. Secretary Yellen's got a speech at a Ford plant, and I think about a half an hour from now. Is there anything you can preview about the president's trip to Detroit yet, or anything further on what Secretary Yellen is doing?
So as to what Secretary Yellen is doing, I would refer you to the Department of Treasury. I'll give you a little bit on next week, the Detroit visit. President Biden's economic plan has fueled an electric vehicle manufacturing boom in America, and you can expect him to talk about that and more in Detroit. Under President Biden, the private sector has invested over $100 billion to make more electric cars and their parts in America, create jobs for our auto workers, and strengthen our domestic supply chains. And just weeks after President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law, major companies have already announced billions of additional dollars in new investments to boost American clean energy manufacturing and create good paying jobs. And that's what he's going to look, what Detroit's going to look like.
Concerned about the possibility that the $7,500 tax credits may not be available for a lot of these EVs. There's been some reporting that the parts just won't be from the United States, that the country of origin situation won't be sufficient for those. Is the White House concerned in trying to figure out a way to make sure that people can actually get those tax credits to buy those EVs?
So we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that that part of the Inflation Reduction Act, as it comes to the climate change, is implemented in a way that the American people sees that direct effect. It is a priority for us. We just announced John Podesta, who's going to be leading that effort, as we have done with the American Rescue Plan, as we have done with the bipartisan infrastructure legislation. We are going to make sure that what we pass, these laws that we pass to improve the Americans' lives, are implemented in a way that has a real.
All right, good morning, and thank you again to everyone who is here with us on Live Now from Fox. This just in here, some breaking news. You can see as our choppers are up above the palace, the flag being lowered to half a staff, and some sad news being shared all across the area here today. Going to take you down to the ground shot, as well as crowds outside going to be gathering and mourning the life and legacy that's been left behind with Queen Elizabeth II. You can see here just the flag, which we were keeping a very close eye on, was up, standing tall, standing proud earlier here today. We saw so many different vehicles being rushed over to the castle in Scotland, where the Queen was spending the summer, and now here at Buckingham Palace, you can see Once again, that flag has been lowered to half staff, and more people start to gather outside of the palace here, as we are now learning that they do say that they have Queen Elizabeth II who has died. Let's go ahead and bring up the royal family's tweet as they are just confirming this here for everyone who is watching here with us on Live Now from Fox here, bringing it to you from their Twitter page. Again, the royal family saying the Queen died peacefully this afternoon. The King and Queen consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. So the whole family right now going to be mourning the loss of this life, especially after she had reigned for 70 years. And it was a 70 wonderful years, tough years. There was many different struggles the royal family had went through throughout those years. But of course, a lot of people here going to be just thinking about those individuals who were able to say their final goodbyes. A lot of memories to look back upon too. So Live Now from Fox, just bringing this breaking news here to you and everyone who's been watching here with us. I do want to bring in also Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He's joining us from the phone as this news just coming out here today. And Andrew, thanks so much for being here with us. This breaking news, again, obviously something that a lot of people were unfortunately thinking could possibly have happened. But now we are learning it is that, in fact, that she has passed away. It looks like we'll work on getting Andrew here on the phone with us as we continue to talk more about the life and legacy of the Queen, and have a lot of different images coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Let's go ahead and just bring you a couple of those different images, especially since we've been keeping track of all of these different shots. We do have in your main box there a shot outside of the castle in Scotland, where we know that the insiders and the immediate family of Queen Elizabeth was, they were there being rushed after there was news that she had been ill. And then, of course, we have some shots of Buckingham Palace, as we do have multiple people who have been watching and on standby. Crowds over the afternoon hours into the evening hours, the local time there, had also been starting to gather outside of the gates. And once more, as we just take in full our helicopter up above, you can get to see just the amount of people who have started to come here. And again, those flags now at half staff. And as we continue to circle around here, I do want to say thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. 96 years old. That is the final age of Queen Elizabeth II, who again has now been confirmed by the royal family that she has passed away. They say the Queen did die peacefully. And this again has been a big legacy, as the Queen has been one of the beloved rulers, considered to be the greatest monarch in British history. That according to a 2015 poll from The Independent. So Live Now from Fox going to continue to bring you more right here on this big breaking news. We do have our very own Live Now from Fox.
Her official duties up until the end. I mean, we'll remember on Monday of this week, she met with the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, at Balmoral. Usually that's a customary meeting that takes place at Buckingham Palace, but she was up at Balmoral in the Scottish Highlands, really the home where her mother hails from, and it's an ancestral home for her. And she was, greeting the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, the third female Prime Minister ever in UK history. And that's what I've been thinking about, how many Prime Ministers she has gone through and has met, starting with Winston Churchill when she acceded to the throne after the death of her father in 1952. Earlier this summer, in June, Christy, we just witnessed all the celebrations in the UK for her platinum jubilee, 70 years on the throne. And so, a lot of people woke up to the news that the Buckingham Palace, the statement that they put out about her health. And then we got the news as well that so many members of the royal family were, en route to Balmoral there in Scotland. And she was, with her family by her side. This comes about a year and a half after the death of her husband, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, in April of last year. And so, she was 96, Christy, but this is still going to come to a shock to so many in the UK, in the Commonwealth, here in the United States, in the West in particular, because she has been a constant, ubiquitous presence in the lives of so many, not only those under her rule there in the UK, but so many of us. She has become a cultural, political phenomenon and fixture. And so many have lived their entire lives with Queen Elizabeth II in the background as a presence. And now that is no longer upon the news of her death today. Christine.
Yeah, and Andrew, you think about, too, just all of those family members who were rushed to her side to spend those last few moments with her. One of those is her son, Prince Charles, who will become king instantly now upon her death. He's expected to assume the title as King Charles III. He is right now the longest waiting heir to take the throne. He's 73 years old, and he's really, Andy, prepared his whole life to become king. But what a tough time, too, to have to mourn the loss of your mother, but then take on this big responsibility.
Yeah, that's right. And just a couple of months ago, too, the Queen kind of had given her blessing to Camilla, Prince Charles's wife, as kind of, the Queen consort is the term that they have for it, kind of the Queen in waiting, if you will. And, Prince Charles, he's in his, mid-70s. Many had thought that, he was essentially going to possibly get shortchanged on his rule as he accedes to the throne now and becomes presumably, I believe, King Charles III. I'll have to check my British history on that. But we're going to be bringing in a lot of experts throughout the afternoon, throughout the evening here for those viewers who are very, very interested in this really world historical event. Who Queen Elizabeth had, such long-lasting ties to the history of the 20th century, to the history of the burgeoning 21st century, and really is the last vestige of that, World War II era Britain, the post-war mindset, the end of the British Empire, as so many of the, colonies under the aegis of the British Empire fell and they declared independence. Queen Elizabeth was there for all of that. Obviously, the British Empire and the UK weakened a lot after that, but the staying power of the British monarchy, Christie, really remains, paramount and tantamount in so many's eyes, hearts, and minds as well. We just came from the anniversary, the 25th anniversary of the death of Princess Diana, just last week. That was a huge moment, a huge tragedy in the history of the British family. And so many here, across the pond stateside, have watched her grandson, Prince William, Prince Harry, grow into, young men, young fathers, young husbands. And so, no doubt, there in mourning, they got a very, very long time with their grandmother. And so did her 4 children, who were all by her side. The Princess Royal, her daughter, Anne, her sons Charles, Andrew, and Edward. And so, no doubt, the British people were prepared for this, and so many media there, and the British government and the royal family itself are prepared for this event. And it has come to pass on this 8th of September.
Yeah, and just a few moments ago, I know, Andrew, you're on the phone here with us, but we did have the official notice being posted to the gates. It did say exactly what the royal family had tweeted out as well, that the Queen had died peacefully. Of course, a lot of people knew that those family members, as you just talked about, had been rushing to Scotland, where the Queen had been staying for the summer. And we're seeing also more and more people starting to gather outside of those palace gates, as they are going to be, I'm sure, bringing a lot of different memorabilia to also show their support to the royal family here during this time. I like how you pointed out, too, I know Queen Elizabeth, being on the throne, reigning for 70 years, she certainly has seen a lot in her time. We just celebrated her. Anything when you did that coverage, Andrew, sticking out that it's going to be something that people are going to be focused on that she accomplished during her reign?
Well, I mean, that was the thing. A lot of people, a lot of critics of the British monarchy had said essentially that the royal family costs taxpayers so much money that it's an antiquated, archaic, obsolete institution, and then the celebrations around the Jubilee in and around the UK really kind of, proved that point wrong, that so many had come out, that so many wanted to be a part of the celebrations, because like I said, and it's, such an important point, that she has been in their lives for most of their lives. And so she has been this kind of overarching, ubiquitous presence. And I just keep harking back to the fact that she was doing her official duties as the monarch, as sovereign, 3 days ago, when we had been expecting the Conservative Party, intra-election there to nominate and vote on the next Prime Minister, Liz Truss. And she met Liz Truss, as she has for, I believe, 14, 15, or 16 previous prime ministers, going past decades, starting with Winston Churchill, probably the greatest British prime minister. And so the history she has seen, I believe she's met and corresponded with, 13 or 14 U.S. presidents, Christy. So we'll be getting a lot of reaction in. The reaction is just pouring in from world leaders. I'm on Twitter right now just looking. Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, just posted a tribute as well. So no doubt European leaders here stateside are going to be weighing in on this, offering their condolences. And of course, here at Live Now from Fox, we'll be covering all angles of this, bringing on guests. We're also, this is a story, Christy, that's going to be going on for several days, and we'll also be in live coverage of the funeral plans that have been in place for well over a decade.
Yeah, that's right. They obviously had to have things set in place, especially when someone takes the reins. And you start to think about just at the age of 25 is when she had become and started out her career as now a beloved leader. And of course, we'll be continuing to follow the latest. On the phone again with us, Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being here with us. And I know you're going to be coming in here to the studio a little bit later, continuing our full coverage here after, again, we've just learned that Queen Elizabeth II has died. So thank you again, Andrew, for being here with us today.
Thank you, Christy.
And as we do continue to give you more coverage, I just want to continue to show you just some of those pictures. You're starting to see some gates being set up just outside of the palace, especially since we're starting to see more and more people start to gather now that it has been confirmed by the royal family that the Queen did pass away earlier here today, surrounded by family, surrounded by friends. You're taking a look here also at those notices being posted outside of the gates, confirming that she had died again in Scotland at Balmoral Castle this afternoon. The King and Queen consort are going to be remaining there in Scotland until this evening. Then they're going to be returning to London tomorrow, and that is Prince Charles. He is now king. He'll have to deliver a broadcast to the United Kingdom on this evening, and giving a remembrance that will also take place later here tonight. We want to play out just a little bit showing into the life and legacy that was Queen Elizabeth, as we turn our attention now to Fox's Martha McCallum. She's giving us just a look at Elizabeth's life.
Queen Elizabeth II was born into the Royal Windsor family on April 21, 1926. At birth, as the oldest daughter of the Duke and Duchess of York and niece to the King, no one expected that little Elizabeth Alexandra Mary would one day be the longest-serving and one of the most respected rulers of Great Britain. But a love story would transform her quiet country childhood into an altogether different destiny, when Elizabeth's uncle, Prince Edward, abdicated as king to marry the American divorcee Wallis Simpson. Elizabeth's father reluctantly took the throne, becoming King George VI in 1936, making his oldest and then 10-year-old daughter, Elizabeth, his heir to the throne. At age 14, the homeschooled princess began to take on some royal duties. Her family was an outward expression of strength and resilience as England was battered by the Blitz in World War II. In 1945, at age 18, the young princess trained as a driver and mechanic in the Women's Auxiliary Service. She and her sister Margaret later joined those celebrating VE Day on the streets of London. Like thousands of others, she also had a sweetheart in the armed forces, her third cousin, Prince Philip of Greece. They were engaged to be married shortly after the princess's 21st birthday. The royal wedding held November of 1947 in London's Westminster Abbey. It brightened the gloom of those post-war years. The following year, the couple's first child, Charles, the Prince of Wales, was born. He was then followed by Princess Anne in 1950, Andrew in 1959, and Edward in 1963. But in 1952, while in Kenya with Prince Philip, Elizabeth learned the tragic news that her beloved father, the king, had died. In an instant, the 25-year-old became the Queen of England.
At my coronation, I shall dedicate myself anew to your service.
Elizabeth was to rule in a new era. Her coronation in all its splendor was the first to be broadcast on television, as millions around the globe watched the transformation as it happened. In 1957, Queen Elizabeth met President Eisenhower. She would go on to meet every U.S. president during her reign except Lyndon Johnson. She often spoke of the strong and vital bond between America and the UK. But with the 1990s came turbulent times for the royal family as the marriages of 3 of the Queen's children fell apart, all under the scrutiny of relentless TV coverage and tabloid headlines. Then, in 1997, Diana, Princess of Wales and mother to the Princes William and Harry, was killed in a car crash in France as she was hounded by the paparazzi. At the time, the Queen was criticized for her reserved response and persuaded to make an unprecedented live broadcast.
So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being.
Over time, the monarchy's reputation rebounded. In April of 2011, the Queen attended Prince William's wedding to Kate Middleton, as some 2 billion people around the world watched the ceremony. She also made a historic visit to the Republic of Ireland, the first British monarch to do so in almost a century, a step toward healing a long and painful divide. The following year, the country turned out in force to celebrate Queen Elizabeth's 60-year reign, a Diamond Jubilee celebration spanning 4 days. Thousands lined the banks of the Thames as a flotilla of 1,000 boats, led by the Queen, made its way down the river. The worst of British weather tried but failed to dampen the mood, and the then 86-year-old Queen and 90-year-old Prince Philip stood side by side for the 4-hour ceremony. Queen Elizabeth ended the celebrations by thanking the nation for honoring her.
I will continue to treasure and draw inspiration from the countless kindnesses shown to me in this country and throughout the Commonwealth. Thank you all.
In 2013, the Queen welcomed her 3rd great-grandchild, the much-anticipated Prince George, son of William and Kate. Now, all these years later, another George is now 2nd in line to the British throne. His younger sister, Princess Charlotte, is 3rd. She was born in 2015, and later that year, Queen Elizabeth became Britain's longest-reigning monarch, overtaking her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. In 2016, the Queen celebrated her 90th birthday. That was a 4-day event, honoring the Queen's deep involvement with the armed forces and giving the nation a chance to celebrate her life. 2018, the Queen watched on as grandson Prince Harry married the American actress Meghan Markle, in a ceremony that brought glamour and Hollywood royalty to the House of Windsor and led them firmly into the 21st century. But about a year later, Harry and Meghan would famously decide to leave the royal family, move to America, and give a tell-all interview to Oprah Winfrey, which caused deep divisions within the family. In 2021, the Queen's beloved husband, Prince Philip, died at the age of 99. The nation mourned with the Queen, but COVID restrictions kept the funeral small. The image of the Queen sitting masked and alone in the church became the image of a country both in mourning and in lockdown. But as she had so many times before, the Queen persevered. From an early age, Queen Elizabeth was one of the most recognized royals and recognized women in the world. Nearly 1/3 of the planet lived in the Commonwealth that she ruled. She managed to combine the truly regal with a countrywoman's simple pleasures, and she embodied old-fashioned values of virtue, faith, and self-restraint, honoring to the very end the pledge she had made when she was just 21.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
A beautiful look at the Queen's life. Live now from Fox, throwing out all of those breaks. Want to continue giving you some live looks, including this one outside 10 Downing Street, where we could expect to hear from the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. Again, she had just met days ago with Queen Elizabeth, getting her good graces to take this new leadership role. And if we do see her step out on these doorsteps, stepping up to the podium, of course, we'll be jumping into that live. Until that time, let's go ahead and continue to take a live look just outside of Buckingham Palace, where you can see over these last few hours, when we have been in this full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox, more and more people continue to come out and show their support to Queen Elizabeth, and reactions starting to also pour in, not only from some of these supporters down on the ground outside of the palace, but also showing their support with posts on social media. But a lot of people wondering now what happens after this. So Politico reported full details of Operation London Bridge. That's the code name for the UK government's plan for when the Queen passes. They had reported this back in September of 2021. And there is going to be now 10 days of activities following the Queen's death, all leading up to her funeral as well. So Prime Minister Liz Truss, who was just received by the Queen earlier this week, as we mentioned, and her cabinet, they will meet the Queen's coffin. They're going to be having also Prince Charles, who is the first in line to the throne. And at that point, the King, he'll be touring the UK on the day of the Queen's funeral. And immediately following the Queen's death, that day is also referred to as D-Day. The Prime Minister will be informed by the Queen's private secretary. A number of the most senior ministers and officials then were informed before the public was told and given notification. There are multiple signs now being posted outside of the gates confirming the death of the Queen, which we had also brought to you as soon as we saw it. The royal family saying that she did die peacefully at her estate in Scotland. Here's a live picture outside of the estate. And again, earlier today, when we had started our full coverage here on Live Now from Fox, we saw multiple vehicles rushing to get into the gates here to go meet up at the side of the Queen. Now you can see they're starting to prepare and have preparations underway to try to keep some of those people who may be looking to come and pay their respects outside of the gates. They're getting ready to receive all of those gifts that could be welcomed here. Taking you back to London, those live pictures coming in here and continuing things along the very first day following her death. So tomorrow, Charles will be proclaimed as the new sovereign, and parliamentary business in the UK will be suspended for 10 days. Now, the second day following her death, the Prime Minister is going to be meeting with the Queen's coffin. And since she has passed away in Scotland, that definitely means that her body will have to travel to London. It will be happening on the royal train if possible. If not possible, then her coffin will be traveling by plane instead. And on the third and fourth day, that's when we're going to see King Charles start his tour of the United Kingdom. You know that this is going to be a very difficult time for him, but they will have a rehearsal for the procession of the Queen's coffin from Buckingham Palace to the Palace of Westminster. That will be taking place on the sixth day. So again, there's 10 full days that they have planned out. On the sixth one, that's the day where the Queen's coffin will remain at place there for the public to be able to pay their visit and pay their respects for 3 full days. So the public will be able to go and pay their respects, just as it happens here in the United States when we have one of our leaders as well So I know there will be thousands and thousands of visitors over these next few days who will be standing outside of the gates. They'll be bringing a whole bunch of flowers and other memorabilia to line up at the gates and other memorial sites of the Queen. But then once they do have her coffin at the Palace of Westminster, and again, it will be there for 3 days, the public definitely going to be able to go through, pay their respects if they want to. And on day 6, the state funeral procession rehearsal will take place. Other heads of the state and VIP from abroad will arrive for the funeral. The day of the funeral, per Politico, again, is the one who is helping put together this timeline, will be a day of national mourning. Well, this means that the Prime Minister and something that the Prime Minister and the Queen had agreed to beforehand. The day will be treated like a bank holiday. If it falls on an existing bank holiday or weekend, no extra days will be given off, but employers will not be ordered to give their employees a day off. And then finally, the funeral will be held at Westminster Abbey with a 2-minute silence across the United Kingdom being planned at midday. A committal service will be held in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, with the Queen ultimately being buried in the castle's King George Memorial. So we, of course, will be following this all throughout these next days leading up to the funeral for Queen Elizabeth II, again, who had reigned for 70 years on the throne. We just had marked her Jubilee. And, of course, we're going to be continuing to keep track of not only more that's going to be coming from the royal family after confirming her death, but also more reaction as it continues to pour in. I want to read out just some of the reaction that we have already started to hear from some of our leaders back here in the United States. So earlier here today, we did have Leader McConnell, who was on the floor speaking about the Queen. This was ahead of learning of her death. Now he sent out another statement today regarding the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, saying today, all Americans stand with our great friends across the Atlantic in mourning the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Elaine and I extend our deepest sympathies to the royal family and to the many millions of people across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the entire world who have drawn research and inspiration from her historic reign, steering character and shining example. For 70 long years, from the aftermath of World War II well into the 21st century, across 15 different prime ministers, through great triumphs and great challenges, the Queen's steady leadership safeguarded and the land she had loved. Now, despite spending nearly 3/4 of a century as one of the most famous and admired individuals on the planet, the Queen made sure her reign was never really about herself, not her fame, not her feelings, not her personal wants or needs. She guided vulnerable institutions through modern times using timeless virtues like duty, dignity, and sacrifice. She offered our contemporary world a living masterclass it needed badly. The decades of Her Majesty's reign saw an intense deepening of the special relationship and close bond between the United States and the United Kingdom. The Queen, who met sitting President Harry Truman as a 25-year-old princess and met a dozen more of our presidents during her reign, presided over a historic and strengthening of our nation's alliance that has changed the course of world history for the better. The British people's loss is the entire world's loss. We Americans join our friends in prayer, in grief, and in gratitude with such a successful reign. So once again, this statement just coming out here from Leader McConnell. We read it in full here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as a lot of different reaction has been starting to pour in here after learning the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Again, for those viewers who are just joining us here in this new hour, we did want to let everyone know we are going to be keeping you in full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to continue giving you some more reaction coming in here as we know that there's been so many different people who've been putting out their condolences, including here some of our different entities saying that they're joining in the nation in mourning the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The club should like to extend its condolences to all members of the royal family in this sad time. And Queen Elizabeth II was the embodiment of grace, class, dignity, and strength. She left her mark on history, and she will be missed. Prayers for her family, during this time. And Live Now from Fox also wanted to be included in those condolences being sent out, especially since ever since this morning we had learned of the illness that they'd said was concerning. And unfortunately, despite a lot of people hoping this could be just another time for her to turn around, it's now been a time that we have to now think about what she has left behind. We do have more reaction coming in saying, rest in peace, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, a dedicated servant to our country. That has been something that many people have said is just the way that she had time and time again put her country ahead of herself was something that it should not be brushed over, especially when you are thinking about just how long she had to reign for, and in many situations, again, in different challenging times that was pointed out, there were times when I'm sure she thought about throwing in the towel, but instead she kept leading her country. And of course, Live Now from Fox will continue to compile all of these different reactions coming in here, especially as there was many people who were right there beside the Queen during some of those most tough situations for the royal family here. Some even saying that they're very saddened by Queen Elizabeth II's death. Estonia mourns with her people and the royal family. Her sense of service and dedication to public duty were unparalleled. It is the end of an era, but her legacy will live and inspire. So again, Queen Elizabeth, born back in 1926. She served for 70 years on the throne. She is the longest reigning British monarch. She has already surpassed, her reign surpassed back in 2015. Our great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria, as the longest reigning monarch. So we will continue to always keep these different live looks. Also want to show our viewers still keeping a live look also outside of 10 Downing Street as I change that lower right-hand box. As soon as we do see the new UK Prime Minister, we're of course going to be showing you her remarks in full here as she'll also be out here to talk about what is next to come, as many people now have had a big change in their leadership. They have had everything from now a new UK Prime Minister to also now it will have a new reign. They'll be under the reign of King Charles. And we do believe once Charles, who is the Prince of Wales, once he is now instantly upon her death, he's going to be taking the throne. He'll be taking the title King Charles III. He was the longest waiting heir apparent to the throne, as unlike his mother, who unexpectedly became queen at 25, he's 73 years old and has been preparing his whole life to become king. So let's go ahead and take this in full here for you again, as we want to continue giving you more reaction here across the country. And we're just going to read out just more of these different words coming out. Queen Elizabeth II has passed away at age 96. My thoughts are with the royal family and with the people of the United Kingdom and truly around the world who mourn her passing. In her time, the Queen saw a country and indeed a world transformed. There shall be none other like her. And let's go ahead, take another live look just back outside of the gates at Belmore Castle, where, again, we had learned this is where the Queen had passed away peacefully, and her son and other immediate family members were there by her side, able to say some goodbyes. And now entire country coming out to pay their respects, and especially since this was something that happened unexpectedly, the Queen still doing many of her duties just days ago, as again she had just had the new UK Prime Minister. She had been giving her blessing. I want to read out the newest statement that is coming in here from Buckingham Palace. This is a statement from His Majesty the King at the time of the Queen's death, saying, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms, and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in the Queen, which the Queen was so widely held." So again, that just being sent out here, a statement from His Majesty the King and that is King Charles. Now, again, 73 years old, preparing his whole entire life to become king. This is making him the oldest monarch of all time to take the throne in Britain. And remember, just back in 2005, he had married Camilla, and the royal family did tell Britain's people that she would not become queen, but consort instead. So what exactly does that mean? Well, a consort is someone who provides championship to the monarch in both a moral and practical sense. Let's go ahead and bring you Liz Truss's live remarks right here on Live Now from Fox.
Stretch beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty, King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
So some very brief remarks by the British Prime Minister Liz Truss after, again, learning the passing of Queen Elizabeth. And of course, if we do get more reaction, we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, just as we have with all of these different condolences being put out on social media. But again, Queen Elizabeth II, reigning for 70 years, has passed away, and we have brought you each and every single piece of live content that we can, coming to you from all across the country, all across the UK as well, since there's a lot of people who are gathering just outside of Buckingham Palace. They're gathering in London at multiple different locations where they have memorials starting to begin for the Queen. We do also have a lot of folks in Scotland where the Queen had passed away, gathering there as well, including family members. We know earlier here today there was multiple immediate family members, including the Prince Harry and Prince William. They were being rushed to Scotland to hopefully pay their final respects. We haven't learned more on that timeline, but we, of course, will be trying to continue to give you the latest updates when we can when it comes to the passing of Queen Elizabeth. We're going to be continuing to stay in full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again so much for being here with us. My name's Christy Larson, and Live Now has so many different pictures. I want to bring all of them to you just to show some of these different looks that we have going on, especially since this is just day one of what is now going to be multiple days of paying respects and remembering Queen Elizabeth, who died at the age of 96. So this coming to us just outside of Buckingham Palace. You're starting to see more and more folks who are gathering just outside, just as they are starting to gather outside where they have the gates open now in Scotland. But this is just open for some of those officials to be coming and going. Earlier, we saw some of those officials coming out with more gates as they're trying to prepare to set up for all of those who may be starting to form outside of these gates. So Live Now from Fox was speaking earlier here today with some of our experts on the royal family, saying, of course, this is going to be a very tough time for them, especially since we've seen these royal family members going through unfortunate deaths and funerals before. They have a certain manner that they have to uphold. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that. But let's go ahead and just talk again about what's to come for Charles, who is now the king, already taking that place, especially as it happens immediately after the death of the Queen. So he is no longer Prince of Wales. He is now King Charles III. He is becoming king now instantly upon the death of Her Majesty, and he was the longest waiting heir apparent to the throne. Unlike his mother, again, she became queen at 25. Charles, 73 years old, had been preparing his entire life, and he and Camilla are going to be going around the United Kingdom in these next days to come. And again, Camilla not going to be called queen, but queen consort instead. That's someone who provides companionship to the monarch in both a moral and practical sense, according to the royal family website. Just earlier here in 2022, Queen Elizabeth II said Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, would take the title Queen Consort when Prince Charles does become king. We'd heard that earlier here today. I do want to just bring up that remarks and also the statement from the king himself from just earlier here today. This is a statement from His Majesty the King. So you can again see it up on your screen. So this is the latest statement coming from the King, who's going to have a lot of duties ahead of him in these next days that are coming. But let's go ahead and read it back out here for you today. As again, we're just learning a little bit more each and every single time we're bringing you these updates. So the royal family putting this out. This is a statement from His Majesty the King at the time of the Queen's death, saying, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all family and members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms, and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." So this again just coming out here today on Thursday, September 8th, a date that will live in the memory of many people as the day of a great loss across the entire country, the day they lost Queen Elizabeth II. And of course, we want to always take a look back at how we got to this point here today. Going to be taking you through a timeline and giving you more details on the Queen's reign as we go into a story, taking a look back at the Queen's life with our very own Fox's Martha McCallum.
Was born into the royal Windsor family on April 21, 1926. At birth, as the oldest daughter of the Duke and Duchess of York and niece to the King, no one expected that little Elizabeth Alexandra Mary would one day be the longest-serving and one of the most respected rulers of Great Britain. But a love story would transform her quiet country childhood into an altogether different destiny when Elizabeth's uncle, Prince Edward, abdicated as king to marry the American divorcee Wallis Simpson. Elizabeth's father reluctantly took the throne, becoming King George VI in 1936, making his oldest and then 10-year-old daughter Elizabeth his heir to the throne. At age 14, the homeschooled princess began to take on some royal duties. Her family was an outward expression of strength and resilience as England was battered by the Blitz in World War II. In 1945, at age 18, the young princess trained as a driver and mechanic in the Women's Auxiliary Service. She and her sister Margaret later joined those celebrating VE Day on the streets of London. Like thousands of others, she also had a sweetheart in the armed forces, her third cousin, Prince Philip of Greece. They were engaged to be married shortly after the princess's 21st birthday. The royal wedding held November of 1947 in London's Westminster Abbey. It brightened the gloom of those post-war years. The following year, the couple's first child, Charles, the Prince of Wales, was born. He was then followed by Princess Anne in 1950, Andrew in 1959, and Edward in 1963. But in 1952, while in Kenya with Prince Philip, Elizabeth learned the tragic news that her beloved father, the king, had died. In an instant, the 25-year-old became the Queen of England.
At my coronation, I shall dedicate myself anew to your service.
Elizabeth was to rule in a new era. Her coronation in all its splendor was the first to be broadcast on television, as millions around the globe watched the transformation as it happened. In 1957, Queen Elizabeth met President Eisenhower. She would go on to meet every U.S. president during her reign, except Lyndon Johnson. She often spoke of the strong and vital bond between America and the UK. But with the 1990s came turbulent times for the royal family as the marriages of 3 of the Queen's children fell apart, all under the scrutiny of relentless TV coverage and tabloid headlines. Then, in 1997, Diana, Princess of Wales and mother to the Princes William and Harry, was killed in a car crash in France as she was hounded by the paparazzi. At the time, the Queen was criticized for her reserved response and persuaded to make an unprecedented live broadcast.
So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being.
Over time, the monarchy's reputation rebounded. In April of 2011, the Queen attended Prince William's wedding to Kate Middleton, as some 2 billion people around the world watched the ceremony. She also made a historic visit to the Republic of Ireland, the first British monarch to do so in almost a century, a step toward healing a long and painful divide. The following year, the country turned out in force to celebrate Queen Elizabeth's 60-year reign, a Diamond Jubilee celebration spanning 4 days. Thousands lined the banks of the Thames as a flotilla of 1,000 boats, led by the Queen, made its way down the river. The worst of British weather tried but failed to dampen the mood, and the then 86-year-old Queen and 90-year-old Prince Philip stood side by side for the 4-hour ceremony. Queen Elizabeth ended the celebrations by thanking the nation for honoring her.
I will continue to treasure and draw inspiration from the countless kindnesses shown to me in this country and throughout the Commonwealth. Thank you all.
In 2013, the Queen welcomed her 3rd great-grandchild, the much-anticipated Prince George, son of William and Kate. Now, all these years later, another George is now 2nd in line to the British throne. His younger sister, Princess Charlotte, is 3rd. She was born in 2015, and later that year, Queen Elizabeth became Britain's longest-reigning monarch, overtaking her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. In 2016, the Queen celebrated her 90th birthday. That was a 4-day event, honoring the Queen's deep involvement with the armed forces and giving the nation a chance to celebrate her life. 2018, the Queen watched on as grandson Prince Harry married the American actress Meghan Markle in a ceremony that brought glamour and Hollywood royalty to the House of Windsor and led them firmly into the 21st century. But about a year later, Harry and Meghan would famously decide to leave the royal family, move to America, and give a tell-all interview to Oprah Winfrey, which caused deep divisions within the family. In 2021, the Queen's beloved husband, Prince Philip, died at the age of 99. The nation mourned with the Queen, but COVID restrictions kept the funeral small. The image of the Queen sitting masked and alone in the church became the image of a country both in mourning and in lockdown. But as she had so many times before, the Queen persevered. From an early age, Queen Elizabeth was one of the most recognized royals and recognized women in the world. Nearly 1/3 of the planet lived in the Commonwealth that she ruled. She managed to combine the truly regal with a countrywoman's simple pleasures, and she embodied old-fashioned values of virtue, faith, and self-restraint, honoring to the very end the pledge she had made when she was just 21.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Back out live here in Scotland, where we do know this is the place where Queen Elizabeth took her final breaths after visiting with some immediate family members. She did pass away peacefully, and just moments ago we did have the UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. She came out and made a few short remarks. Let's go ahead, listen into what she had to say just from a little bit earlier here this afternoon.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
Those remarks just coming in a little bit earlier here today as the British Prime Minister Liz Truss stepped out. Again, she was one of those very first people who had gotten the news about the Queen's death. And we do want to continue bringing you more reaction. Just a few moments ago, we did have our Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. He stepped out. Let's go ahead and bring those remarks to you from the beginning right here on Live Now from Fox.
It is with the deepest of sorrow that we learn today of the passing of Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. She was our Queen for almost half of Canada's existence, and she had an obvious, deep, and abiding love and affection for Canadians. She served us all with strength and wisdom for 70 years as we grew into the diverse, optimistic, responsible, ambitious, and extraordinary country we are today. As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats. She was thoughtful, wise, curious, helpful, funny, and so much more. In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so. C'est avec une grande tristesse que nous apprenons aujourd'hui du décès de Sa Majesté la Reine Élisabeth II. Elle était notre reine pendant presque la moitié de l'existence du Canada et elle avait une affection évidente et profonde pour tous les Canadiens. Elle nous a servi avec force et courage pendant 70 ans, pendant que nous sommes devenus le pays ambitieux, optimiste, diversifié, responsable, extraordinaire que nous sommes aujourd'hui. En tant que sa 12e Premier ministre canadien, j'ai beaucoup de mal à accepter que la dernière fois que je l'ai vue sera la dernière fois. Ces conversations vont me manquer énormément. Elle était intéressée, intéressante, engagée, curieuse, drôle. Elle m'a beaucoup conseillé, beaucoup aidé. Dans un monde très compliqué, sa présence, sa grâce, sa force a été une ressource importante pour nous tous. C'était une de mes personnes préférées au monde et elle me manquera énormément.
All right, so there you have it. Justin Trudeau also giving his remarks on the Queen's death. And I know that a lot of more condolences are only going to be coming in from around the world, as she did have an impact, not just for her own country, but for many other countries that they had partnerships with. I do want to continue to give you more live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. We've thrown out our breaks. We're going to continue talking about Queen Elizabeth II, who reigned for 70 years. Bringing in also Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft here with us. And Andrew, I know we already spoke on the phone this morning, but there was a lot of people who were hoping that maybe when they said she was having some medical issues here today, that she would pull through again, because we have seen that in a time or two before.
No, Christy, that is so right. You know, a lot of people knew this was coming, and yet they still probably cannot believe the news that they are witnessing right now. Of course, she was 96 years old. This was a long time coming. There have been so many preparations in place for the death of the monarch. This day, September 8th, the day is finally here, and so many are in mourning right now, especially there in the UK. But so many are probably thinking that they got to celebrate and spend earlier this summer those Jubilee celebrations as the monarch, Queen Elizabeth II, celebrated 70 years on the throne, the longest reigning British monarch in its history. And so a lot of people are probably asking, what is next? What is going to happen? So Prince Charles immediately becomes King Charles, though later on, we don't know when, there's going to have to be some type of coronation ceremony, much like Queen Elizabeth had when her father died back in 1952. She acceded to the throne almost immediately. She was only, 25, 26 years old at the time, and has now spent her life in public service, in duty to not only the country, but also to the Commonwealth, which was then, at the time, in the 1950s, much, much larger than it is today. It has weakened dramatically, and it has, essentially, she has overseen, really, the dissolution and the breakup of the large, large British Empire. And so still, and I know I was talking to you about this earlier this morning when the news broke, she was doing her official duties just 3 days ago. We just heard from the new British Prime Minister, Liz Truss. She welcomed Liz Truss at Balmoral in Scotland on Monday, and kind of that is the official and customary tradition where the monarch greets the new Prime Minister. She's done it, 14, 15, 16 times. Winston Churchill was her first Prime Minister, one of the greatest British Prime Ministers in the 20th century, really. And so I've been making so many of these historic parallels that we have seen today, where at the throne, when she acceded back in 1952, Winston Churchill was then Prime Minister. Winston Churchill was born in the 1870s when Queen Victoria was on the throne, her great-great-grandmother. And so there's so many historical lines that we're going to be teasing out, and you can see there the throngs of crowds gathering outside of Buckingham Palace today. The news that so many knew were coming, but still so many didn't want to confront, no doubt, but they have to. And so we're going to be seeing so many celebrations of her life, of her legacy. She has been a ubiquitous fixture in so many lives, especially since, a lot of people we've talked to in Britain for events like the Jubilee, like the funeral of her husband, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, that they haven't known a life without Queen Elizabeth II. She has been in the background for so long. Okay, we're going to be joined by some guests right now. We have Saad Salman, who is joining us via Zoom, and he is live outside of Buckingham Palace right now. He runs the Royal Watcher blog. Saad, we just spoke to you last week on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the death of Princess Diana. Now we know Queen Elizabeth II passing away peacefully today at Balmoral in Scotland, surrounded by her family. What is the atmosphere like outside of Buckingham Palace?
The announcement was so sudden. I was at Buckingham Palace earlier this morning to attend the
Okay, so we're experiencing just some technical difficulties there. Saad is joining us across the pond. Obviously, we are hoping to get a better signal here. Back out live to Buckingham Palace. Maybe we can just get Saad's audio if we could, but he has been following this. He was inside the palace upon the news when it broke, and of course, many staffers there at the palace putting on the gate there the bulletin, the news as it happened. And so we have a lot of LiveNOW looks in and around the UK, not only there outside of Buckingham Palace, but also outside of Balmoral Castle, the gates there, as the family, Prince Charles and Camilla, his sons, her grandsons, William and Harry were there, also the rest of Queen Elizabeth II's children, Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, Edward and Andrew as well. So we're going to work on hopefully getting Saad Salman back. If not, we have many other guests that are going to be joining us here to go over the incredible and long life of Queen Elizabeth II here. So you can see it looks like this is a live picture. The gates opening there at Balmoral. Looks like some vehicles are entering into the complex. Not entirely sure. No doubt they will have to bring the coffin back to London. And so maybe that is what is happening there with these vehicles. We've been getting so much reaction. And so keep with us here on LiveNOW from Fox. And we're going to be talking with multiple guests, British historians, those who have worked alongside the British royal family, those who have worked in British Parliament for prime ministers, as we gather more and more reaction.
Yeah, and Andrew, I want to just touch on, you were remarking on the Queen's coffin, and I'm sure there are a lot of people who are wondering what's going to be coming here in these next few days. So I do want to take us just to a couple different live pictures, as we have both of them outside of Buckingham Palace, also outside of our Belmore, Scotland area, where the Queen did take her final moments there at the castle. But immediately after, we did have the Prime Minister, who was just earlier, as we had mentioned before, received by the Queen earlier here this week. She had already made some statements, and she will be one of those who will meet the Queen's coffin on the second day following the Queen's passing. So there were a couple different plans already implemented and in place if that needed to happen. We have both of them right here in front of us. So if her body is traveling back to London, what their first plan is going to be is to have it be on Operation Union. So that would be bringing her back in the coffin by train if possible. If that's not possible, then they'll do Operation Overstudy. That will take its place where the coffin would travel by plane instead. And as we mentioned, on the third and fourth day following his tour, King Charles will start to tour around the United Kingdom. And it's going to be on the sixth day that the Queen's coffin will remain at the Palace of Westminster for 3 days, where the public then is going to have their own opportunity to visit and pay their respects. So that will be a time when you will see probably people from all around the world gathering and walking through, taking some photos of her coffin there, as it again will be remaining in place at Palace of Westminster for 3 full days. Again, that's the time for the public to come and make their own, pay their own respects and pay a visit there. And then you have other heads of the state, VIP from abroad, who on day 6, they're going to have a state funeral procession rehearsal. And then all of those other VIPs from abroad are going to be arriving for the funeral. The funeral will take place. It will be a day of national mourning, something the Prime Minister and Queen had agreed upon beforehand. And this funeral will take place at Westminster Abbey with a 2-minute silence all across the UK being planned at midday. So there will be a service held in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, with the Queen ultimately then being buried shortly after. So again, a lot of people continuing to give us their reactions, and I want to continue bringing in right here even more guests here with us on Live Now from Fox. I know Andrew Kraft's here standing nearby, but we do also have some of our very own guests. We have Nicoletta, who is here with us, a professor of associate history at the University of Hampshire. And Nicoletta, we appreciate you being on. I know you've been on standby here with us kind of all day, and just kind of talk about some of your first initial reaction to this news here.
Well, I just think it's so overwhelming. The number of people who texted or called, people are really upset. And it reminds me a little bit of that shocking death of Princess Diana. And she's 96 years old. It shouldn't be so shocking. But she has been a real source of stability during her entire reign. And so many of us don't remember a world where she wasn't the Queen. And I think it has people shaken to the core.
And you think about, as we've been kind of pointing out too, the Queen just days ago had been, meeting with some of the others who are also helping, lead the country. So she had met with Boris Johnson as he handed in his resignation. She met with the new Prime Minister. It really shows her strength that she has shown throughout her entire reign. She definitely was a person who, for the past 70 years, worked each and every single day, I would say.
I think that's exactly right. On Tuesday, she met Liz Truss, her 15th prime minister. She started with Winston Churchill, and then on Thursday, she died. I mean, talk about dying in the saddle, right? Here is somebody who paid attention. She read her papers. She met with prime ministers. She filled as many ceremonial functions as she could as her health failed, including making some very important appearances at her own Jubilee, her 70th anniversary of being on the throne, when we knew it was cost her health a lot to stand there at a time when she was tired, but she did it anyway. So she is somebody, she never had a retirement. She really kept going till the end and was really quite amazing as a symbol of dedication in that way.
Nicoletta, it's Andrew Kraft here. Thanks for being with us. You've been with us for a lot of these royal events, for the death and funeral of Prince Philip, for the Jubilee, 70 years on the throne, and now, unfortunately, this. We're just getting a statement in from President Joe Biden, and the White House just put this out. It says, in a world of constant change, she was a steadying presence and a source of comfort and pride for generations of Britons, including many who have never known their country without her. An enduring admiration for Queen Elizabeth II united people across the Commonwealth. The 7 decades of her history-making reign bore witness to an age of unprecedented human advancement and the forward march of human dignity. Nicoletta, can you, if you can, talk about the special relationship between the U.S. and the U.K.? It's so present now that there is a new prime minister who has to work alongside Joe Biden. But you mentioned the countless prime ministers Queen Elizabeth II has worked alongside, but we can't remember the countless U.S. presidents that she has met and also worked alongside.
Well, I think that's very true. And the special relationship is Britain's so-called special relationship with the United States, these two English-speaking great powers. And Winston Churchill invented this idea really at the end of the Second World War. After World War II, Britain was spent financially, and its empire was beginning to crumble, and it was no longer going to be the great power it had once been. But Churchill believed that by Britain yoking itself to the United States, that prodigal son that had early on cast off the shackles of monarchy, nevertheless turned out to be this extremely loyal ally. And I think that's one of the ironies and perhaps one of the poignancies of the relationship between Britain and the United States. We've seen the special relationship evoked a lot lately because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And the United States and the United Kingdom have been steadfast NATO allies and have really supported the strong intervention on behalf of Ukraine against Russia. Liz Truss was the foreign secretary, and she is very much someone who wants a close relationship with the United States in terms of foreign policy and in many other ways as well. So I think the two countries at this moment are in a position of being very close.
You know, Nicoletta, we're learning as well the news now about Charles becoming the king. He'll become Charles III. And Charles, I think it's safe to say, has been waiting a long time to accede to the throne. No one really knew how long he was going to get on the throne, of course, mourning the death of his mother, his father, last year. Is this going to be an abbreviated reign for King Charles, now almost King Charles III, when he accedes in his formal coronation? What is that going to look like?
Well, when you think about it, Queen Elizabeth II reigned for 70 years. Charles is 73 when he's acceding to the throne. So I think by definition, it will be an abbreviated monarchy. He's been waiting for this for a very, very long time. But it's also, I worry that Prince Charles does not have the sense of pageantry and majesty that his mother had. And I think that he is going to be he's going to, I think, try to be more of a common man's prince or king. He's wants to scale things back. He doesn't want to layer on the glitz and the glam. But I think that the people who are in favor of the monarchy want that. They want the majesty, they want the pageantry of a monarchy, and I'm not sure they'll get that from Charles, who is going to try and be very sensible and businesslike.
Nicoletta, I just want to read more in part from the statement put out by President Biden. He says, Queen Elizabeth II was a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and constancy who deepened the bedrock alliance between the UK and the United States. She helped make our relationship special. He goes on to say, we first met the Queen in 1982, traveling to the UK as part of a Senate delegation. But, you know, this 70-year reign was not perfect. It was marked by many scandals, many tragedies. How did she stay above the fray? You know, you and I were speaking, I think, at the time of the Jubilee, where a lot of critics of the monarchy had said it's, you know, a bloated bureaucracy. It takes up too much money on the taxpayer dime. It's an archaic, kind of old-fashioned institution, possibly obsolete. And then you saw the throngs, the thousands of people who came out for the Jubilee. Now the thousands of people who are coming out live there outside the gates of Buckingham Palace, kind of disabusing the critics of that notion that the monarchy was obsolete. This is really kind of breaking down that conventional wisdom, maybe. What say you?
I think that one of the things that made her so successful is that the Queen took very seriously the idea that a constitutional monarch is supposed to be above party. So there could be all kinds of divisions in Britain. They could be Labour versus the Conservatives. There could be all sorts of political factionalism, just as we experience in the United States. And yet they had this figurehead, this queen, who rose above it all. And regardless of what the government was, she would put on her crown and her robes and her ermine and her scepter and open Parliament every session saying, I have instructed my government to do this, or my government to do that. And it didn't matter whether the government was a Labour government, a Conservative government, whether she personally approved or didn't approve what they were doing, but she was above party. And I think that gave Britain something to focus on, that their state was above their politicians. The Queen represented the state of the United Kingdom, and that they could always see, as long as they could focus on her, that there was something more unifying in what she brought than the kind of divisions and divisiveness you get from factionalism when you have a two or a multi-party system. And she also did really help cement bonds with the United States. Nearly every president met her. They were invited for galas at the White House. Famously, President Kennedy and Jackie went to the White House. We've seen that on The Crown. And she met Ronald Reagan, she met Donald Trump, she met Barack Obama. And each and every time she has extended a gracious and welcoming hand, again, regardless of what she might think or feel politically, personally. And we never really did find that out.
You know, Nicoletta, we have been watching some of the file video of her meeting with so many world leaders. Of course, we got the news just last week upon the death of the former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, and we were bringing on guests at that time. And you're a historian, and I asked some of them, you know, with the death of Gorbachev, now with the death of Queen Elizabeth II, is the 20th century finally over? I know that's a very kind of cerebral academic question, but you're a historian. What say you?
I think that's actually a really fascinating insight. That in many ways, those founding figures of the 20th century are fading and dying, and we're losing them one at a time. But it's very interesting that Liz Truss, who just has become prime minister, is modeling herself on Margaret Thatcher. And so in some ways, those totemic figures of the 20th century, their legacies, their wisdom is actually being rehabilitated by some of the newer crowd now. And it'll be interesting to see how that goes and how that works out. But you are so right that this is very much the passing of an era. And we're not going to see a monarchy like this again in our lifetimes.
You know, Nicoletta, I was just going over Twitter where the remembrances and the condolences are pouring in from countless world leaders, members of Congress, here stateside, American leaders. And then I passed one that said, Queen Elizabeth II has been in power for 30% of America's history. America has a very short history compared to that of the United Kingdom, but that really put it into perspective. You mentioned, though, Nicoletta, the stability aspect of this. We know plans have been in place for about a decade upon the the death of the monarch. But what does it do to the, I guess, collective consciousness when the monarch dies? Do you think people will feel unsettled? I mean, they know what's next, but they haven't been in this position for 70 years.
Well, when Queen Victoria died, people felt very unsettled. She was another one who had a legendarily long reign, that there were many people at the time of her death in 1901 who had known no other monarch. She presided over the apex of empire, and it was destabilizing. And I think it will be also very destabilizing to have Elizabeth all of a sudden no longer be there, that soothing presence, that august person who rose above it all. I think Charles has been more public with his viewpoints about everything from climate change to organic gardening and things like that. People have a little bit more of a sense, perhaps, of where he's coming from politically. So I don't think he will be quite as able to rise above the fray of politics in the way she has. I don't think we're going to see another one like her for that reason. And I think Britons are going to feel very unsettled. I think they'll worry because Charles and Camilla are not terribly popular. And so while the Queen really pled with Britons to rally behind them, Charles has done a lot of functions for her recently so people can get used to him. She herself anointed Camilla as someone she wanted to be called Queen Consort, where the public didn't necessarily, or had for a while not wanted that. She will now be Queen Consort. But at the same time, a monarch that isn't all that popular, that isn't that charismatic, and that doesn't carry the kind of majesty and longevity that the Queen carried, is going to open up possibilities for those who are opposed to the monarchy to say, you know, is it time to just hang it all up? And I think it has been a source of stability, and it will be unsettling for people to even think that that question is being opened up. And it couldn't be opened up as long as Queen Elizabeth was on the throne, because she's just too popular.
Okay, Nicoletta, we want you to stand by here. I'm not sure how much time you have, but we're so appreciative. We'll be joining with some other guests throughout the afternoon here. It's about noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. Eastern, and there you can see almost 8 p.m. in London, Buckingham Palace, the throngs of crowds gathering. So Nicoletta, stick around. We're going to be bringing on some more guests. Christy, this is quite something. And a very, very historic day, a very sad day, not only for the UK, but for the world.
Yeah, and you know, as you mentioned, and we do have that full statement from President Joe Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, Queen Elizabeth definitely meeting with a lot of different folks when it comes to those who have led our country as well. So I do want to read out more of that statement here, continue to bring you these live pictures that we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, especially since supporters have been just coming out in full, even showing here just some different pictures of some memorials popping up all around Britain. So this statement from President Joe Biden again saying that she was more than a monarch. She defined an era, and how true is that? In a world of constant change, she was a steady presence and a source of comfort and pride for generations of Britons, including many who have never known their country without her. And enduring admiration for Queen Elizabeth II united people across the Commonwealth. The 7 decades of her history-making reign bore witness to an age of unprecedented human advancement and forward march of human dignity. So some live pictures coming to you from all around the UK, giving us a look at just some of those memorabilias and memorials that have started to pop up here all across the country. Going to take you back out to some live pictures outside of Buckingham Palace. The sun has set, and I'm expecting when we see these pictures going into these next days, hundreds of thousands of people are going to be here outside of the palace laying down flowers. We've seen that before when we've had deaths of the royal family, and I'm sure it will be happening here once again, especially since they do have have a 10-day plan in place for the Queen, again, who was born in 1926 and here in 2022 has ended her reign as Queen. So live now from Fox, again, we're not taking any commercial breaks, continuing to bring you full coverage happening here all across the country and around the world as well. And going to continue on with even more of our experts as they are giving us a little look at her legacy that she has left behind. Again, there's some big shoes to fill, too, after 70 years. And we've mentioned some of the challenges that the royal family has had to face over these years as well. They're definitely going to be having more challenges on these days and years ahead. And so let's just bring you, again, some of those live pictures. You can see here a Britain flag here and even flags that are at half staff all around not only Britain, but around the world as well. I know I saw it here in the United States for Her Majesty the Queen. And again, she was the longest reigning British monarch, serving 70 years on the throne. We just celebrated her Jubilee here in 2022 and will continue to celebrate her life and legacy. And bringing back in here with us live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. Andrew, we're continuing to always bring in more experts when it comes to speaking on the Queen's memory. And definitely here today, a lot of people remembering just how important her part played, not in Britain, but also all across the world.
Yeah, Christy, it's been just really overwhelming, like Nicoletta Gulace, who just joined us, was saying. And so we've been saying all morning that, you know, the country there and the world knew this was coming, but they're still in shock that it actually has transpired. And so many now are going to be thinking about their memories of not necessarily knowing the Queen. So many, you know, maybe caught a glimpse of her or got to, you know, touch her hand as she was in one of these parades in her 70 years of rule here. But we're now at noon here on the West Coast, 3 p.m. Eastern there, 8 p.m. in London, as the country there in the thousands are coming out to Buckingham Palace. We've been seeing kind of some vehicles go in and out of the gates there in Scotland, up at Balmoral, where the Queen died, where she was surrounded by her family members. Her 4 children, her grandchildren, Prince William, Prince Harry, were by her bedside. And so this was all really unfolding this morning. The statement put out by Buckingham Palace today said that essentially her health was in a serious condition, that she was resting comfortably, and then about 5 or 6 hours later, the tweet came out and the statement came out from the royal family that she had indeed passed away at the age of 96. Right now, we do want to, you know, bring in some more guests, talk with some more experts. This here, I think we're being joined by Niall Gardner with the Heritage Foundation. Niall, do you have us? Okay, we're going to work on getting Niall. He was joining us for a lot of these big stories, especially coming out of the UK. He worked with former Prime Minister, the late Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. So if we get him, if he hears us, we're going to talk to him. But Christy, we have been showing so many of these live pictures outside of Buckingham Palace, outside of Balmoral. And there you can see there, and it's nighttime. No doubt the family is there now grieving. The funeral is in place. Christy, you had read some of the funeral arrangements, the National Day of Mourning that's going to be taking place, and then the funeral at St. George's Chapel in Windsor.
Yes, correct, Andy. You know, a lot of people had been asking what's to come here in these next few days. So immediately following the Queen's death, of course, we now know that Charles has taken the reins. He is now King Charles III. And some people also, as we were just speaking with some of our experts, wondering what happens with Camilla, his wife, who he married back in 2005. Well, the royal family did say to Britain's people that she would not become queen, but Queen consort instead, and that is someone who provides companionship to the monarch in both the moral and practical sense. And according to the British family website, and in 2022, just here this year, Queen Elizabeth II did say Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, would take the title Queen consort when Prince Charles becomes king. That situation now has happened. Outside the gates here in Scotland, you can see things starting to get dark, but here at Buckingham Palace, even though it's starting to get dark, you know there will be people out here all night long. You want to say paying their respects, but also celebrating the life that Queen Elizabeth had left behind. And it's certainly a life that was one to remember. These next 10 days will definitely be all focused on Queen Elizabeth II, and Charles, now proclaimed as king, will have a very busy schedule in these upcoming days, as well as the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister here on the second day after the Queen's death will meet the Queen's coffin. As we've mentioned before, the Queen's coffin will either be arriving to London by royal train, or if that's not possible, be coming by plane instead. King Charles then starting his tour of the United Kingdom on the third and fourth day following that, before they do reach all the way to the 10th day. That's when they would be holding the funeral for the Queen. It's going to be just a few days later, on the 6th and 7th day after her death, that we will have multiple people who will be paying their respects publicly to the Queen, and it definitely will be a time when we see hundreds of thousands of people around the world joining in together to celebrate Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah, Christy, so this is going to be going on for several days, like you said, and we have caught glimpses of the Queen. She had to scale back a lot of her public duties this year because of her really, advanced age, her ill health. And then many, watchers of this saw her, use a cane and assistance to get around. We saw that during all of the Jubilee celebrations back in June. And so it's an extensive plan. It's been in place for some time. You were kind of detailing what these funeral arrangements are going to look like, what this period of national mourning is going to look like as well. But, for those, I was at the gym this morning, I was talking to people that, this was possibly coming today. And a lot of younger people got a glimpse into the royal family watching the very popular show, The Crown, on Netflix. And so, I was speaking to some of my friends today, and they said that's really, really what, sparked their interest in the British royal family, knowing all of the characters, knowing the history, 70 years on the throne with Queen Elizabeth II. And then, of course, with what we were talking with Nicoletta Gulace there, about the scandals, the tragedies, and so much that she has weathered, and weathered quite magnificently, to the point where she has maintained the stability of the royal family, to the point where you can see so many still revere it as an institution. So many, honor it and its staying power, and you can see this is a tantamount example to that, as so many thousands of Britons come outside the gates of Buckingham Palace to pay their respects, just to get a glimpse, to witness and be a part of the history of this day, the passing of Queen Elizabeth II at the age of 96.
Yeah, and a lot of live pictures still coming in, and not only from across the pond, but also here in D.C. Some memorials starting to set up, flowers starting to be brought to the British Embassy here in D.C. And do want to continue talking about that life and legacy she has left behind. Let's go ahead and play out just a little look back at the Queen's life that she led with our very own Fox's Martha McCallum.
Queen Elizabeth II was born into the royal Windsor family on April 21, 1926. At birth, as the oldest daughter of the Duke and Duchess of York and niece to the King, no one expected that little Elizabeth Alexandra Mary would one day be the longest-serving and one of the most respected rulers of Great Britain. But a love story would transform her quiet country childhood into an altogether different destiny, when Elizabeth's uncle, Prince Edward, abdicated as king to marry the American divorcee Wallis Simpson. Elizabeth's father reluctantly took the throne, becoming King George VI in 1936, making his oldest and then 10-year-old daughter Elizabeth his heir to the throne. At age 14, the homeschooled princess began to take on some royal duties. Her family was an outward expression of strength and resilience as England was battered by the Blitz in World War II. In 1945, at age 18, the young princess trained as a driver and mechanic in the Women's Auxiliary Service. She and her sister Margaret later joined those celebrating VE Day on the streets of London. Like thousands of others, she also had a sweetheart in the armed forces, her third cousin, Prince Philip of Greece. They were engaged to be married shortly after the princess's 21st birthday. The royal wedding held November of 1947 in London's Westminster Abbey. It brightened the gloom of those post-war years. The following year, the couple's first child, Charles, the Prince of Wales, was born. He was then followed by Princess Anne in 1950, Andrew in 1959, and Edward in 1963. But in 1952, while in Kenya with Prince Philip, Elizabeth learned the tragic news that her beloved father, the king, had died. In an instant, the 25-year-old became the Queen of England.
At my coronation, I shall dedicate myself anew to your service.
Elizabeth was to rule in a new era. Her coronation in all its splendor was the first to be broadcast on television, as millions around the globe watched the transformation as it happened. In 1957, Queen Elizabeth met President Eisenhower. She would go on to meet every U.S. president during her reign, except Lyndon Johnson. She often spoke of the strong and vital bond between America and the UK. But with the 1990s came turbulent times for the royal family as the marriages of 3 of the Queen's children fell apart, all under the scrutiny of relentless TV coverage and tabloid headlines. Then, in 1997, Diana, Princess of Wales and mother to the Princes William and Harry, was killed in a car crash in France as she was hounded by the paparazzi. At the time, the Queen was criticized for her reserved response and persuaded to make an unprecedented live broadcast.
So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being.
Over time, the monarchy's reputation rebounded. In April of 2011, the Queen attended Prince William's wedding to Kate Middleton, as some 2 billion people around the world watched the ceremony. She also made a historic visit to the Republic of Ireland, the first British monarch to do so in almost a century, a step toward healing a long and painful divide. The following year, the country turned out in force to celebrate Queen Elizabeth's 60-year reign, a Diamond Jubilee celebration spanning 4 days. Thousands lined the banks of the Thames as a flotilla of 1,000 boats, led by the Queen, made its way down the river. The worst of British weather tried but failed to dampen the mood, and the then 86-year-old Queen and 90-year-old Prince Philip stood side by side for the 4-hour ceremony. Queen Elizabeth ended the celebrations by thanking the nation for honoring her.
I will continue to treasure and draw inspiration from the countless kindnesses shown to me in this country and throughout the Commonwealth. Thank you all.
In 2013, the Queen welcomed her third great-grandchild, the much-anticipated Prince George, son of William and Kate. Now, all these years later, another George is now second in line to the British throne. His younger sister, Princess Charlotte, is third. She was born in 2015, and later that year, Queen Elizabeth became Britain's longest-reigning monarch, overtaking her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. In 2016, the Queen celebrated her 90th birthday. That was a 4-day event, honoring the Queen's deep involvement with the armed forces and giving the nation a chance to celebrate her life. 2018, the Queen watched on as grandson Prince Harry married the American actress Meghan Markle. in a ceremony that brought glamour and Hollywood royalty to the House of Windsor and led them firmly into the 21st century. But about a year later, Harry and Meghan would famously decide to leave the royal family, move to America, and give a tell-all interview to Oprah Winfrey, which caused deep divisions within the family. In 2021, the Queen's beloved husband, Prince Philip, died at the age of 99. The nation mourned with the Queen, but COVID restrictions kept the funeral small. The image of the Queen sitting masked and alone in the church became the image of a country both in mourning and in lockdown. But as she had so many times before, the Queen persevered. From an early age, Queen Elizabeth was one of the most recognized royals and recognized women in the world. Nearly a third of the planet lived in the Commonwealth that she ruled. She managed to combine the truly regal with a countrywoman's simple pleasures, and she embodied old-fashioned values of virtue, faith, and self-restraint, honoring to the very end the pledge she had made when she was just 21.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Back out here live as flags were lowered to half-staff. That was a symbol that the Queen had passed, and the royal family sending out a statement shortly after, including that of now King Charles. So let's go ahead and read out his statement here first for you on Live Now from Fox. As now he is the king. He obviously had to take the throne right after the passing of his mother. Again, the royal family had said that that had happened in Scotland, and of course there's so many different resources of support and condolences have been pouring out since that time. But at least here we want to start with the reaction coming to us from Buckingham Palace, sending this out, saying, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of greatest sadness for me and all family members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms, and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." And reaction also coming in here today from our very own President Joe Biden. So let's go ahead and bring that up here for you on Live Now from Fox. This coming from the president earlier here today. Going to read out that statement that was put out by the president, saying, "Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was more than a monarch. She defined an era. In a world of constant change, she was steadying presence of and a source of comfort and pride for generations of Britons, including many who have never known their country without her. And enduring admiration for Queen Elizabeth II united people across the Commonwealth. The 7 decades of her history-making reign bore witness to an age of unprecedented human advancement and the forward march of human dignity. She was the first British monarch to whom people all around the world could feel a personal and immediate connection, whether they heard her on the radio as a young princess, speaking to the children of the United Kingdom, or gathered around their televisions for her coronation, or watched her final Christmas speech, or her Platinum Jubilee on their phones. And she, in turn, dedicated her whole life to their service. She supported by her beloved Prince Philip for 73 years, Queen Elizabeth II led always with grace and unwavering commitment to duty and the incomparable power of her example. She endured the dangers and deprivations of a world war alongside the British people and rallied them during the devastation of a global pandemic to look to better days ahead. Though her dedication to her patronages and charities, she supported causes that uplifted people and expanded opportunity by showing friendship and respect to newly independent nations around the world. She elevated the cause of liberty and fostered enduring bonds that helped to strengthen the Commonwealth, which she loved so deeply, into a community to promote peace and shared values. Queen Elizabeth II was a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and consistency. who deepened the bedrock alliance between the United Kingdom and the United States. She helped make our relationship special. We first met the Queen in 1982, traveling to the UK as part of a Senate delegation, and we were honored that she extended her hospitality to us in June of 2021 during our first overseas trip as President and First Lady, where she charmed us with her wit, moved us with her kindness, and generously shared with us her wisdom. All told, she met 14 American presidents. She helped Americans commemorate both the anniversary of the founding of Jamestown and the bicentennial of our independence. And she stood in solidarity with the United States during our darkest days after 9/11, when she reminded us that grief is the price we pay for love. In years ahead, we look forward to continuing a close friendship with the King and the Queen Consort. Today, the thoughts and prayers of all people across the United States are with the people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth in their grief. We send our deepest condolences to the royal family, who are not only mourning their queen, but their dear mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. Her legacy will loom large in the pages of British history and in the story of our world. That, again, is a statement read out in full for you from the President and First Lady on the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Not the only remarks to be made here after the death of Her Majesty. We did have remarks also made by our Canadian leader, Justin Trudeau. He made remarks just earlier here today. Let's go ahead and bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox.
It is with the deepest of sorrow that we learn today of the passing of Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. She was our Queen for almost half of Canada's existence, and she had an obvious, deep, and abiding love and affection for Canadians. She served us all with strength and wisdom for 70 years. As we grew into the diverse, optimistic, responsible, ambitious, and extraordinary country we are today. As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats. She was thoughtful, wise, curious, helpful, funny, and so much more. In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
Trudeau, you can hear just the emotion he has as he repeats these remarks then in French. And just want to give us a live look here at the palace again, where hundreds of people continue to gather outside to mourn the loss of Queen Elizabeth II. I want to continue things along with more remarks made by some of these leaders around the world, including a new leader for Britain. We're going to take you out to the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, as she was giving remarks just earlier here today after learning about the death of her queen.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
All right, back out live here to our Buckingham Palace shots, especially as we continue to see crowds gathering just outside. We knew that they would be there the moment this did come down. Of course, earlier here this morning, all of us were hoping to hear better news after we had heard that there was some health concerns surrounding Queen Elizabeth II. But of course, shortly after we had started our full live coverage, unfortunately, those flags going to half staff, and then this notice getting posted outside of the gates saying the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. So that means that we are still going to continue to see more happening all across the UK, especially in these next days to come. And continuing on with our live coverage, going to be bringing back in live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. And Andrew, I know that many of us, while we seem shocked, shouldn't be, as we've mentioned before, since she was 96 years old and left a very big and loving life behind her.
Yeah, I mean, Christy, though, it is just still so sad and shocking, and I keep, repeating myself when I say that, it shouldn't be shocking, kind of like what you were saying, but it still is. And so, many Britons there in the UK have not known a life without Queen Elizabeth II in theirs, and that's kind of the common theme we've been hearing from so many who have offered their condolences. Justin Trudeau, his voice breaking with emotion. You just heard Liz Truss. I mean, this is the third day on the job for her, Christy, and the monarch dies. And so we've been hopefully, and we have that, I believe I have that live look outside the gates of Balmoral still in Scotland. I'll be interested to see whether or not some of the vehicles that are going in and out, of course, they have to bring the coffin back down to London. You can see a lot of people in Scotland there coming out as well. To get a glimpse of this, to see the history that is unfolding before our eyes here. And so, and then again, we are going to be monitoring and waiting to hear from the family, Christy, from Prince Charles, now King Charles, soon to become King Charles III, from his sons, Prince Harry and Prince William, and from the rest of her children, no doubt. We've been hearing from so many stateside here, Senators McConnell, Senator Schumer, President Biden, Speaker Pelosi, many members of Congress taking the opportunity. Flags will be flying at half staff on the building of the U.S. Capitol as well, which was done for the last monarch back in 1952, the Queen's father, when he passed away. And so we are learning that President Biden, his schedule is still on. He's traveling to Ohio tomorrow. But this is such a moment that unfortunately so many had known that was going to be happening imminently. We got the word today that she was gravely ill, and then it all kind of was distilled when we heard the news that all of her family was traveling to Balmoral to be with her, by her side. And so that's kind of when a lot of people who watched this very, very closely knew kind of the end was near. We got the statement finally just about 3 hours ago. Okay, we do have Professor Nicoletta Gulace, who is with us as well, an associate professor of history at the University of New Hampshire. Nicoletta, you know, I was talking with Christy here, and we were talking about the very popular show, The Crown, on Netflix, and how many in the younger generation really came to know the British royal family and the history of it through that very, very popular show. Because, you know, for 70 years, a lot of people, and I think a lot of critics of the monarchy, would say we didn't really know who Queen Elizabeth was as the person, not as the queen, but as the woman, the mother, the grandmother, and the wife. What do you make of that? Did we get a glimpse via that show, that artistic intermediary, of who she was?
Well, I think that's a really interesting question, because in some ways, the magnificent actresses that played the Queen filled in the gaps for us. They interpreted her as she might have been, and they used historical events that people did remember, but we don't really know. And I think it's one of the interesting things. We think we know the monarchy a lot better now because we saw The Crown, but the palace itself always denies that The Crown has any real relevance to their internal thinking or how things actually happened. So in some ways, we've become familiar with the monarchy through a fictional work that approximates a certain amount of what they did and imagines what they might have felt. But we don't really know if that gives us more insight into the Queen, but it makes the public feel closer to her because we feel like we've been the fly on the wall watching that. So in some ways, perhaps the fictionalized monarchy that came out of The Crown is in some ways more important to our feeling of knowledge about the Crown than the inscrutable Queen herself.
You know, I was looking at Twitter as well. This tweet, it just really struck out to me. So King Charles would become King Charles III. Charles I was beheaded. Charles II restored the monarchy back in 1660 as Oliver Cromwell got in the way. So the last time a Charles was on the throne was 1685.
Yeah, and I think Charles has generally been an inauspicious name ever since the first one got his head chopped off. The Restoration monarchy was also not particularly beloved. So this is bold of Charles to go with his own name. As a monarch, he would have been allowed to choose another name if he wanted to. He could have been king somebody else, but he chose to go along with his own name, and hopefully he can turn things around for King Charles's.
You know, Nicoletta, Camilla now becomes Queen Consort, and the Queen had kind of designated and demarcated that title on her. What does that mean for viewers who are not familiar with this royal terminology, with this royal lingo? Is she queen or is she not?
Well, Queen Consort, that's a really good question. The royal protocol on titles is extremely detailed, and I actually think you would need some British titles expert to be able to tell you. But what it means is that Camilla gets to be referred to as the Queen, and it was always considered to be an insult when they said she was not going to be allowed to be the Queen. So the important thing is she is recognized as the Queen consort. That means that she's not a queen of the blood. She is enabled to rule. Prince Philip was Prince consort. So it's a very important title. But it's not quite as good as being the Queen itself. There is a qualification in it, I think, that people recognize, but it's better than what anybody thought she'd get after she and Charles married on the at the time of after Diana's death and at the time of the horrible divorce and all the rest of it. So it's a step up from where she thought she'd be, but it's not quite as good as being a queen.
And you think about, too, speaking of relationships, I know that we've already been having reaction come from some of our world leaders, here in the United States, and a lot of them then will fly overseas to attend the funeral. Any insight on who may be speaking at her funeral, sharing some of those stories of just some interactions that they may have personally had with Queen Elizabeth?
That's very interesting. I think it's going to be a very scripted funeral. The Queen herself will have had a large hand in choosing who is to speak and what is going to be played in terms of music. Remember how at Prince Philip's funeral, he designed the Land Rover that carried his body to the church. So these things, these royal funerals are in planning for a long time with the actual dead person participating in the funeral. I think the Archbishop of Canterbury will definitely be there. Whether she will honor some public figures and at the risk of slighting other public figures, I'm not sure. But there may be words from the current prime minister, and there may be words from her family. But I think it will be a very heavily religious service, squarely in the tradition of the Church of England, with music and other things that she's chosen. And it'll be very interesting to see who she chooses to speak.
Yeah, Nicoletta, you were just seeing, our viewers were just seeing some of the mourners coming out there in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. That was outside the UK ambassador's residence there in Embassy Row in Washington, D.C. And let's go into some more, Nicoletta, of these historical parallels. We're coming up on the 21st anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks this weekend. The UK was so, incredibly there for us as the special relationship endured during that very, very difficult time for our country here. And I've been seeing clips of the Royal Guards outside of Buckingham Palace playing the national anthem. They had a very, very somber and poignant ceremony at Westminster Abbey in the wake of the 9/11 terror attacks. And so Queen Elizabeth II at that time was leading the charge on that, being there for her friend, her special ally, the United States. It was very, very moving at the time, but also indicative of how much the relationship means.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right about that. And I think that the United States and Great Britain, we talked earlier about the special relationship between the two countries, something that was really pushed by Winston Churchill, who came up with the phrase, the special relationship. And the Queen has really taken that to heart. And I think one of the ironies, of course, is that America broke away from Great Britain during the American Revolution. They were enemies in the War of 1812, but that gradually, particularly during the 20th century, as two English-speaking democracies, they've become close together. And they were allies in World War I, they were allies in World War II, and now they're allies with during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. and that NATO alliance that was developed as a move against communism in the post-Second World War period, Britain and the United States have been incredibly important foundational members of that. The Queen's own warm regards for the United States, her generosity in hosting dinners and balls and things for presidents, and then of course her heartfelt compassion after 9/11 are all things that have made her close to our hearts. And I think that one of the things that was so interesting in the Jubilee when we covered that was how many Americans traveled to London at the most crowded time, the most expensive time, because they just wanted to be there to see the Queen and to celebrate her 70th year on the throne. Quite ironic, considering that America was a revolutionary breakaway and the first of Britain's colonies to really shake off the shackles of imperialism.
That's right, Nicoletta. I just want to talk about the weather. It looks like it's raining there. You can see the rain droplets on the camera, many now with umbrellas in front of Buckingham Palace. And it's been raining on and off all day like it does in London. But there was a moment outside of Buckingham Palace where the skies cleared, they became blue, and I've been seeing just this incredible photos of a rainbow forming over Buckingham Palace. You know, I don't want to look too much into that, but what a moment and what timing for something like that to happen upon the news of the Queen's death. It was almost happening concurrently. But you can see there so many of the crowd in the thousands gathering outside of Buckingham Palace. Though, Nicoletta, let's talk about the values that the Queen espoused for 70 years. Duty, honor, putting those before yourself, putting your country before yourself, not seeking fame or acknowledgement or reward, but a sense of grace and duty that some would argue is on the way out.
I think that's so true, Andrew. I mean, I think she represented all those things. And she is also emblematic of a generation. We call it the greatest generation in the United States. We think about that generation that sacrificed their lives in the Second World War dutifully and without complaint, and to basically save democracy in Europe. And she participated in the Second World War. She was a territorial a soldier, and she worked at home to participate in the war effort, as many women did at that time. And she is a connection. She is a member of the greatest generation. And so the Queen exemplified that idea of duty and country and patriotism and honor and self-sacrifice. And she was very old, 96, part of a generation that we're losing. And I think that it is very apparent to all of us, and one of the reasons it's so upsetting when someone like the Queen dies is because there's still our connection. As thin as that connection is becoming over time with so many deaths, there are connection to a time that many people look back upon and think of as a better time, when we had better values, where we were more considerate of each other, where we were more generous, where patriotism wasn't sort of a dirty word. And now what we have seems to be more factional and disagreement with one another that has become so intense that in some ways, sometimes it spills over into hatred. So I think when we lose someone of that generation, a generation able to reconcile and embrace in a very broad way, it's extremely jarring. And I think it is interesting that I think for Americans, the Queen is almost as beloved a figure as she is for many in the UK.
And speaking of that beloved figure, I know we kind of touched on what kind of reign Charles may now have in his years to come, but do you think that it's beneficial that he's filling this role after people have been in love with the Queen, or does he have a bigger challenge ahead of him because of that?
Well, I think he has a bigger challenge ahead, Christy. I think that's absolutely right. Charles and Camilla are not particularly beloved. They don't have any of the charismatic qualities that the Queen has. They aren't beautiful. And I think I mentioned this another time, which is one of the things that a female royal in particular can do. The crowns, the gowns, the all of the rest of it. We follow Kate, we even follow Meghan, despite the fact that she doesn't want to be a princess anymore. Well, she sort of does, but that I guess is a different story. And it is that something about that glamour that that is very attractive. And for a monarch to wear a crown and all these other things is something that seems to connect us not with just the Second World War, but it connects us with 1,000 years of history. But it translates really well in an age that is now centered around television and social media and all the rest of it. And I just don't see Charles and Camilla having that telegenic quality. Charles wants to be down to earth. He wants to be more relatable. He wants a less extravagant monarchy. But I'm not sure that he could ever be not extravagant enough for the people who want to abolish the monarchy, nor could he really be splendid enough for the people who love the Queen. So I am a little bit worried that he will be rocky, but I think he was the only choice to take over because the whole thing about the monarchy is it's magic. She dies, he becomes king. To just say, we don't really like you, so William and Kate are going to become king and queen. They're cuter and get better, Twitter feeds. That would break the magic. So I think it's very important that Charles do it first, and he will not stop doing it unless he abdicates or dies. So I think I shouldn't say we're stuck with him for a while, but I think the monarchy is now going to have to trundle along a bit with a not particularly popular or charismatic monarch.
Yeah, Nicoletta, you were mentioning the Queen as a young woman back during World War II. There's an iconic photograph of her walking with her sister, with her mother, in the ruins of London as Buckingham Palace was a target for the Germans. Almost got bombed completely. There was a fire there. So she lived through wartime. And then you talk about some who have wanted to do away with the monarchy, abolish the monarchy. One, Liz Truss, also held that view once upon a time, I think back in her college days, to which she has disavowed that. And then you see her meeting the Queen just on Monday as she became the next prime minister. So that is so interesting. But of course, we can't gloss over the fact that the line of succession is there, but they haven't done it in 70 years. They haven't had a coronation, they being whoever puts that on, the Church of England, the royal family, staffers at the palace. Are they going to have to get out the history books? Are they going to be a little rusty on this, or is the protocol already set in place?
Well, the Queen's coronation was a particularly extravagant one. And I think that she herself understood that the country, after the austerity of World War II, people were rationing clothes, rationing food, things like that. And that even lasted past the war itself. She understood that they needed a party. And so it was a coronation with all the whistles of bells, one that was just especially dramatic. And Charles has said he's going to have a much simpler one, a less expensive one, and less extravagant one. And we keep reading about Kate and Will. They're moving into a cottage near Windsor, but they're not allowed to do any remodeling at the cottage, and there isn't even room for a nanny. And I mean, to me, if you're going to have a monarchy, that's kind of, I don't want a cheap monarchy. If you're going to have a monarchy, make sure the monarchy is splendid. And I think Charles, I think wrongly, this is my opinion, I may be proven wrong, but I think Charles wrongly thinks that if the monarchy is looked upon as being ordinary and not expensive, people will be less hostile to it. But I think there may be less to hate, but there'll be nothing to love.
And speaking of love, I know that there will be tens of thousands of people who are going to be pouring out to the area to pay their respects. Of course, her coffin going to be laying there at Buckingham Palace and to then the Palace of Westminster. She'll be remaining there for a few days for the public to pay their respects. How important is that for the public to feel involved when it comes to the death of a royal family member like this?
They have been involved in every step of her life. They were involved when she became the Princess of Wales. They were involved when she was married to the incredibly handsome Prince Philip. They were involved at all her radio addresses. During the Second World War, she and her sister even gave a radio address to the children of London when they themselves were children, telling them to be brave and that it would be okay, and that they needed to show courage to give strength to the adults around them. It would be extraordinary if after all the jubilees, what were the four of them, the silver, the gold, the diamond, now the platinum, it would be extraordinary if the public weren't centrally involved in this funeral as well. And you can see that even on this dismal evening with all the rain, throngs are gathering outside Buckingham Palace. So I think there will be many, many, many people who will stand in line for hours upon hours upon hours to make sure they get to go and walk past her coffin as it lies in state. So I think that's going to be a very important piece of mourning for the British people.
Yeah, Nicoletta, to that point, though, we had been talking, and we were talking to some people in London earlier, that everyone there, if someone from the United States or some other country is visiting, that's really one of the first questions they ask people when they encounter them in the UK. Have you ever seen the Queen? Have you ever met the Queen? Have you ever maybe touched the Queen's hand as she has gone on some of these parades and public outings in her 70 years on the throne? And so I think it's safe to say that if they don't have a story about the Queen, they would want one. But there are so many people who have a story. They caught a glimpse, or one of their friends got to meet her at a garden party. And so she has been a ubiquitous presence in the public's consciousness, but also so present as well.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. I think from ancient times, it was believed that the touch of the king could cure certain diseases, like particularly a skin disease called scrofula. When Charles I's head was chopped off, when they beheaded him, Oliver Cromwell was also trying to behead the idea of majesty. But the crowd gasped, and then people ran forward to dip their handkerchiefs in the blood from the decapitated king, because king's blood was magic and had medicinal qualities. I think a little bit of that is retained with the Queen, this idea of being in her presence, of seeing her, and certainly for the people who are invited to a garden party or one of these special events, the Queen is all about trying to show herself and to give access. The idea of royal patronages is that these charities and other good works can benefit because a member of the royal family comes along, and that brings the media, and so it brings them public attention. And the Queen has been very, very dutiful about going to the Commonwealth, that we're seeing pictures of that now, to link the Commonwealth to the Crown, going to all corners of the United Kingdom to cut ribbons and to be seen. And so I think that those times when people remember, even if they didn't see her, well, she came to our town and cut the ribbon for an opening of a new orphanage or something like that, people remember that fondly. So I think she used her own mystical body, if you will, to be present in many, many places, and it helped bind people to her.
Nicoletta, I want to talk about the pop culture phenomenon that she was, because she was really plastered all over. Her image, her likeness was everywhere you look, not only in the UK, but in so many other places, especially around the Commonwealth. She was on money, she was on bills and coins and flags and memorabilia in gift stores and gift shops in London. Her image was everywhere. And I think it really is safe to say that she is the most, or was the most recognizable face, likeness, and image in the world. Would that be too hyperbolic? What do you make of that?
I think that you're probably right. I mean, she's probably as ubiquitous as the Coke can and the Big Mac, right? And I think one of the things about the monarchy that I think sometimes Charles perhaps forgets, it's $1 billion industry. And people are buying these images, they're coming over to wave flags at the Jubilee or whatever, because this queen is something special and something exciting. And I don't think people want an ordinary person, but there's something iconic about her. And even the people who look upon her as more of a meme than a source of reverence, everybody recognizes her, everyone knows who she is. And her popularity in the United Kingdom is astounding. It's very, very high. She is the highest rated member of the royal family.
And I think something I wanted to just get maybe some of your insight on is when these days are coming in after her death, and we're seeing the royal family make some appearances out in public. We know back from all of our tributes to, especially since we just had the anniversary of Prince Diana's death, they're really held to a different standard. Is that what we're going to be seeing once again from the royal family? I remember some of the rules were, you know, you can't be crying in public. You had to still go out and greet all of the people, no matter how tragic the death may have been. But of course, in this situation, you know, 96 years old, as we've been pointing out before, kind of expected at some point here in these next years to come.
That's a really a very good point, and that is also a very interesting point, because all those rules about behavior, about restraining emotion, about never complaining and never addressing the mean things that have been said about them, we're seeing Harry and Meghan go just full-on attack on that modus operandi. They're saying that it was cruel to not allow them to show emotion or to be unhappy or to be sad. So I think we have within the royal family itself now a bifurcation about the old stoic mode that the Queen held to very firmly, of not showing too much emotion, of just making sure that she carries herself in a self-restrained manner, to a kind of new idea of a more emotive royal family. And it's hard to tell where things will be. Will definitely seems to be on the stoic side of things. I'm not always sure it's clear with Charles. Charles, in fact, had this earth-shattering divorce with Diana because he was so madly in love with Camilla. That's not an unemotional thing to do. That's not the path of duty over the path of love. So Charles himself may be a bit of an emotional guy. And the other thing is that in recent years, since the death of Diana, we've seen the Queen smile more and try to project a warmth more than she used to sort of during her Middle Ages, when she really tried to not show emotion at all. So we've seen a little bit of a change there as well. But I think right now it's going to be hard to imagine what the monarchy will look like without her, because she has been such an enormous presence, not just to us and the public, but to her own family. How will they govern their emotions and their self-presentation and themselves without her to rein everyone in when necessary?
It will be very interesting to see from here on, and I know all of us will be keeping our eyes glued to these next few days across the United Kingdom. Any final thoughts as we prepare to continue to honor her life and legacy from you, Nicoletta? Anything you think important to mention when it comes to the life of Queen Elizabeth II?
I think we should really look and see what is going to happen in terms of where the Labour Party stands and where the anti-monarchists stand. Are they going to take this opportunity to try and push for an abolition of the monarchy? Are they going to give the mourning some time to settle? are they going to make their move? And I think that all of this would look a little bit different if instead of Liz Truss, who is now a hard conservative, now has in her middle age embraced the monarchy, if instead of her, we had somebody very far to the left, we would have had a much more difficult time. Perhaps they would have extolled the Queen's personal attributes, but they might not have really felt like pledging fealty to the monarchy itself. So in coming weeks, it'll be very interesting to see what turn that takes.
Yeah, and of course, we always appreciate your insight on all of these topics, too. I know Andrew Kraft and I both appreciate everything you've been contributing here as we continue to talk about the life of Queen Elizabeth II here on the day of her passing. Thank you so much, Nicoletta, for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you very much.
And as we've mentioned before, Live Now from Fox going to continue with full coverage right here for you. And Andrew, what a day it has already been, starting early this morning when we woke up, at least on our side of the world. Still, the news was that she was being tended to at her home in Scotland before we finally learned that it was indeed true that she came to pass here this afternoon. They'd say, though, thankfully, it was peacefully at her home. And we know that there were some immediate family members who were able to be by her side during these times, too.
Yeah, Christine, we saw them kind of race there up to Balmoral to be by her side. It was such an interesting question that you posed to Nicoletta about what grieving will look like for members of the royal